Chapter 14:13. Navots felt chills run down her spine. It was a very bad feeling. The dangerous aura that had been lingering in the living room returned, but when it returned, it had turned black. Black was a color she had never seen before. Even her elders had never told her what black represented. This kind of perception spell only had two colors, red and green. They represented the level of danger. But what did black represent? She had never heard of it or even seen it before. Was this another spell from Chun Zhao? But what spell was it exactly? Chun Zhao didn't pay attention to Navot's and Delamore's expressions. He was more concerned about Fei Lai's situation in the basement. Fei Lai had already been in labor for almost 5 hours, and it was still going on. Chun Zhao completely ignored the battle outside the house. If there was a battle above, the basement was also a battlefield. Mongo! Mongo! Zherlin cheered Fei Lai on. This was probably the first time Chun Zhao couldn't participate in a battle himself. Fei Lai had to face it alone. Chun Zhao kept looking at the time. Time passed by minute. When the hand of the clock pointed at 12. Wah! Wah! With a cry, Chun Zhao's second child was finally born. Just then, the storm seemed to grow stronger. Chun Zhao could hear creaking sounds coming from the mansion. This was the prelude to the structure of the mansion disintegrating. Mr. Chun, the house seems to be destroyed. Delamore's expression suddenly turned ugly. If she and Navot Singh were exposed to the storm, they would die for sure. The number of evil spirits has increased. Navots turned to look at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao finally turned his attention back to the battlefield. Navots and Delamore realized that a black and red liquid had appeared under their feet. Ah, what is this? Immediately, the storm started destroying the mansion. This was an irreversible process. Even Chun Zhao couldn't avoid it. If it was just a storm, Chun Zhao could still protect the mansion with the dark lava. But it wasn't just a storm now. Chun Zhao summoned Bostier and the two Dark Mothers. Nod Singh and Delamore were startled once more. They thought it was some evil magical creature. The two of them gasped in amazement when they saw Bustil's enormous body. The moment Bustil appeared, his huge body tore down the villa. Its body was much bigger than the villa. The living room was small, and it couldn't accommodate Bustil's huge body at all. But Bustil stood in front of Navots and Delamore, shielding them from the storm. "These three are my servants," Chun Zhao said. "They will protect you." The two women sucked in a breath of cold air again. Such a powerful creature was actually his servant. Did he summon it? Nawat's shingles realized that Chun Zhao had another powerful series of spells. Even if Bustil didn't do anything and just stood there, wouldn't it be scary enough? This huge body almost completely blocked the storm. The two darkness matriarchs followed them calmly. This man was unbelievably powerful. Chun Zhao stood at the front and looked at the battlefield. The 12 clones immediately retreated to Chun Zhao's side. Dark lava enveloped them. All in one, the 12 clones and Chun Zhao merged into one. Chun Zhao hadn't used all-in-one for a month, but now he was full of fighting spirit. This battle wasn't for benefits or for others. Everything about him was beneath it. Narvak Singh and Delamore were confused. Why did Chun Zhao remove the clone spell? Weren't the 12 clones very effective at blocking most of the evil spirits? Was it because it was too draining? That made sense. The clones have been fighting intensely for a few hours already. It must have used a lot of magic power. However, such a large amount of magic power was consumed. Chun Zhao summoned the 3 magical creatures to protect the 2 women. Would he still have the strength to continue fighting? Nawat Singh and Delamore were both worried. Navots already realized that this wasn't an ordinary third night. She'd never heard of a third night starting on the third morning. Chun Zhao wasn't surprised. Including this time, Chun Zhao had experienced the third night 3 times. All 3 times were different. The first time, Blackie had finished it all by himself. The second time was different. That night, the Evil Spirit Society had attacked Norma. Plus, the Evil Spirit Society had attached themselves to the bodies of many gang members. It was much stronger than the first time. Today's intensity was also much stronger than the previous 2 times. Perhaps everyone's third night will be different. Nawat's shingles saw the sky full of evil spirits coming for them. It's over. The number of evil spirits was like a tidal wave, following the momentum of a storm. Could Chun Zhao stop so many evil spirits? Suddenly, there was a splash in Mirror Lake. A huge mouth opened and sucked in hundreds of evil spirits. Not Sing and Delamore's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was that? What had just come out of the water? Chun Zhao waved his arms and summoned 1,000 swords. The next moment, 1,000 stone swords appeared around Chun Zhao. This scene shocked Navat Singh and Daily Moore once again. They'd never seen such a shocking scene before. 1,000 stone swords broke through the air with cyclones. Was this the battle of the third night? This scene was like a myth. Navats was speechless. How many evil spirits and dead souls have been blown over by this storm? In Navat's and Delamore's eyes, each of Chun Zhao's spells was so shocking. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared above everyone's heads. Navats suddenly felt a threat from above. Ghost ship. It was a ghost ship that was falling head first. Mr. Chun, above. But it was too late. The ghost ship had come too suddenly and fallen too fast. Chun Zhao couldn't dodge at all. Navats and Delamore both cried out in shock. They saw the evil spirit crew on the ghost ship bearing their fangs and claws. They were as crazy and unrestrained as they were when they were alive. They waved their rotten swords and let out evil and crazy howls. Chun Zhao lifted his head. He hadn't planned on running. There was no point in running away in this war. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1414. There was only one solution. Kill all the attackers. Chun Zhao raised his fist and smashed it against the bow of the ghost ship that was falling down. Nawat's shingles and Delamore's eyes widened. What did they just see? They saw a human, a body of flesh and blood, shattering a ghost ship with a single punch. The hundreds of evil souls on the Spectre ship were also blown to smithereens. They'd been crazy pirates when they were alive. Now that they were dead, they were even crazier and scarier. But Chun Zhao only punched them. Chun Zhao retracted his fist as if it was just a small thing. They never knew that ghost ships were so easy to deal with. In the past, if they discovered a rampaging ghost ship, they would usually need to gather and fight. No matter what the result was, they would need to pay a huge price. But to Chun Zhao, ghost ships seemed to be just a matter of one punch. Just then, a wave surged over from the end of Mirror Lake. A red wave. As the storm swept over, the red wave surged more and more violently. Tide of death. Not shouted. Mr. Chun, that's the tide of death. Be careful. Chun Zhao looked at the red wave. There were countless howling souls in the wave. They were fighting to be the first to rush toward the mansion. They'd already formed a wave more than 10 meters tall. There wasn't just one wave either. There were 2 more tides of death behind it. Amon attacked again. He leaped from his side and flapped his huge wings, increasing his height. He flapped again and went higher. When he was 100 meters in the air, Amon suddenly fell head first. With an unparalleled impact, he plummeted to the ground. Not Sing and Delamore had never seen such a shocking battle before. This battlefield had long since surpassed their understanding. Boom! The moment Amon landed, the force was also dispersed. Amon already weighed 1,000 tons. Falling from a height of 100 meters, one could imagine how powerful the impact would be. Even the 3 tides of death were wiped out by the impact caused by Amon. This battle also toppled their worldview. It turned out that spiritualists could really be like those in myths and legends. An absurd thought even appeared in Not's mind. Who was stronger between this man and the 5 Pillar Kings in the Romani mythology? Nawats recalled the mirror image of weakness she had used on Chun Zhao last time. At the time, she was already shocked. She thought that was Chun Zhao's strongest power. At the time, she naively thought that she'd made a mistake and used her mirror image ability to copy Chun Zhao's strongest power. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. Sing, I sense a huge presence approaching from the front. Did I sense it wrongly? Look. Dalamore's words interrupted Navats Singh's thoughts. Navats quickly activated his range perception. Indeed, there was a terrifying presence approaching from the front. Mr. Chun, be careful. There's a huge evil aura ahead. In fact, Chun Zhao had already sensed it. Not only did he sense it, but he also saw it. It was a fleet of modern warships. That's right, it was a modern warship fleet. The fleet consisted of more than 10 warships of various models and functions, and they were flying in the air. What a ridiculous thing. A fleet was flying in the sky. This wasn't science fiction. It was a super magical plot. They were all death fleets formed by warships that had sunk in the Pacific Ocean. They didn't wander or gather. Fortunately, they didn't wander. Otherwise, the entire Pacific Ocean would become a forbidden zone. But this time, they'd gathered because of the power of the third night. In the wind and rain, the enormous figure of the flagship could be vaguely seen. They came with death. They were a true disaster. Boom! In the wind and rain, a ball of green fire flashed. Boom! A ball of intense green death flames exploded in front of Chun Zhao. Navats Singh exclaimed. She and Daily Moore had thought that Chun Zhao would be strong enough to face all this. But who would have thought that the arrival of the Death Fleet would turn the situation around? The explosion was a combination of death flames and modern weapons. Flesh and blood couldn't resist it at all. Any creature that was hit head-on by this weapon would only end up as ashes and smoke. Navats Singh and Daily Moore both thought that Chun Zhao couldn't possibly escape. However, the green flames dissipated faster than expected. Chun Zhao stood where he was, unharmed. But the Death Fleet's attack didn't stop there. More than a dozen ghost warships fired hundreds of cannons at the same time. These ghost warships spanned from the 20s to the 60s and 70s. The dark magma immediately formed a black screen, blocking the Death Fleet's first salvo. They couldn't let the ghost warships continue attacking. Even if Chun Zhao could handle it, Navats Singh and Delamore couldn't. Chun Zhao finally moved. This was the first time he'd moved his feet. Behind him, Navats Singh and Daily Moore saw Chun Zhao shoot out like an arrow. Reverse storm shot toward the Death Fleet. Because of the storm, the visibility was too low. They couldn't see the battle between Chun Zhao and the Death Fleet clearly. But soon, the flagship at the front suddenly fell. Then Amon swam over. He opened his mouth and absorbed the falling ghost warships. It didn't take long for the Spectre battleship to disappear. They weren't real. They were essentially the same as the ancient ghost ships. Soon, the second ghost warship fell, then the third and the fourth. In Chun Zhao's eyes, the Death Fleet's biggest threat was their long-range attacks. Once Chun Zhao got close, the threat was no different from a regular ghost ship. In a short 10 minutes, more than a dozen ghost warships all fell. Amon had already devoured the death aura of the entire Death Fleet. Right now, Amon had turned into a 100-meter-tall beast. He spread his wings and soared in the air. Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there weren't any new warships or short-range missiles. Otherwise, Chun Zhao would be in big trouble. This was a great fortune in misfortune. There were too many unclean and filthy things that had been blown over by this storm. Amon also started showing signs of mutation after devouring large amounts of death aura. More accurately, he was showing his true form. Amon was extremely close to his original form. Navats Singh and Daily Moore were stunned by Amon's majestic appearance. There was actually such a magical creature in the world. Chapter 14:15. Amon opened his mouth and a green beam of light shot out. The green beam was similar to the Death Fleet's cannons. But Amon shot further, and his breath was heavier. The green beam shot more than 10 kilometers away and then exploded into a ball of green flames. He seemed to have hit something. Navats and Delamore could only vaguely see the faint green light, but they didn't know what it was. But soon they saw what it was. It was a baby, at least from the overall appearance. It was indeed a baby, but the baby was a bit too big. A 40-meter-long baby was obviously not born to a human. Its skin wasn't tender and fragile like a newborn's. Instead, it was dark and cracked. Chun Zhao descended from the sky and pressed down on the giant baby's head. In an instant, the giant baby's body collapsed, and countless evil spirits escaped from the giant baby's body. The giant baby was formed by countless evil spirits. Lightning. Chun Zhao drew down a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Hundreds of evil spirits were turned into ashes by the lightning. Chen Zhao suddenly had an idea. If he could summon the devil army from the association, then he could use Thunderstorm at Mirror Lake. That way, he wouldn't have to keep running around to fix his mistakes. Chen Zhao took out his phone, but there was no signal. There was no signal. Chen Zhao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. After this was over, he had to change to another operator. Damn it, he had no choice. For his family, he had to continue fighting. Although this battle had already exceeded the normal third night, it was still not enough. But the strongest ones were only at the Death Fleet's level. They couldn't create something that went against nature. But to Daily Moore and Nawat Singh, this battle was thrilling. It wasn't something they could interfere with at all. Chen Zhao worked harder and harder. Every evil spirit was torn apart by him. I haven't even hugged my baby since it was born. My whole family is still in the basement. My house was torn down, although I did it on my own initiative. You asterisk souls, you're still here to cause trouble. The more depressed Chen Zhao was, the harder he attacked. Chen Zhao wasn't happy. Everyone in the basement wasn't happy either. Feilai, is Chen okay? For hug the baby. When the baby was born, it cried for a while. Then, Feilai fed it some milk and it fell asleep. Feilai was wrapped in a blanket. She sat next to Abidos with Fal and Shala. Abidos wasn't really a cold-blooded animal. His body was very warm, just enough to provide heat for the three of them. After Shayla overcame her initial fear, she was no longer afraid. Little Jerlin, on the other hand, kept poking her head over to look at the wrapped baby. Mommy, the baby is so small. Mommy, can I hold the baby? Feilai smiled bitterly. Little Jerlin couldn't be carried now. Boom, boom. A violent tremor came from the ceiling. However, the ceiling was still quite sturdy. There were only tremors, but no signs of collapse and no water seepage. There won't be a world war outside, right? Shayla asked. It's okay. Chin's up there. How long do we have to hide here? I don't know. Chin will inform us once the problem is solved. Are you sure nothing will happen to Chun? Fal wasn't very sure. Of course not. Daddy's super powerful. He'll kill all the bad guys. Oh, Feilai, you haven't named the baby yet, Fal said. How about we give this pretty girl a name now? Let's wait for Chun, Feilai said. Don't wait for him. You gave birth to the baby, so you have the right to name it. I still want to discuss with Chun before deciding. Mommy, isn't the baby a name? Jerlin asked, tilting her head. Feilai, Fal, and Shayla were all speechless. I suddenly realized a very, very serious problem. Fal suddenly became serious. What problem? Chen has considered all the problems except one. Four's expression darkened. Tell me, what problem? Toilet. How to solve it? You need to go to the toilet? Fal nodded gravely. Big or small? Big, Fal said, covering her eyes. Feilai and Shayla's expressions also became unnatural. If he did it in an enclosed space, it would turn the enclosed space into hell. Feilai thought for a long time. Help me up. What are you going to do? Do you want to be too? Feilai rolled her eyes. She had only eaten a little in the past 2 days. Most of the rest was nutrient fluid. Feilai went to the entrance of the second basement and turned on the switch. Then she looked down. There was no light source on the second basement, only a small one at the entrance. Feilai looked down. It seemed that the three-headed dog was not down there. Go down and solve it. Is there something down there? Fal saw Feilai's action. Nothing. Even if there is, you don't have to be afraid, Feilai said calmly. Speak clearly. What's down there? You saw it too. There's nothing down there. Although Feilai had made a solemn promise, for was still a little worried. However, she could not afford to waste any more time. She handed the baby to Feilai and jogged down the stairs. The second basement was very dark. There was also a huge water trough that led to Mirror Lake. Because of the storm outside, large amounts of water kept pouring into the trough. Thankfully, the design of the water trough was special. The lake water would not completely pour in, for had a feeling that the second floor of the basement gave her a terrifying feeling. After the mansion was built, she knew that it was a second basement. Feilai had said that it was used for storage, but there was nothing here now. Also, what was the opening in the water trough for? She had no idea what Feilai and Chun Zhao were thinking. A few minutes later, Fowl hurriedly finished and ran back up. Phalai sealed the passageway. Her actions made Four suspicious again. The first basement had originally been a lounge. Although it had been modified into a surgery room, many functions were still preserved. At least, they did not have to worry about starving or freezing here. Fowl and Shayla both suspected that Chun Zhao and Phalai had built the basement so well to deal with a storm like this. It was indeed a good place to hide. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 14:16. Midnight. The wind began to weaken, and the evil spirit's attack frequency also decreased. Occasionally, 1 or 2 troublesome evil spirits would run out, but they were no longer a threat. It started in the morning and continued until now. Chun Zhao had never wanted to hug his second child as much as he did now. Gradually, the wind stopped, but the rain continued. Mr. Chun, it's 1 in the morning. Knotts and Daryl Moore had been standing for a while. They couldn't stand anymore and had been sitting on the ground since nightfall. Of course, they still found a few planks to cushion their butts. Chun Zhao could finally relax. But he didn't completely relax. After all, his second daughter's third night had started very strangely. Who knew if it would end normally? Chun Zhao rubbed his hands. He could finally open the entrance to the basement. He opened the entrance to the basement. At the moment, Shara was asleep on the sofa. Phalai and Four were each hugging a child. But Phalai seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes and saw Chun Zhao. Chun. Yes. Chun Zhao walked up and looked at the baby in Phalai's arms. He hugged her gently. Thank you. You too, Phalai replied. At the same time, she handed the baby to Chun Zhao. Do you want a hug? Yes. Chun Zhao gently picked up his second child. The little girl was slightly red. She put her little finger in her mouth and sucked. Chun Zhao didn't dare to use any strength at all. It was like the first time he'd hugged Jerlin. He was afraid that he would hurt the magical little life in his arms if he used any strength. But Chun Zhao also wanted to toss the little girl in his arms. This feeling was really special. Phalai, what should we call our child? Just then, Blackie floated over and looked at the baby in Chun Zhao's arms. Chun Zhao, I want to be your godfather. Is that okay? Chun Zhao nodded. Blackie had never made a request. This was the only time he'd made one. Chun Zhao wouldn't reject it. He couldn't. Blackie couldn't help but reach out his black and dry palm. His finger gently touched the baby's face. But very soon, Blackie retracted it in fear. It was as if he was afraid of defiling a baby. Dad! Just then, Jerlin felt Chun Zhao. She immediately opened her eyes and called out loudly. Little Jerlin's cry woke Shala and Four up. Chun, why did you come down? Is it over? Yes, Chun Zhao said. The wind has stopped, but it's still raining. Miss Navots, Miss Daly Moore, please rest in the RV. Chun Zhao sent the 2 girls to the underground garage. Thankfully, the garage was underground. Otherwise, their losses would be huge. Putting aside the 2 trucks that were usually used to import goods, the value of the 2 Porsches and the RV was as high as $7 million. Even if the house was destroyed, it was less than $2 million. As long as his family was safe, this loss was worth it. Chun Zhao carried little Jerlin, while Phalai carried her sister. Little Jerlin, aren't you tired? I'm not sleepy. Jerlin blinked and looked at Chun Zhao. Dad, Mom, do you want to rest? Jerlin has to look after the baby for Mom and Dad. Dad, Mom, can you let the baby sleep with Jerlin in the future? Jerlin will definitely take good care of the baby. Chun Zhao smiled. It was impossible to sleep together. Chun Zhao planned for his second daughter to sleep separately after the first few days, just like how Jerlin had done before. Jerlin was actually very tired too. She had been playing with the baby the entire day and hadn't been idle at all. She was even more attentive to the baby than Phalai. Soon, she fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, Chun Zhao and Phalai were woken up by Jerlin. Jerlin had woken up at some point and was mumbling in front of the cradle. When Shala and Four walked out of the basement and saw the flattened mansion, they were both shocked. Luckily, they had hidden in the basement yesterday. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what would have happened. Then Four and Shala left. Navots and Daly Moore prepared to leave too. Mr. Chun, I have an empty mansion. Do you want to borrow it? Daily Moore only wanted to build a good relationship with Chun Zhao now. Yesterday, Chun Zhao had shocked her and Navots too much. Chun Zhao tactfully rejected Daily Moore's suggestion. Chun Zhao had his own plans. The beach mansion would be completed in about a month. Before that, his family planned to stay at the association for a while. After the two left, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai also started packing, preparing to go to the association. Of course, their house had been blown away. What could they pack? They just had to gather all the pets and go to the headquarters together. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was Denver. The brewery seemed to have suffered some damage due to the storm and had to stop production for a few days. Denver was currently in Denver preparing for the beer festival, so he couldn't come back for now. He could only leave it to the higher-ups in the factory. Chun Zhao understood. With the strength of the storm yesterday, they were lucky that the factory hadn't been blown away. Of course, this was also related to Felwood's dedication. After all, this was a project Chun Zhao had commissioned. Felwood was practically supervising the entire process. Any small quality problem would make him angry. Chun Zhao didn't call the association. He didn't know if the association had been greatly affected by the storm. Driving the RV to the association, Chun Zhao saw the collapsed outer walls. The iron gate had also been blown down. The headquarters wasn't damaged, though. Chun Zhao was very satisfied. Seeing Chun Zhao's car, the people from the association immediately ran out. But when they saw the swaddle in Fei Lai's arms and her deflated stomach, everyone cried out in shock. Wow, Miss Fei Lai, who's the baby in your arms? Miss Fei Lai, you gave birth already? When did it happen? The chatter of the people nearby immediately woke up the sleeping baby. Wah! As soon as the baby woke up, he started crying. Shocked, everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao and little Jerlin, who was in Chun Zhao's arms, were looking at the crowd with murderous intent. Okay, go in. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Just then, Gaia walked out too. Chun, Fei Lai. Gaia also came for the baby. Congratulations. Thank you. Have you named it? Chapter 14:17. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai glanced at each other. Not yet. Do you have an alternative name? There are a few that we can't decide on. Then everyone huddled together and started talking, giving Chun Zhao and Fei Lai suggestions. Even Jerlin was no exception. Dad, Mom, what do you think of Little Angel? Angel is too common. Actually, both Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had thought of this name. Most parents had thought of this name. Little Jerlin still thinks Little Angel is very good. Little Jerlin said unhappily with puffed cheeks. Kevin, what about Kevin? Gaia asked. Kevin represented wisdom and beauty. No, Little Angel is better, Jerlin said. Nana, what about Nana? West asked. Nana was the name of the Babylonian goddess of light. Angeli, I think the president's daughter should be named like this, the heroic spear-wielding empress. Then we should call her Juno, Klaus said. It means diva. Clova is better. Harold said. I still think Little Angel is better. Everyone felt that their name for the baby was better than the others. Then why don't we write everyone's name on the sign and let them choose? Fei Lai asked hesitantly. Then why don't we write our name on the sign and let them choose? Everyone's names were not bad. This made it even harder for the two to choose. Chun Zhao also agreed, but the baby couldn't even crawl. How could she choose a name? More importantly, she was still sleeping. After thinking for a while, they decided to use darts to shoot at the target. Whatever they hit would count. Chun Zhao grabbed the baby's arm and threw the dart at the wheel. Whoosh! The dart hit the wheel. Everyone looked at it immediately. Larissa, meaning fortress. Who gave this name? Chun Zhao asked curiously. It was a nice name with a good meaning. Okay, it's decided. Larissa it is. Dad, can't we change it? Isn't Little Angela good? Jerlin looked at Chun Zhao with tears in her eyes. Other than this, I'll agree to anything you want. Really? Yes, really. Okay. I want to share a room with little Larissa. Chun Zhao's mind raced. Jerlin still hadn't given up on the idea. I feel a little dizzy. I need to rest for a while. Daddy, don't go. You haven't promised little Jerlin. Seeing that Chun Zhao had escaped, Jerlin immediately turned to look at Fei Lai. Well, Mr. Felwood, are you all right? God bless me, I'm fine. Has the project by the sea been affected? Many of the trees we planted were blown down, but the building itself is undamaged. Some of the temporary structures were blown down too. The construction period might be delayed for a few days, Fellwood said honestly. Well, after the seaside project is completed, go to Mirror Lake and help me rebuild the villa. Mr. Chun, Mirror Lake Mansion has been destroyed? Yes, but it's not because of your quality. It's mainly because I accidentally demolished the house. Fellwood was speechless. Was there such a thing as an accident when demolishing a house? That day, Chun Zhao took some time to go to Moon Beach. Apart from the beach, Chun Zhao also named his new home Moon Villa. Moon Villa's project was 80% complete. Now it was being renovated. At the same time, there were trees blown down by the storm. These trees had been planted not long ago. They weren't even rooted in. It was already lucky that they weren't blown away by the storm with a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. Moon Villa was a bit messy after the storm, but it was starting to show its grand form. The Bright Moon Villa wasn't very big, but it was built on a cliff, and it was inlaid. A part of the rock layer at the top of the cliff had been dug out. This was the most difficult part of the project. This part of the rock layer could only be excavated manually. Explosives couldn't be used. Explosives would destroy the entire rock layer. The elevator shaft from the top of the cliff to the beach was also dug through with a drill. The project was very difficult. Now, the beach had been cleaned. The gravel had been cleared and thousands of tons of fine sand had been brought over. A few thousand tons of fine sand sounded like a lot, but it was barely enough to cover a dozen kilometers of coastline. Also, because of the erosion of the sea, more sand had to be added every month to maintain the quality of the beach. Because of the storm, a lot of trash had been washed ashore. Now, many workers were cleaning the trash on the beach. On the other side of Moon Beach was Sander National Park. It was surrounded by green mountains and had a great geographical environment. Chun Zhao had considered buying this place because of its good environment. Mr. Chun, I'll replant the trees on the cliff, but I checked the weather forecast. It seems like there'll be another storm in the next month. I'm afraid that the trees will be blown down again. Fellwood Cisco had a headache. He tried his best, but some things couldn't be changed. The trees hadn't been planted for long and couldn't take root too deeply. No one could change this. It's okay, Chun Zhao said. You just have to straighten the trees. I'll think of something then. Chun Zhao had already planned to move Eugenus here. Compared to the medium-sized forest at Mirror Lake, Eugenus could be more effective here. There's a larger forest here. Although Sander National Park didn't belong to Chun Zhao, it didn't belong to anyone either. But since it didn't belong to anyone, the area that Eugenus could control was larger. Eugenus could make the trees grow quickly in a short time. For example, the forest around Mirror Lake. Because of Eugenus' control, it could withstand storm. Not a single tree fell. The main building of Moon Villa was like an egg. Of course, calling it an egg would be too ugly. As the designer, Fellwood Cisco felt that it was a gem. The arc-shaped structure could withstand the wind blowing from all directions. For example, the main building of Moon Villa was undamaged in the tropical storm which Mr. Fellwood, Chun Zhao asked, when can my family and I move in? Half a month later. Mr. Chun, you can install the butler system soon. There was no problem of excessive formaldehyde in the United States because the decoration here did not allow the use of any coatings containing formaldehyde, not even a little bit. Therefore, there was no problem of ventilation for a few months after the decoration was completed before people could move in. Chapter 14:18. After leaving Moon Beach, Chun Zhao entered the city. The wind and rain had stopped, but the streets were still a mess. The entire city was in chaos. The storm had caused great damage to the city and even the entire West Coast. Of course, there were also hundreds of lives. Even before the storm, the Weather Bureau had already sent out warnings many times. But not every family had the means to seek shelter. Or perhaps their shelter facilities were too shabby. Even the downtown area, there were buildings that had been completely destroyed. Many shops in the city were temporarily closed. According to the Weather Bureau, the storm had broken the record for the strongest tropical storm in the past century. The highest speed of the storm was 372 kilometers per hour. Unparalleled destructive power. Even if placed in the entire world, it would be terrifying. Of course, while the entire world was praying for the Americans themselves acted like nothing had happened. Apart from the people in the affected areas, the people in other states didn't care at all. For example, Denver's beer festival was held as scheduled. Dashin beer became famous throughout the United States, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was famous all over the world, because Denver dropped a bombshell at Oktoberfest. The owner of Dashin beer and the brewer of Daydream were the same person. Apart from the African continent, there was basically no one in the other continents who didn't know about daydreaming. Even though a few people didn't admit it, most people admitted that Daydream was the world's most famous beer. Everyone flocked to Daydream, but it was priced at $999,999,999, and it was priceless. It wasn't that no one could fork out $1 billion, but the key was that Daydream wasn't something Winnip or Mara Supermarket could sell at will. And then there's the city of Sacramento, which has been hooked up with daydreams. There were too many interests involved in daydreaming. Daydream was something that most people couldn't buy in their lifetime, but Dashin beer was different. Its market price was slightly higher than regular beer, but most people could afford it. Chun, Winnip said, "The second batch of beer from your factory has been shipped to our supermarket, the local supermarket in Los Angeles. There are a dozen supermarket chains in California. Yesterday, you sold almost 750,000 cans of beer." The beer factory hasn't resumed production yet, Chun Zhao said helplessly. "Oh, Feilai gave birth. Both mother and daughter are safe." "What? Production stopped? Why? Wait, what did you say? Say it again." "Feilai gave birth," Chun Zhao said. "It's a daughter. 2 days ago at noon. Why did you only tell me after 2 days? Did you do it on purpose?" "Forgot," Chun Zhao said. "I think you did on purpose. I'll go to L.A. tomorrow." "No, I'll go to L.A. today," Winnip said and hung up. "Damn, that old thing Laurent is coming again?" Chun Zhao's head swelled. No, he couldn't let that old thing come. He called Kareem. "Kareem, I don't care what you, Howard, and Kane do. Get Laurent to the hospital in an hour." Kareem nodded. "Why? Did Mr. Laurent do something again?" "Winnip should come to L.A. in the afternoon. If you can send Laurent to the hospital, you can drink as much purple brew as you want when you come. There's no limit." "That's what you said. Laurent, you bastard. How many times have I told you to wear a seatbelt, even if you're sitting in the back seat? Look at you now. I don't care anymore. I'm going to L.A. How was I supposed to know that Kareem would crash when he's such a good driver?" Lawrence's face was gloomy. He was seriously injured in the car accident today. His thigh was pinched, and he couldn't even walk now. He needed surgery. However, when he heard that Winnip was going to L.A., his expression became unhappy. "Why are you going to L.A.? Feilai already gave birth. 2 days ago." What? Feilai gave birth? Is it a boy or a girl? What's the name?" Laurent stood up in excitement, but his agitation pulled at his wound. "Ah, it's a girl, Larissa. Feilai and the child are both healthy," Winnip said. "No, I can't lie here. I have to get out of the hospital. I have to go to L.A. Just stay here." Winnip glared at Laurent. "It's your punishment." "No, I want to see my granddaughters and little Jerlin. I haven't seen them in a long time. And that bastard, he can't take care of 2 kids. Oh, Winnip, bring my granddaughters to Sacramento. That bastard doesn't need to come. I don't want to see him." Winnip rolled her eyes at Laurent. If he dared to say something like that to Chun Zhao, he might just kill him. "If you want little Jerlin and Larissa, tell Chun and Feilai yourself. I can't decide." "Okay, just stay in the hospital. I have to catch a plane." "Don't leave me in the hospital. Don't leave me in the hospital. I have to go to L.A. Winnip did not care about Lauren's cries behind her and strode away. Just like Laurent, she also wanted to see her 2 little granddaughters. "Brother, where are you and my niece now?" "Mom, and I went to Mirror Lake and realized that your house is gone." Yura called Chun Zhao. Her mother was sitting in the driver's seat, although her face was expressionless. However, she was still very anxious. After all, Jerlin was still so young and Feilai was pregnant. Her due date seemed to be in 2 days. If a person cared, they would inevitably think the worst of things. Seeing that Chun Zhao's house had been flattened, Yura's mother couldn't help but worry. Would Feilai and Jerlin be hurt? Your sister-in-law had a baby, Chun Zhao said. We're staying at a hotel now. She already had a baby? Yura asked. Which hotel are you staying at? Yura's mother couldn't stay calm anymore. Was her second grandchild born? But the next moment, Yura's mother calmed down. Give me the phone. Yura's mother grabbed the phone. Chun Zhao, it's me. Did Feilai give birth? Is it a boy or a girl? Girl. What's the baby's name? Larissa. Not bad. Solid fortress. Did you name it? Recently, Yura's mother had actually been counting the days with her fingers. She was waiting for Feilai to be born so that she could rush to the scene as soon as possible. That way, she would have the right to name it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. She was still one step behind. Chapter 14:19. Dad, why does little Larissa like to sleep so much? Used to be like this too. Kids love to sleep, but they love to move too. When Larissa could crawl, she wouldn't be able to stop. Kids had low stamina and their stomachs couldn't digest high-calorie food. Plus, every time they drank milk, it was either breast milk or cow's milk. Most of the nutrients were used for growth, so there wasn't much energy for babies to move around. Little Jerlin had gone through the same thing, but her weaning process was rather smooth. When a human grew to a certain stage, their need for food would definitely increase. Little Jerlin was very active. The nutrients provided by dairy products couldn't satisfy the human body's needs anymore. The human body would instinctively choose food with higher protein and more nutrients. Chun Zhao didn't understand the mentality of some giant babies who still ate milk as their staple food. Plus, it wouldn't be good for the kids. Chun Zhao and Feilai planned to bring little Jerlin and Larissa to stay at a hotel for a few days. After all, if they stayed at the headquarters, it would be inconvenient for Yura's and Feilai's mothers to visit them. Chun Zhao was obviously going to stay at Del and Risfar's Harbor Hotel. When Yura and Yura's mother came, they'd brought a lot of things. They were all baby products, just like when they'd visited little Jerlin before. Actually, many things were the same. Chun Zhao and Feilai had already prepared them. But in the eyes of the elders, they could only use what they'd prepared themselves. Others couldn't use what they'd prepared. Mom. Every time Chun Zhao and his mother met, they couldn't help but feel distant. His mother nodded. Where's little Larissa? Let me see. She's inside. Feilai's holding her. Grandma, aren't you here to see little Jerlin? Beside Chun Zhao, little Jerlin raised her head and looked at her mother with watery eyes. No way. Of course I'm here to see little Jerlin, darling. Mom picked up little Jerlin, kissing and rubbing her. Jerlin, can you stay at Grandma's place for a few days? Mom asked. No, I want to sleep with little Larissa. She'll cry if she doesn't see me. In the past 2 days, whenever Chun Zhao and Feilai weren't around, little Jerlin would definitely be talking to little Larissa. Moreover, he talked tirelessly and endlessly. Sometimes, she would fall asleep as she talked. When little Larissa grows up, I could teach little Larissa how to walk, swim, and climb trees. Chun Zhao, your house was damaged by the typhoon. Yes, I've contacted a construction company and asked them to repair the villa. Then come live at my place for the next few months. No, Mom. I'm just going to stay in the hotel for a few days. The new house on the beach is almost done. Chun Zhao still rejected his mother's invitation. Mom was very disappointed, but this answer was expected. When her mother asked this question, she didn't have much hope. When Mother took little Larissa and Jerlin, who was already in her arms, the 2 little ones were in her arms. That was an unprecedented feeling of happiness. He couldn't bear to part with it and was reluctant to let it go. His mother stayed for 3 or 4 hours. Before she left, she gave them another lesson. It was as if the 2 of them were newbies. In fact, when Jerlin first came to their house, their mother had already taught them a lesson. Elders were all like this. All they wanted was to stay a little longer. Not long after his mother and Yura left, Winip came. She stayed right next to Chun Zhao and Feilai's suite. Winip was almost crazy with joy. She couldn't bear to put her granddaughter down after picking her up. Only when little Larissa needed milk did she reluctantly return her granddaughter to Feilai. Chun, come out. Let's talk. Chun Zhao followed Winip to the balcony. If your brewery goes all out, how many cans of beer can it produce? Right now, the brewery produces 3 types of beer. I can't calculate how many cans, but it should be around 600,000 liters a day. 600,000 liters of beer was around 1 million cans. Can't you increase the production? Winnip, isn't 600,000 liters a day enough? It's not enough. Just the dozen or so stores in California are enough. Now, Mara Supermarket wants to expand across America. There are already 4 new stores outside of California ready to open. Winnip, you're in contact with Denver, right? You'd better contact Denver about the specific production. Dash and Beer's only channel was Mara Supermarket, so Denver and Winnip were in frequent contact. Winnip had a rough understanding of the brewery situation. The production problem couldn't be solved in a short time. Ever since the Denver Beer Festival revealed that Dash and Beer and Daydream Beer were brewed by the same person, Dash and Beer became famous. Dash and Beer became famous, and its sales increased by several times. The identity of the Daydream Brewer was just too useful. Over the past 2 days, Mara Supermarket had a large number of customers every morning. After the supermarket opened for business, they swarmed into the supermarket and started fighting for Dash and Beer. At noon, Dash and Beer would be sold out and Mara Supermarket's customer flow would visibly decrease. Winnip saw this, which was why she was so anxious. Dash and Beer could bring a lot of customers to Mara Supermarket. At the same time, it could stabilize the customer flow. If someone was used to going to a supermarket, there was a high chance that they would go there again. Dash and Beer didn't just bring customers. It also brought market share. Chun, if you don't have money, I can invest in the brewery and expand its production. Winnip didn't show any emotion when discussing business with Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. First of all, he didn't lack money. Second, the brewery could actually expand production. It was just that they lacked raw materials, so they didn't increase production immediately. Now, they were waiting for the wheat after the autumn harvest. Since Dash and Beer was already famous, they had to choose their raw materials carefully. Therefore, both Chun Zhao and Denver preferred to keep their raw materials under the premise of stable production. Kansas dangle wheat was the main raw material for Dash and Beer. The taste was already set. Unless the price of dangle wheat skyrocketed, they wouldn't change the raw material. Please remember this book's domain name, mobile version. Chapter 1420. Winnip's suggestion was just a casual one. Even she knew that Chun Zhao wouldn't agree to it. In a company with a clear market prospect and strong profitability, as well as abundant liquidity, there was no way they could accept external funds. Dash and Beer's profitability was too strong. It didn't seem like a brand that had just entered the market. One had to know that Dash and Beer was only a medium-sized beer brand company. Its profitability was already comparable to large beer brands. This was what Winnip was most jealous of. After all, Dash and Beer wasn't a listed company. The money would all go into Chun Zhao's pocket. However, the money wasn't limitless. More accurately, production wasn't limitless. If it was another brewery, they could produce limitless. If they didn't have enough production, they could open branches and increase production infinitely. But Dash and Beer couldn't do that. One of the raw materials of Dash and Beer was Mirror Lake's water. Mirror Lake's water mainly came from the waterfall. The waterfall's flow was limited. The waterfall's flow was also the brewery's upper limit. Of course, it was still very difficult to reach the waterfall's upper limit. At least, with their current production, they were still very far from the upper limit. Winnip's arrival gave Chun Zhao and Fei Lai a rare moment of leisure. They could spend some alone time. Winnip wanted nothing more than to take care of little Jerlin and Larissa on her own. To her, this was the greatest happiness. Chun Zhao finally didn't have to worry about Fei Lai's health anymore. They could fool around for the whole day. They didn't have to care about anything else and only cared about their own happiness. Just then, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were interrupted by a phone call. Hey Chun Zhao, it's Li Qiong. Oh, Li Qiong, when are you free? The next day after the storm, Chun Zhao called Li Qiong. He'd said before that he needed her to install and debug the butler system. Li Qiong also had a job, so she promised Chun Zhao that she would call Chun Zhao after arranging the work. After today, I'll be free. Li Qiong's laughter came from the phone. Did you quit? Chun Zhao vaguely understood what Li Qiong meant. The company doesn't allow me to ask for leave, so I could only quit, Li Qiong said helplessly. Oh, It seems that I caused you to lose your job. I'm really sorry. Are you kidding? You have to pay me $400,000, but my weekly salary is less than $3,000. Even an idiot wouldn't know what to choose. Li Qiong chatted casually with Chen Zhao. Right? What did you study in university? I'm philosophy and artificial intelligence, Li Qiong said. Philosophy and artificial intelligence? Isn't there too much of a difference between these two majors? You're not an expert in this field, so you might not know that the current technological development of artificial intelligence is largely based on the human philosophical system. So these two disciplines are far from being as biased as you think. All right, do you have time tomorrow? If I have time tomorrow, I'll ask the security company to send the equipment over. No problem. I'll contact you tomorrow. All right. Chen Zhao had just hung up and was about to continue being intimate with Fei Lai when his phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Andrews. What can I do for you? Mr. Chen, I should congratulate you, Andrews said in a polite tone. Congratulations on the huge success of your company. As the person directly in charge of Chen Zhao's finances, Andrews was like Chen Zhao's steward. He knew all of Chen Zhao's funds like the back of his hand. Of course, he also knew that the popular Dashan beer was Chen Zhao's private property. If the tax bureau asked Andrews to investigate Chen Zhao, and Andrews was willing to cooperate, Chen Zhao would definitely lose a lot of money. Of course, Andrews would not do such a thing. He was the most professional financial steward. His first duty was to protect his client's private property. However, Andrews really admired Chen Zhao from the bottom of his heart. To him, Chen Zhao had invested so much money into building a beer brand. It was a thankless effort. At least in the next 3 years, Andrews predicted that Chen Zhao would either lose a lot of money and accept the loan agreement from the bank, or he would not be able to survive. However, no one expected Dashan beer to be so popular. Currently, Chen Zhao had invested around $60 million, but the market value had already reached $1 billion. What kind of concept was this? In just half a year, Dashan beer's return was more than 15 times. Moreover, the market prospects were very good. He believed that Dashan beer's market value would increase further. Of course, the banks wanted to enter the market as soon as possible. The earlier they enter the market, the more profits they would get. Just like Penguin and TB in China, the original shares were the most valuable. Even the banks could not sit still. Who wouldn't want to share in the face of such huge profits? You're not just congratulating me, right? Mr. Chen, do you intend to accept external investments? It's still too early, Chen Zhao said. Right now, Dashan beer was limited by its production and distribution rate, so it was only valued at a little over $1 billion. Chen Zhao was confident that he could multiply Dashan beer's value. By then, if others wanted to enter the market, it would not be just a few tens of millions of dollars. Chen Zhao also knew that he could not hold all the shares in his hands forever. When necessary, he would still have to give away the shares. Otherwise, if he made too much money, others would definitely be jealous and cause trouble at various stages. It would be really hard to defend against that. However, Chen Zhao could stall for time. Before Dashan beer's value reached his expectations, he could hold onto the shares for now. Andrews thought for a moment and said, Our bank is willing to buy Mr. Chen's shares at a 200% premium. Chen Zhao gasped. Is this Amir's idea? No, it's a decision made by the higher-ups of the bank after discussion. Andrew's meaning was clear. The bank's 200% premium made the bank bear a lot of risk. If Dashan beer's value didn't increase as expected, the bank would lose a lot. But similarly, if the value increased or even exceeded expectations, the bank would make money. Risk and profit definitely existed together. Even if Chen Zhao knew that his Dashan beer could make money, he could not stop the bank from making money. He would wait until the market value was high before letting the bank in. The bank was not stupid. Chapter 1421. If the bank can agree to one condition, Chen Zhao said, I'll accept the bank buying my shares. Usually, there were two ways to enter the market. One was to buy shares, and the other was to inject capital. Dashan beer didn't need a large capital injection. If it did, it wouldn't benefit Chen Zhao at all. Instead, it would dilute his shares. If he bought shares, it would be a real transaction. Money and goods would be exchanged. In the long run, it would be like splitting Chun Zhao's profits and giving part of the money to the bank. However, Chun Zhao could obtain a large amount of profits in a short time. What condition? First, if the bank wants to sell the shares, they have to sell them to me at the market price. At the same time, the bank can't interfere with Dashin Beer's production and management. Then only dividends? Andrews asked. When will dividends start? Next year. Dashin Beer isn't a public company, after all. Then how many shares can you transfer? 20%. Can't it be more? Andrews asked. No, I've already given 20% to the company's executives. I can't give away any more. I'll report Mr. Chen's idea to the higher-ups. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up, Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered with Feilai anymore. He picked up his phone and called Denver. Denver, in the next 30 days, try to increase the production of the beer factory. It's best if the sales are as high as possible. The bank wants to buy my shares at a 200% premium. I understand, Mr. Chun. Denver's heart jumped. Mr. Chun, I hope to buy 5% as soon as possible. Of course, we're family. If Denver continued to drag it out, his personal price wouldn't be low either. If even the bank was willing to pay a 200% premium, it meant that the bank was very optimistic about Dashin Beer's potential. As Dashin Beer sales increased, its valuation would also increase. By then, the price he would pay for the shares would also increase. If possible, he also wanted to buy 20% directly like the bank. However, he didn't have that much cash. Plus, he didn't have the courage to take 5% first. With 5% of the shares in his hands, he wouldn't lose too much even if he lost too much. It was within his acceptable range. If he made a profit, he'd have more capital to buy the shares Chun Zhao promised. Chun Zhao had promised Denver and the bank 40%, but he still had one key point. That was the right of first refusal. Even if someone bought the shares at a price 10 or 100 times higher, Chun Zhao would still have the right of first refusal, and he would buy them at the market price. Unless Chun Zhao didn't want to buy, the shares wouldn't go away. Now, Chun Zhao just had to wait for Dashin Beer. Then, he could delay the negotiation with the bank. By then, a 200% premium would be 3 times the market price. A market price of $1 billion is equivalent to a price of $3 billion. For 20% of the shares, the bank would have to pay at least $600 million US. Thinking that he could earn $600 million in one go, Chun Zhao felt like he was floating in the air. However, if he had to pay tax on the $600 million, he would have to pay at least $200 million. By then, Chun Zhao would actually get more than $300 million. Chunov. So he had to This legal tax avoidance required the help of the bank, and this transaction was originally done with the bank, so the bank would definitely cooperate with him. As the person in charge of Dashin Beer, Denver only said a few words in the media, which directly caused the number of customers in Mara's supermarket to increase several times. Although there was only so much beer available, the number of customers skyrocketed. According to Denver, the current production of Big Mountain beer was at most 800,000 liters a day. Those customers who originally planned to buy or had this idea all flocked to the supermarket as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy it. In fact, most customers couldn't buy beer. Winip knocked on the door of the other room they'd booked. She pulled Chun Zhao aside and said a bunch of things. Chun Zhao's attitude was clear. Personal feelings were personal feelings, and business was business. Winip couldn't do anything. Unless she said something harsh to Chun Zhao, he wouldn't compromise on this. Winip also wanted the shares of Mountain Beer, but how could Chun Zhao give them to her? He sold it to the bank because the bank gave him a 200% premium. It was sold to Denver because Denver was an executive of Dashin Beer. One could even say that he was the main contributor. What about Winip? Putting aside personal feelings, could Winip give him a 200% premium? Usually, as a supplier, they were always restricted by the channel and had to look at the channel's mood. But that was a buyer's market, while Dashin Beer was a seller's market. It wasn't whether he could sell it or not, but whether he was willing to sell it or not. Therefore, from a business perspective, Winip couldn't threaten Chun Zhao. Instead, she had to worry if Chun Zhao would tear up the contract and start supplying to other supermarkets. Of course, Chun Zhao and Winip's cooperation was quite pleasant for now. They didn't plan on tearing up the contract. As for the dispute in the past 2 days, it was just a small conflict. It couldn't even be considered conflict. Actually, Chen Zhao knew that his business talent was limited. He only knew the basic business rules. If the price was right, sell. If not, don't. If there was money, invest. If not, don't. It was a simple business rule. As for the more complicated operations in the financial system, Chen Zhao really didn't understand them, so he wouldn't touch them. For example, funds, stocks, and so on. With Chen Zhao's knowledge, even a few $100 million would be wasted if he played with them. The next day, Chen Zhao brought his family to Mingyue Villa. Chen, why is it called Mingyue Villa? Winip teased Jerlin as she looked at the buildings on the cliff in the distance. Because I think the name is cool, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Chen Zhao's naming skills were really lacking. Even Larissa's name had been obtained by throwing darts. Chen Zhao's brain was about to explode if he had to name a villa. After thinking about it, he decided to use a more China-style name. Chen Zhao was considering if he should give Mingyue Villa a more iconic name. What kind of logo should he make? Chen Zhao thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. Firstly, it couldn't be low-class. Secondly, it could represent Mingyue Villa. Chapter 1422. Chen Zhao had been thinking about what kind of beauty he should get. Dad, what are you thinking about? Jerlin looked at Chen Zhao, as if she'd sensed something. Baby, do you think our new home is still lacking something? A moon in the sky. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He was already very powerful, but he still didn't have the ability to hang a moon in the sky. Wait, it wasn't completely impossible. Old Turtle's internal alchemy could be considered a moon. However, it seemed too high profile to hang Old Turtle's inner core in the sky. Forget it. I'm just letting my imagination run wild. Dad, did you think of something? Jerlin was too smart. She could guess most of it from Chen Zhao's expression. Winip, who sat in the front, thought it was a child's babbling. The car stopped. They'd arrived at Mingyue Villa. At this time, the inside and outside of the Mingyue Villa were filled with construction vehicles and workers. When Felwood heard that Chen Zhao was here, he immediately rushed over. Mr. Chen, you're here. Yes. Did the security company send the mainframe over? Yes. They're installing it in the basement, but the people for debugging and installation aren't here yet. Okay, I'll call and ask. Chen Zhao called Li Qiong and asked when she could arrive. Li Qiong was already on her way. She'd left early, but because Mingyue Beach was rather remote, she'd taken the wrong way. Now, she was turning back. Half an hour later, Li Qiong finally arrived. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, Li Qiong was also shocked by the majestic manner. It had to be said that Mingyue Villa wasn't very big. At least, Amira's manor was much bigger than Mingyue Villa when she'd attended the party last time. But the key was the shape and location of Mingyue Villa. It gave people a very shocking feeling. After passing through a steep slope of more than 10 degrees, Chen Zhao drove for about 1,000 meters to the top of the cliff and parked the car in an empty space outside the manor. When Li Qiong got out, she saw Chen Zhao and a beautiful woman beside him. Chen Zhao, Li Qiong greeted. This is my girlfriend, Fei Lai. Hello, Ms. Fei Lai. Li Qiong walked up and shook hands with her. This is my classmate from China. He's also the one who helped me install the butler system. Have you sent the mainframe? Li Qiong went straight to the point after exchanging pleasantries with the two. It's already here. The people from that company are installing the mainframe. Yes. Where's the mainframe installed? Take me there. Chen Zhao brought Li Qiong to the basement. The manor's basement had 3 floors, one more than Mirror Lake Villas. One of the floors was used to install the housekeeper's mainframe. At the same time, there were dozens of monitors. Li Qiong communicated with the people from the security company. The people from the security company left after they finished installing the mainframe. They were only responsible for selling and installing the mainframes. As for the debugging of the system, it was up to the customers to find someone to install it. At first, Li Qiong was a little unfamiliar with it. After all, it was her first time coming into contact with this kind of mainframe system. However, she soon got the hang of it and connected to the company's satellite system. At the same time, a satellite surveillance image appeared on the largest monitor in the middle. Chen Zhao. This is the image of the main control satellite. The other displays are used for monitoring devices. If someone destroys the monitoring devices, the satellite will automatically lock onto the area. If it's at night, can the satellite detect it? The principles of satellite surveillance and video surveillance are different. Satellites are divided into ultra-close range surveillance, heat source surveillance, sensor surveillance, dynamic surveillance, and sound surveillance. Moreover, this company's satellites have 4 types of surveillance at the same time. For example, this is the case. Li Qiong started demonstrating. She said into the microphone, "Turn to the beach surveillance and analyze all suspicious creatures." Then, the image on the main monitor started jumping. In the end, a picture of a heat source appeared. There were more than 10 heat sources in the picture. Through analysis, there are 11 people in this area. They all belong to Felwood Engineering Company. No bad records. A gentle female voice sounded. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. This voice was more advanced than the housekeeper system's voice in Mirror Lake Villa. Moreover, through this kind of surveillance, everyone's identity could be analyzed. He had to admit that this function was really powerful. "Turn to sound surveillance," Li Qiong said. Now, other than the image, there was also a lot of noise on the main monitor. It was impossible to distinguish the voices. "Hey, Rod, where are we going tonight?" "Golden Sea Bar. Want to go together?" "Sure." This was the sound that the computer had analyzed, reorganized, and converted into sound. Chun Zhao really didn't expect technology to reach such a level. Of course, it was only for the rich now. Then, Li Qiong started demonstrating other surveillance modes. This company's housekeeper system is like the AI in Iron Man, Jarvis. It's very powerful and can even do some simple communication. As long as it's connected to the internet, it can be upgraded every time the company .s the system. It also ensures that the hardware won't be obsolete in the next 5 years. In other words, if the company upgrades the hardware in the next 5 years, they have the responsibility to upgrade your main system too. This was normal. After all, including the installation and debugging, the machine had been bought for nearly $10 million. If it was obsolete in 1 or 2 years, no one would be happy, no matter how rich they were. "Chun Zhao, you have pets at home, right?" Yes. There is a pet's characteristic image generated here. Bring your pet to this monitor and let the system record your pet's photo and characteristics. Then, your pet will run to a corner to play. If you can't find it for a while, you can use the butler system to immediately find your pet's location. Moreover, it can distinguish some creatures that are harmful to your pet. Once your pet is threatened, it will immediately alert you. Okay, that's good. Also, there seem to be sharks in this area. You can also use this system to scan and monitor sharks. If a shark appears near your beach, it can alert you immediately. Chun Zhao started to feel that this system was really awesome. It was much better than the housekeeper system. It was really powerful. Is technology so advanced now? Actually, there are many new technologies in the world, which are what we often call black technology. Some of them are quite suitable for rich people like you. Oh, recommend some to me. Chapter 1423. In fact, the butler system alone was enough to satisfy all of Chun Zhao's family's needs. The other advanced technologies were just icing on the cake. There were no truly epic-making technologies, and there were no revolutionary products. Some of them were already known technologies, and then new ones were being developed. For example, the satellites of a security company were actually government and military satellites modified and put into the civilian market. However, normal companies couldn't get the license to operate satellites. The truly advanced part was the butler system's own intelligence. The pet management system was just a magically modified version of the facial recognition system. Of course, there were more functions that Chun Zhao's family had to experience by themselves after moving in. The most commonly used functions were facial recognition, voice recognition, and fingerprint recognition. The not-so-big butler system had already turned Mingyue Villa into a small sci-fi town. Li Qiong spent a week debugging the butler system for Chun Zhao. When she was done, she received a check for $500,000. Li Qiong was quite pitiful. Chun Zhao didn't express any intention to take things further with her. They weren't the same kind of people, after all. However, a check of $500,000 was enough to satisfy her. During this period, Dashin beer's market value reached $1. 3 billion. This was mainly because after the tropical storm, Beer temporarily stopped production and went on the market again, performing strongly in the market. It sold more than 1 million cans a day and was already the leader in California. There was also news that Beer would be sold in America. This attracted the attention of investors. More than 20 investors had already inquired about Beer. They wanted to buy or invest in Beer. The bank was even more anxious about the negotiation. They bought 20% of the shares at a 200% premium. If they couldn't come to an agreement, Beer's market value would probably exceed $5 billion. In the end, the bank would probably have to pay a much higher price than the initial estimate. By then, the negotiation to buy the shares might end in failure. Therefore, the bank bought 22% of the shares at a market value of $1 billion plus a 200% premium. That was $924 million for 22% of the shares. Although the bank would help Chen Zhao start the tax avoidance plan, he still had to deduct a portion of the tax in the end. This was unavoidable. In the end, Chen Zhao would get around $800 million. However, this money wouldn't come in all at once. After all, tax avoidance had to be done bit by bit. It couldn't be done all at once. $200 million had already entered his account. This was the first time he had earned such a large sum of money since Nanchi Island. Moreover, in the next half a year, around $800 million would gradually flow into his personal account. Mr. Chen, what do you think of this design? Orford Robier asked. If I say I want to increase the budget, can you change the plan? Chen Zhao asked. Now that he had money, he couldn't help but want to spend it. Orford Robier was in a difficult position. After all, it had taken more than a month and a design team of dozens of people to complete the design. If it was a small modification, he could accept it. However, overthrowing the design plan was unacceptable to him. How much does Mr. Chen want to increase the budget? Orford Robier asked. I want a $300 million yacht. Orford Lerby almost spat out water. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. A yacht worth $300 million US dollars? It was $200 million US dollars more than the original budget. A yacht worth $300 million US dollars was enough to make it into the top 10 yachts in the world. Mr. Chen, no problem. We can come up with a new plan, but it'll take a month. Sure, let's do it. Chen Zhao nodded. This man wasn't just rich. He was super rich. Orford Robier had thought that Chen Zhao would only increase the budget by 10 or 20 million. His team of designers had worked for more than a month. From design to labor and time, it would cost a few million. Of course, he wasn't willing to redo it. But now, Chen Zhao actually wanted to increase the budget by 200 million. Then there would be no problem at all. Just the thought of bringing such a business deal to the company made Orf Lerby's blood boil. Yachts were one of the most valuable luxury goods in the world. Within 5 years, they could maintain their value by 90%. Within 20 years, they could maintain their value by 70%. During these 20 years, technology would change, and the depreciation of the currency would far exceed the value of the yacht. This meant that if Chen Zhao designed the yacht with a budget of 300 million, it could still sell for 200 million in 20 years. This was why rich people liked to play with yachts. When they got tired of them, they could sell them and get a new one. Or, if they needed emergency funds, they could get them through exclusive yachts. Don't think that all rich people were unreasonable. With this kind of money, they could buy a new one. Actually, not everyone was willing to wait 1 or 2 years, or even 3 or 4. Yacht construction technology had changed. Unless it was a super cruise ship, it would take more than 3 years. If it was just a yacht, it would take no more than 1.5 years, including the design time. This meant that Chen Zhao would get his own yacht by the end of next year. Oh, do your company have any ready-made yachts worth tens of millions? Before the custom-made yacht is completed, I need a replacement. Yes, of course, Orford Robier said excitedly. In just a year, Chen Zhao was actually willing to spend tens of millions to buy a replacement. The world of rich people was indeed unreasonable. Of course, Orford Robier definitely wouldn't make money from this yacht. After all, he had to give Chen Zhao some commission. Mr. Chen, what's your budget? Less than 50 million. Sure. I'll give you the yacht models and quotations that our company has in storage as soon as possible. It won't take more than 3 days. Please wait a moment. Oliver Labill sent the news back to the headquarters on the same day. It was a $300 million deal, and this was the biggest deal Seagate had ever received. No one dared to underestimate this deal. In the past, Chun Zhao didn't really care about yachts because he didn't want to live on the sea even if he spent so much money. However, in the past year, after going out many times, he felt that yachts were a necessity. Chapter 1424. At the beginning of August, the construction of Mingyue Villa was finally completed. In fact, the basic construction had already been completed half a month ago. They could already move in. There were still some workers left, but it wouldn't affect the occupancy of the villa. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao still decided to move in after the construction was completed. After all, there were a lot of shameful things in the house. If the construction workers found something unusual, it was hard to guarantee that the news would leak. Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, Zhilin, and Larissa entered their new home. Behind them was a large group of pets of various sizes. Chun Zhao put Zhilin on the ground. The first thing he did was to hang the river painting in the living room. Actually, Chun Zhao didn't hide from Fei Lai when he went in and out of the painting many times. Fei Lai also knew that this China landscape painting was different. Zhilin carried the kitten Samuel. Samuel had been in the house for more than a year, but still hadn't grown. It was still the size of a kitten. This was because Samuel's original body was too powerful, so his projection couldn't grow in this world. The others, such as Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, King Kong, Amon, Black Ma, and White Ma, had all grown quite a bit. Amon's body had changed the most. If he appeared now, he would definitely look like a monster. Little Zhilin was already screaming, running wildly inside and out of the manor. The villa was 600 square meters. It had 4 floors above ground and 3 underground. There were 2 elevators that led to the Bright Moon Beach at the bottom of the cliff. The total area was around 4,000 square meters. The entire villa was more than 20,000 square meters. Little Larissa arrived at the new home. She squeaked, trying to break free from Fei Lai's arms. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai carried little Larissa to the yard. The sea breeze blew in their faces, bringing with it a bit of saltiness. Actually, too much sea breeze wasn't good for one's skin. The sea breeze was corrosive to a certain extent. However, Chun Zhao's family had never worried about their skin. The courtyard was to the left of the villa. It was more than 200 square meters. A crepe myrtle tree shone in the wind, filling the courtyard with purple mist. Crepe myrtle trees had many pests. Very few people planted them because touching the bark occasionally would cause allergies. However, in order to plant a crepe myrtle tree in the courtyard, Chun Zhao had vaccinated and removed the pests. He also buried an angelic crystal under the tree. Chun Zhao knew that Zhilin loved to climb trees. And when little Larissa grew up and hung out with Zhilin every day, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't follow Zhilin's temper. The glass fence went around the entire courtyard, and the outside of the fence was the cliff. The cliff was about 40 meters away from the ground. It was neither too high nor too low. Making it a glass fence was mainly for the sake of the 2 little ones at home. They were likely to drill their heads through it, and it would be dangerous then. Therefore, it was made into a glass guardrail. They couldn't get through even if they wanted to. "Master, may I ask if we can start preparing dinner now?" An underling ran up to them. Due to the destruction of the Mirror Lake Villa, the lesser demons never had the chance to come out. Now that Chun Zhao had finally moved, they finally had a chance to show off their talents. They didn't have to idle around like before. "Go." Chun Zhao nodded. "Move the stuff to the beach. Our family will have a barbecue on the beach tonight." Since he had just moved in, there were still some trivial matters that needed to be dealt with. For example, asking the whole family to record the facial recognition and voice recognition of the butler system. In the evening, the sun set in the west. The surface of the sea was completely illuminated in red. The scene was so dazzling that one couldn't look away. Soon after, the bright moon rose from the sea. This scene was not inferior to the setting sun and the sea before. Amon and Little Nine also appeared in the sea under the night sky. In the sea, the 2 of them could play unscrupulously. If it was Mirror Lake, they wouldn't dare to do anything. They were afraid that the waves would wash into the villa, and Chun Zhao would punish them. In the sea, the birds could fly freely in the sky, and the fish could swim freely in the sea. There was also a cave under the cliff. It was the new home Chun Zhao had specially prepared for Blackie. There was no need to hide it. Anyway, no one could climb there. Little 3, little 2, little 1, come out and play, Chun Zhao called at the cave. The three-headed dog poked its head out and looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao pointed at the sea. Little 9 is calling you. Woof! The three-headed dog jumped down from a height of more than 20 meters and landed on the beach. Let's go down too. Chun Zhao's family went down. A group of underlings were busy on the beach, running up and down. Fei Lai, put little Larissa on the sand. You don't have to carry her all the time. Yeah, Mom, little Jerlin said proudly. When Jerlin was little Larissa's age, she could already crawl. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes at Jerlin. This little girl already knew how to boast. Chun, should we have a moving party this time? Fei Lai asked. Let's wait for Jerlin's birthday, Chun Zhao said. Her birthday is less than half a month away. When Chun Zhao had brought Jerlin back from San Francisco, it was half September last year. She was already a month old then. Her date of birth was August 17th. However, Chun Zhao hesitated. Should he call Jerlin's other relative, Alex, over? In the end, Alex was Jerlin's aunt too. Jerlin struggled to help Larissa up. She wanted to carry Larissa, but she wasn't strong enough. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough strength, so she could only help him up. Little Larissa, use your legs. You need to use your legs. You're so stupid. In the end, Larissa's legs gave out and she fell onto the sand. Jerlin couldn't stand properly either and fell onto the ground. Roar, roar. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sea. Then little 9 came ashore. Chun Zhao saw that one of its heads seemed to be holding something in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was actually an adult great white shark more than 6 meters long. Little 9 tossed the shark before Chun Zhao and Fei Lai, looking like he was going to reward them. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Little 9, eat it yourself. What's the point of giving such a big shark to us? Also, shark meat isn't delicious. Master, shark meat can be eaten after processing, the underling said, running to Chun Zhao. Shark fins are also delicious. I've heard of shark fins, but can shark meat really be eaten? Chun Zhao asked, confused. Chun Zhao knew the general reason. Sharks didn't have a urinary system. Their urine came from their skin, so shark meat was very smelly. It had the smell of urine. Cut off the shark's fins. Little 9 can eat the rest. Don't waste it. Also, eat all the sharks within 10 kilometers of the coastline. After all, they'd settled here. Chun Zhao couldn't let the sharks continue wreaking havoc here. Chapter 1425. Chun Zhao was sitting on the rooftop with Jerlin and Larissa, enjoying the sea breeze and sunlight. Suddenly, an untimely phone call came. Butler, answer the phone, Chun Zhao said lazily. Every corner of the Bright Moon Villa and Bright Moon Beach was equipped with sound detectors. Chun Zhao could talk to the butler system and give orders at any corner of Moon Villa and Moon Beach. Hey, Chun, I heard that Fei Lai's child is already born, right? Robio's voice sounded. Yeah, did you hear about it too? Yes. When can Fei Lai come back to work? Robio exposed his intentions. Robio had no choice. The Angel Beach Coastal Rescue Team really lacked people. The Coastal Rescue Team had long working hours, high work intensity, and average benefits. Furthermore, there were high requirements for the members' physical fitness. Not everyone could join just because they wanted to. Fei Lai's personality and physique were outstanding in the Coastal Rescue Team. She was also kind and responsible for her work. So, Robio wanted to pull Fei Lai back. Fei Lai had been pregnant before, so he had no choice. But now that the child was born, she should come back to work. What he was afraid of really happened. Chun Zhao had a headache. He'd basically told all his friends. Only Robio hadn't been contacted. It wasn't that they weren't close. It was just that Robio had called Fei Lai to work. Robio, you've heard of the Chinese tradition, right? After giving birth, women have to go into confinement. Yeah, I've heard of it, Robio answered. Fei Lai's had a child for a month, right? That should be enough, right? You need to do it for 3 years after giving birth. Chun, don't lie to me, okay? I'm serious, Chun Zhao said seriously. When Fei Lai recovers, I plan on having a second child with her. Actually, Chun Zhao was already satisfied with 2 children. For now, he didn't plan on having a third child, but he would try to fool Robio if he could. Just then, Fei Lai walked up to the rooftop with fruits. Robio, don't listen to Chun, Fei Lai said. I plan on returning after the child is 3 months old. Chun Zhao screamed. Fei Lai, are you going to leave me and the children? They're still so young. Do you have the heart to do that? Fei Lai glanced at him. Stop acting pitiful. Fei Lai had been cooped up at home for almost a year. She was about to go moldy. Chun Zhao didn't want Fei Lai to leave. He thought that it would be best if Fei Lai stayed at home every day and lived alone with him. But he couldn't force it. He and Fei Lai weren't married yet. Even if they got married in the future, they couldn't stop Fei Lai from working and doing what she liked. Right, Robio, it's little Jerlin's birthday on the 15th of this month. We're planning to have a birthday party for her. Why don't you come with the coastal rescue team? No problem, but I need to think about what gift to prepare for the little princess. Uncle Robio, little Jerlin is very happy that you're here. There's no need to prepare a special gift. Little Jerlin's words were sweet. Chun Zhao sighed again and again. He stood up, wanting to jump from the roof into the sea below. The other side of the rooftop was the sea. Just as Chun Zhao was about to jump down, Fei Lai suddenly stopped him. Chun Zhao froze. This height wasn't a problem for him. But on second thought, he couldn't make a wrong and dangerous demonstration in front of a child. Chun Zhao smiled awkwardly. Little Jerlin's dimples appeared on her face. Daddy's naughty. Mommy scolded me. Little Jerlin was only 1 year old after her birthday, but her little brain was already smarter than a 4 or 5-year-old child's. Just then, a patch of blood appeared on the surface of the sea. Chun Zhao looked over and saw a shark struggling on the surface. However, Amon and Little Nine weren't nearby. They'd gone to the nearby sea to investigate the terrain. If it wasn't the 2 of them, then what attacked the shark? Was it another shark? It wouldn't be surprising if sharks killed each other. Sharks like to kill each other. To them, their own kind was also on their list of food. But the shark wasn't small. It should be a tiger shark more than 5 meters long. Generally speaking, marine creatures that grow to this size, unless it is a highly intelligent creature like a killer whale, other marine creatures will rarely attack them. Even if they were their own kind, they wouldn't attack an adult tiger shark more than 5 meters long. Before Chun Zhao's family had moved in, there had been too many sharks here. Little Nine and Amon couldn't be killed, all of them. These sharks were also very cunning. Once they smelled Little Nine and Amon, they'd flee the area in groups. Once Little Nine and Amon left, they'd return. There seemed to be something here that attracted them. Moreover, most sharks were only 1 or 2 meters long. For Amon and Little Nine, they were too small. Sharks of this size weren't much of a threat to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai, but they were still a threat to Jerlin. Chun Zhao picked up his bracelet. It was a function watch, mainly used to communicate with the butler. After going down to the beach, Chun Zhao lifted the bracelet and said, "Butler, help me lock on to sharks more than 3 meters in the nearby waters." Not every type of shark needed to be cleaned up. However, any shark more than 1 meter long was a threat to Jerlin. So, Chun Zhao would rather kill the wrong one than let it go. 823 meters to the left, 15 meters underwater. There's a 3-meter-long rat shark. Through satellite detection, as long as the water quality was clear and the depth wasn't more than 20 meters, the satellite could see through the water. In the coastal waters of Bright Moon Beach, the water quality was not polluted and belonged to the shallow water region. Most of the water was about 10 meters deep. After entering the water, Chun Zhao swam in the direction the butler had pointed out. Chun Zhao had already sensed the rat shark's location. He could see it as soon as he went down. But just then, a black shadow suddenly entered the range of Chun Zhao's little world. At first, Chun Zhao thought that Amon had returned. But the next moment, he realized that it wasn't Amon. The black shadow was huge, but it wasn't at Amon's level. It was only 30 meters long. Soon, Chun Zhao saw it with his naked eyes. It was a shark, a terrifying 2-headed shark. The 2-headed shark had come too suddenly. Before Chun Zhao and the rat shark could react, the 2-headed shark had bitten the rat shark. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1426. The two-headed shark moved. Chen Zhao moved too. Chen Zhao swung his legs and charged at the two-headed shark. He punched the shark's mouth. But in the sea, Chen Zhao's strength was reduced by 70 to 80% due to the water's resistance. Even so, the two-headed shark was still dumbfounded by Chen Zhao's punches. This small guy didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Run. Chen Zhao felt a thought in his mind. Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed. The emotion seemed to come from the shark. Chen Zhao understood animal language. At least, he understood most of the languages in the world. Of course, they didn't have a complete language system like humans did. They could only express simple emotions or intentions. This shark didn't express its emotions through words, but through its mind. Chen Zhao was confused. Where did this big guy come from? Was it a mutant? Or was it from another world? Don't run. Come back. Chen Zhao immediately moved his limbs and chased after the two-headed shark. The two-headed shark swam too fast. Chen Zhao used all his strength but still couldn't catch up. Of course, the two-headed shark couldn't shake Chen Zhao off either. With one chasing and the other escaping, the two had already swum dozens of kilometers. Sharks had great stamina. Due to their special respiratory system, they didn't have gill covers, so they had to swim continuously to let the oxygenated seawater enter their bodies. It was impossible to expect a shark to be tired. Plus, this shark had eaten quite a lot in the sea outside Moon Beach. Chen Zhao felt that he had to be serious now. He definitely couldn't let this strange two-headed shark stay at his house. It was too much of a threat to his family. If he wasn't around, Fei Lai and the others would play in the water and be bitten by the shark. His family would be ruined. Chen Zhao didn't want to regret it. Avinko, Danny, and their mercenary group were on a patrol boat. Danny, where's the target? Avinko asked. The target is 30 kilometers from us in the sea to the left. Wait, it seems to be coming for us, Danny said, looking at the radar screen. It seems to be coming for us, another mercenary said. The others couldn't help but look serious. They had already fought several rounds with the two-headed shark at sea, and each time, they returned empty-handed. They had also lost quite a number of people. The two-headed shark's cunning had also refreshed their understanding of it time and time again. This time, he finally managed to plant a tracker on the two-headed shark. It was the first time in a long time that he had the initiative. But now, this two-headed shark had taken the initiative to attack. This made them a little afraid. Confronting this two-headed shark head-on at sea was obviously a very unwise choice. They were mercenaries, although they had a lot of military weapons. But this was the sea, unless the two-headed shark rushed out of the water for them to fight. Otherwise, their weapons would pose little threat to the two-headed shark in the sea. Their patrol boat was only 10 meters long. If it was hit by the two-headed shark, it was likely to capsize. They had experienced this a few times before. Even bigger ships could be knocked over. This time, he chose the patrol boat mainly because the patrol boat itself was small, agile, and fast. It was extremely convenient to evade on the sea. Throw the mine down, Avinko said. This was also their original plan. According to the original plan, they planned to secretly track the two-headed shark, then throw a torpedo on top of the two-headed shark's head and use it to kill the two-headed shark. Actually, they had tried this a few times before. It had only worked the first time and injured the two-headed shark. The next few times, the two-headed shark became even more cautious. The two-headed shark's stamina was really strong. It had swum at such a fast speed for more than 100 kilometers, but it still showed no signs of slowing down. When Chen Zhao sped up, it sped up too. Chen Zhao was already planning to give up. There was no point in chasing it. Just then, the two-headed shark suddenly slowed down. Huh? Could it be that this fellow was tired from swimming? Chen Zhao immediately sped up and chased after it. But just when Chen Zhao thought that he was about to catch up to the two-headed shark, the two-headed shark suddenly swung its tail and sped up again. Then, the two-headed shark suddenly sank. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. Did it think that it couldn't go deeper? Chen Zhao dove into the deeper water. Just then, a force came from beside him. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. The huge force knocked Chen Zhao off course. Then the force came continuously. Fuck mine. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. How could there be a mine here? This was already the outer sea. How could someone throw a mine here? Also, was this mutant shark a spirit? It must have lured him here on purpose, right? When Chun Zhao came back to his senses, the two-headed shark had already escaped without a trace. Chun Zhao floated to the surface, depressed. In the distance, he saw a patrol boat. It wasn't a coastal patrol boat. The mine had probably been thrown by that boat. Chun Zhao felt that the boat and the two-headed shark were together. Chun Zhao sprinted toward the boat. Boss, there's someone in the water. There's someone in the water? How is that possible? How can there be someone here? Could it be someone who fell into the water? That person swims really fast. He's approaching our boat. Avko took the telescope and looked at the sea. There was indeed someone swimming toward them in the waves. But now he was hesitant. Should he stop the boat? Where's the shark now? It's already left our vicinity, Danny said. Stop the boat, Avko said. By then, Chun Zhao had already swum to the patrol boat and jumped onto it. It's you. Avko and Danny recognized Chun Zhao. Wasn't this the monster-like man they'd met in Abilene, Kansas? Chun Zhao also recognized Avko and Danny. You two asterisk souls. You plotted against me? Chun Zhao stared at them angrily. Mr. Chun, what do you mean? When did we plot against you? Avko was very displeased with Chun Zhao's attitude. Nevertheless, he didn't want to have a conflict with Chun Zhao. After all, he and Danny had seen how terrifying Chun Zhao was. Boss, who is he? Doesn't he know where this is? Should we kill him and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks? Mobile version. Chapter 14:27. It was just like how the mercenaries were looking at Chun Zhao with evil intentions. Chun Zhao also looked at the mercenaries with evil intentions. Avinko and Danny broke out in cold sweat. If Chun Zhao hadn't boarded the boat, they might have thought about it. But now that Chun Zhao was on the boat, if there was a conflict on the boat, everyone on the boat would probably die. Mr. Chun, I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't plot against you. I was chasing a shark, Chun Zhao said. But you attacked me with a mine. You're chasing a shark too? Avinko was surprised and happy. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. You too? Chun Zhao wasn't being unreasonable. If he thought about it calmly, he could guess that the mine wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the two-headed shark. However, since they could detonate the mine so precisely, it meant that they had a way to accurately track the two-headed shark. We have a mission. You have a way to track the shark, right? Let's work together. You just need to help me find the shark. You don't have to do anything else. Sure. Yavenko agreed without hesitation. Avinko's subordinates didn't like Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao ignored them. However, the shaking of the patrol boat really made Chun Zhao uncomfortable. Seasickness was Chun Zhao's weakness. Lying on the deck, Chun Zhao said, I don't feel well. Call me when you find a shark. Avinko and Danny exchanged glances. They realized that Chun Zhao was indeed not himself. This caused the two of them to have their own thoughts. Just then, a mercenary came to their side. Boss, we found the shark. It's 12 kilometers to the right, 300 meters below sea level. With that, the mercenary looked at Chun Zhao, who was lying on the deck. Boss, who's that guy? A monster, Avinko said. Are you sure it's okay for our boat to chase the two-headed shark? The mercenary asked hesitantly. You have to know that we were piloting a 30-meter-long ship last time, but it was sunk by that two-headed shark. That depends on a man's ability. Avinko wasn't very confident either. The monsters he encountered at the construction site in Abilene, Kansas were not as big as this two-headed shark. Avinko wasn't sure if Chun Zhao could handle it. Moreover, this two-headed shark was too cunning. Avinko had never dealt with such a difficult opponent. Boss, we're on top of the shark. Right now, the shark is swimming below us. Yavenko nodded and walked to Chun Zhao. Just as he was about to wake Chun Zhao up, the boat suddenly tilted at a 45-degree angle. Everyone rolled over, and most of them fell into the sea. Following that, two bloody mouths emerged from the water and sucked in 3 or 4 people. Avenko reacted quickly and grabbed the railing. Mr. Chun Zhao opened his eyes and saw a black shadow in the water. Chun Zhao dove into the water and grabbed the shark's fin. The two-headed shark sensed that there was someone on its back and immediately dove into the deep sea. It seemed like it wanted to kill him with the pressure of the deep sea. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao's water pressure was much stronger than it had imagined. Moreover, this was not considered a deep sea. It was at most 300 meters deep. It was far from its and Chun Zhao's limit. The two-headed shark sensed that Chun Zhao was still on its back and hadn't fallen off. It flipped over and rubbed its back against the bottom of the sea. Chun Zhao had to admit that he had never seen such a smart shark. This shark clearly wasn't an ordinary one. Chun Zhao didn't hold back this time. He punched the shark's back. The two-headed shark started struggling in pain. However, its form limited its attacks. It couldn't do anything to Chun Zhao on its back. 10 minutes later, the two-headed shark finally had no more strength to struggle. It flipped and floated to the surface. Chun Zhao also sat on the shark's abdomen. Just then, the patrol boat drove over. The boat had almost flipped over, but it hadn't really capsized. After all, modern boats all had a center of gravity. Unless it was hit by an absolute force, it wouldn't flip over. Otherwise, he would be able to adjust the gravitational field and reposition it. Avinko and the people on the boat saw Chun Zhao and the two-headed shark under him. How was it possible? The two-headed shark didn't eat him? How'd he do it? Did he fight with the two-headed shark in the sea, and then you killed the two-headed shark? That's unbelievable. The patrol boat drove to Chun Zhao's side. Chun Zhao jumped onto the boat, but just then, the two-headed shark, which should have been killed by Chun Zhao, flipped and dove into the deep sea. Fuck, I was tricked. Even Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. This was the first time he'd been tricked by someone, no, by a beast. He'd thought that although the two-headed shark had mutated, its characteristics should be the same as a regular shark. Regular sharks would suffocate if they stayed where they were for 30 seconds, but this shark had played dead for more than 10 minutes. Even Avinko and the others didn't expect the shark to be so cunning. Mr. Chun, track it. Track that shark. I'm going to slice it into pieces. Chun Zhao roared. Mr. Chun, you broke the shark's tracking device. What? You're blaming me? Chun Zhao was furious. He grabbed Avinko's collar. I didn't mean that. I have something to do. I'm leaving. Chun Zhao felt embarrassed. He really didn't have the face to stay here anymore. With a splash, he jumped into the sea. Avinko and the other mercenaries stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Boss, it's more than 100 kilometers from the coastline. That guy just jumped in like that? Avinko shook his head with a bitter smile. There was really nothing he could do about the two-headed shark. If even Chun Zhao couldn't handle it, staying here would only cause more losses for them. Avinko picked up the phone. Hello, sir. It's me, Avinko. Done? No. We'll give up on this mission. We can't do it. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1428. Shameful. So shameful. He'd actually been tricked by a shark. When Chun Zhao swam back to Moon Beach, he saw a school of sharks gathering together. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. Theoretically, with Little Nine and Amon, two terrifying presences, these sharks shouldn't dare to come. But this school of sharks went back. Sharks didn't have the habit of staying at home. As long as the water was right and there was enough food, they could swim anywhere. Their natural tendency to avoid danger meant that once they discovered danger, they wouldn't appear in the same area again. However, this group of sharks continued to swim in the water. This was different from the habits of sharks. So, Chun Zhao suspected that there was something here that attracted the sharks. Chun Zhao dove into the water and followed the sharks. The leader of the sharks was a great white shark, more than 7 meters long. Behind it was a group of sharks of different sizes and species. Usually, sharks of different species wouldn't stay together. Even sharks of the same species wouldn't stay together, especially medium and large sharks. They were usually alone. But these sharks didn't attack or tear each other apart. Chun Zhao followed far behind the sharks. At that moment, the sharks came to the cliff of a trench, and a cave appeared in front of them. The sharks dove into the cave, and Chun Zhao followed right after. Chun Zhao realized that the cave was very deep and rugged. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the cave. There was actually a shore in the deepest part of the cave, but there was a corpse on the shore. It wasn't a human corpse, but a demon's. When Chun Zhao was about to approach, he realized that a force was blocking him outside. Small world. Demon territory. This demon territory came from the demon's corpse. Demon territories and small worlds repelled each other. The sharks weren't stopped. They charged at the demon's corpse and started tearing at it. So they'd been attracted by the demon's corpse. Could it be that the two-headed shark also devoured the demon's corpse and mutated? But the two-headed shark couldn't have entered the cave with such a huge body, so it hunted its own kind. The greatest possibility was that the two-headed shark was the first shark to enter this place, and it was the first to grow and mutate. After that, because it was too big, it couldn't enter this place, so it began to attack and devour its own kind that wandered here. From there, he could obtain their demonic powers. This demon's corpse had been dead for an unknown period of time, but it had not rotted at all. However, one of its arms had already been bitten into pieces. However, even the largest great white shark could only tear off a very small piece of meat when it tried to tear it apart. Chun Zhao pressed forward. The demonic domain was very strong. It was even stronger than Chun Zhao's small world. Perhaps the small world did not represent the full strength of the opponent, but the small world still determined the outcome of the battle to a large extent. This demon was already dead, so why did his demonic domain still exist? Normally, when a person died, everything would disappear, including the demonic domain. Chun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The modified version of the dazzling spell that the handsome guy had taught him could swallow other people's demonic domains. However, it could only swallow the demonic domain and small world obtained through external objects or tricks. If it was cultivated through one's own talent, it could not be swallowed. Chun Zhao didn't know whether the demon had obtained the demonic domain through tricks or had cultivated it himself. Chun Zhao started using dazzling spells. When magic arrays appeared one by one, the sharks discovered Chun Zhao. However, their instinct was not to attack Chun Zhao. Instead, they fled. Like children who had done something wrong, they scurried around the cave crazily. The exit was blocked by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's aura also made them fearful. Dazzling spells started to corrode the demonic domain. However, the speed was very slow. Last time, Chun Zhao had used dazzling spells to corrode Kant Mosa's demonic domain, and it had only taken a few hours. However, this demonic domain was many times slower than last time. It seemed that this demon's demonic domain was his own. It was not obtained through external force or tricks. In theory, one's own demonic domain or small world should not be swallowed. However, this demonic domain was a helpless one. The reason for its existence was still unknown. The master of the demonic domain was already dead, but it was still operating. This gave Chun Zhao the chance to devour it. Chun Zhao did not know the reason, but this was a rare opportunity. Chun Zhao planned to spend some time to completely absorb the demonic domain. Gradually, as Chun Zhao absorbed the demonic domain bit by bit, his small world started to expand. It was different from the last time when he absorbed Kant Mosa's demonic domain. It was completely incompatible with his own small world. This ownerless demonic domain was merging with his own small world and expanding further. Chun Zhao's demonic domain was filled with the power of water. The power of water was turning into magic power and merging into his body. This was the same feeling as when his small world absorbed the spiritual chi of the world and merged it into his body. However, this time, Chun Zhao was absorbing the magic power from the water. Chun Zhao guessed that it was because the demon's demonic domain absorbed the magic power from the water that it could continue. Because it was soaked in seawater, the seawater gave the demonic domain infinite magic power. Thus, the demonic domain was maintained passively and did not dissipate with the death of its master. As Chun Zhao continuously devoured the demonic domain, it expanded. The original diameter of the small world was more than 30 meters. Now it had expanded to more than 40 meters and was still expanding. This demon's demonic domain was much larger than Chun Zhao's small world. Just then, a voice sounded from Chun Zhao's earpiece. "Darling, where did you go? Do you need to prepare dinner tonight?" "I'm nearby," Chun Zhao said. I'm dealing with the shark problem. Oh, do you need me to prepare dinner for you? No, Chen Zhao said. I think I can only go back after midnight. Chen Zhao did not want to give up halfway. He wanted to absorb and transform the demonic domain in one go. He was also familiarizing himself with the demonic domain's characteristics. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. Vortex. A whirlpool with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters appeared around the great white shark's body, binding the great white shark. Please remember this book's domain name, Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1429. Chen Zhao's small world could allow him to fly, although he could only fly at a height of around 100 meters. This demon territory could allow Chen Zhao to control water flow. Rather than calling it a demon territory, it was more like a deep-sea territory. As Chen Zhao devoured and transformed, the deep-sea territory and the small world kept merging. The deep-sea territory was unable to resist Chen Zhao's devouring. The devouring speed became faster and faster. It was much faster than he had expected. Chen Zhao used almost 10 hours to complete the deep-sea domain and merge it with the small world. The small world had a diameter of 100 meters. This was a big gain for Chen Zhao, putting aside the functions of a merged deep-sea territory. Just the area covered by the small world increased. So did Chen Zhao's magic power. Chen Zhao glanced at the sharks that he'd tortured. He didn't kill them. Instead, he tossed them out of the cave. Chen Zhao went to the demon's side. As the demon territory disappeared, the demon's body was rotting at an alarming rate. Chen Zhao understood that the demon territory and the demon's corpse had a mutually reinforcing relationship. The demon territory maintained the demon's corpse, while the demon's corpse maintained the demon territory. Once this balance was broken, both sides might collapse. Now that the demon territory had been taken by Chen Zhao, the demon's corpse also lost the support of magic. In the end, it couldn't escape the fate of rotting. In the end, only the skeleton was left. Chen Zhao put it away and went to the shore of the cave. A black trident stabbed into the rock. Chen Zhao pulled it out. It was so heavy. This trident probably weighed dozens of tons, right? Huh, is this Poseidon's trident? Chen Zhao sent magic power into the trident. Instantly, the surrounding seawater started boiling. Chen Zhao felt that the black trident seemed to resonate with his magic power. Huh, this thing is not bad as my weapon. It's heavy enough and can control seawater. It looks like the legendary Poseidon's trident. But in the legends, Poseidon's trident was golden, while this trident was black. Moreover, the legendary Poseidon's weapon could split the sea. This black trident definitely didn't have that ability. This demon must have specially made this black trident for his own demon territory. Perhaps he'd studied Poseidon's trident. Chen Zhao came out of the cave. The sharks of different sizes were still outside the cave and hadn't left yet. However, Chen Zhao didn't feel any hostility from them. A few sharks circled around him. Go away, or I'll kill you. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that he wouldn't get water even if he spoke in the water. The sharks were so scared that they ran more than 10 meters away, but after a few seconds, they turned back. They didn't dare to approach Chen Zhao, but they didn't want to leave either. They only dared to watch from afar. Was it because of his deep-sea domain? Chen Zhao took out a demon bone and tossed it to the biggest great white shark. The great white shark immediately opened its mouth and began to chomp. The other sharks also opened their mouths and surrounded Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao tossed a few bones to them. Come here, Chen Zhao ordered. A few sharks swam to his side. In fact, the intelligence of sharks was not low. In the sea, the intelligence of sharks was second only to that of killer whales. But most of the time, they were driven by their appetite. Chen Zhao took out a few bottles of wisdom potion and tossed them to the 5 sharks. They bit through the bottle and swallowed the potion. Without my order, don't hurt any humans, Chen Zhao ordered. If you understand, nod. The 5 sharks actually nodded at Chen Zhao, although nodding was a very difficult action for them. After all, sharks didn't have necks, but they still moved their heads up and down. There were 5 sharks before him. One was a 7-meter great white shark, and one was more than 5 meters long. The other 3 belonged to a small group. They were 3 rat sharks. The big one was more than 3 meters long, while the small 2 weren't even 2 meters. Go chase the other sharks away. Chun Zhao had a plan. He would have them act as guards here and patrol the nearby waters. After all, it wasn't easy for Amon to come to some shallow waters. Amon was more than 100 meters long and 15 meters tall now, so he couldn't move around in some shallow waters. With these 5 shark guards, they could be the patrol team here. Plus, the demon's corpse had disappeared, so it wouldn't attract sharks anymore. Chun Zhao didn't plan on getting more shark guards either. After all, if there were too many sharks, it would destroy the ecology of this area. Chun Zhao still liked the natural environment. At the same time, he could ensure the safety of his family. Just then, the 5 sharks suddenly grew nervous. A black shadow loomed over them. The 3 rat sharks were the most cowardly. They turned and fled immediately. The great white shark and the bull shark stared at the black shadow nervously. Without Chun Zhao's order, they didn't flee. On the other hand, Chun Zhao controlled the water flow and pulled the 3 rat sharks back. Come back. They're not enemies. Chun Zhao saw that Little Nine had returned. Little Nine, do you see them? From now on, the 5 of them will be your underlings. Protect them. Little Nine saw the 5 sharks. His 9 heads glowed fiercely. If Chun Zhao wasn't beside them, he probably would have attacked already. The 5 sharks were all very nervous. Thankfully, Little Nine was much smarter than them. After receiving Chun Zhao's order, he only threatened the 5 sharks a little. From now on, you're the 5 tiger generals. Chun Zhao playfully gave them a name. You're Guan Yu. Chun Zhao pointed at the great white shark and then at the bull shark. You're Zhang Fei. You're Ma Chao. You're Huang Zhong. You're Zhao Yun. Chun Zhao named them the 5 tiger generals according to their size, from oldest to youngest. Chun Zhao couldn't recognize them just based on appearance, especially the 3 identical rat sharks. They all had shifty eyes, so he could only distinguish them based on size. Follow Little Nine and patrol our territory. If you encounter other sharks, either bite and eat them or chase them away. With Little Nine leading the way, they didn't have to be afraid even if they encountered the mutated 2-headed shark. Little Nine was enough to deal with the 2-headed shark. Now that the demon's corpse had disappeared, the 2-headed shark might not come to this area again. The 5 tiger generals were all like wolves and tigers. They completely treated themselves as Chun Zhao's loyal dogs and followed his orders obediently. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before Chun Zhao's eyes. Please remember this book's domain name, mobile version. Chapter 1430. Chun Zhao rubbed Fei Lai and lay in the movie theater on the 2nd floor, watching the finished movie that Steven had sent over. Although Steven's new movie had not been released yet, the post-production special effects and editing had already been completed. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the vast starry sky, and below was the vast, undulating sea. However, the soundproofing effect of the floor-to-ceiling windows was very good, and the sound of the tides outside could not be heard at all. Darling, when are we going to look for Treasure Island? Fei Lai wanted to fulfill this wish before she went to work. She wanted to go on an adventure at sea. Chun Zhao scratched his forehead. After Jerlin's birthday? Before that, let's buy a yacht together. Oh, okay. After watching the movie, he deleted it from the hard drive. The movie hadn't been released yet. Even if it was at home, it wouldn't leak out. Chun Zhao didn't want to take the risk either. It was better to be safe than sorry. The next day, Chun Zhao received a call from Ofer Lerby. Mr. Chun, do you have time to come to the North Beach Pier? Our company has mobilized a few yachts from other cities. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with any of them. The North Beach Pier had another name, the Yacht Pier. Generally, for large yacht transactions, the yacht company would mobilize yachts from other cities to the customer's city according to the customer's needs and provide the customer with a tour and choice. If the customer was not satisfied, the yacht company would change another batch. Of course, if it was just a small or medium-sized yacht that cost 1 or 2 million USD, the yacht company would only show the customer the model and photos. Only after the customer had chosen the yacht would the real thing be delivered to the city. Sure, I'll go over now. After hanging up, he asked, Fei Lai, do you want to go see the yacht? Sure. Fei Lai was quite free at home, so she decided to go look at the yacht and help Chen Zhao choose. Of course, the two of them had to bring little Jerlin and little Larissa along when they went out. When they arrived at the pier, it was filled with yachts of various sizes. Many private yachts were docked here. There were also many yacht companies that had rented some berths. And there will be 1 or 2 yacht fairs here every week. Every year, there would be 3 or 4 international yacht exhibitions. Even when walking around, a few salesmen would come over and ask if they wanted a yacht. There were brand new yachts and second-hand yachts. The United States had a lot of yachts. It could be said that half of the yachts in the world were in the United States. As the largest yacht market, the Americans' affection for yachts was similar to that for cars. Moreover, a consumer yacht was the same as a car. Once you got bored of it, you could sell it and buy another one. As a result, the yacht market was booming. Just this yacht dock alone had a flow of over 100 million every month. Apart from the super yachts, there were all kinds of yachts here. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai each carried child. They indeed looked like a family that had come to buy a yacht. Ofer Lurby saw Chen Zhao from afar and immediately ran over. He didn't want Chen Zhao to be targeted by other companies. Although he didn't see any representatives from other companies of the same level, there were many salespeople and representatives from large companies wandering around the pier. These people had a list of more than 70% of the rich people in the United States in their hands. As long as they saw someone familiar, whether there was a chance or not, they would go over to strike up a conversation. At the very least, they would give them a business card. Chen Zhao was a very important client of Seagate. In fact, he could be said to be the most important client for the next 3 years. Mr. Chen. Ofer Lurby quickly ran to Chen Zhao. Is this beautiful lady your wife? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. These 2 little princesses are your daughters, right? Ofer Lurby asked. Yes. This way, please. I also have 2 daughters. Ofer Lurby knew how to get close to clients. As they walked, he chatted with Chen Zhao. But my eldest daughter is already in college. Do you know how I felt when I heard that she found a boyfriend in college? I've thought about it too, Chen Zhao said. I think I'll kill that guy. The conversation between the 2 fathers was endless. Ofer Lurby also played to Chen Zhao's liking and kept talking about daughters. Mr. Chen, Ms. Fei Lai, there's a row here. 6 yachts are produced by our company. Each one is unique. Ofer Lurby pointed at a row. The 6 yachts were all large and about the same size. How about we board this yacht first? Sure. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai carried the child onto the yacht. Little Jerlin immediately wanted to get out of Chen Zhao's arms. Chen Zhao put Jerlin down, and she started running around on the yacht. Ofer Lurby followed Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, introducing the yacht's various data and prices. After a few minutes, Jerlin ran back to Chen Zhao, panting. Daddy hug. Chen Zhao picked up little Jerlin. Tired? Yes. Do you like this boat? Chen Zhao asked. No, Jerlin said, shaking her head. It's not as big as our original boat. Ofer Lurby's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this family didn't like boats. However, the yacht under their feet wasn't small anymore. It was 165 feet long, with a maximum range of 3,000 nautical miles and a maximum cruising speed of 25 knots per hour. Chen Zhao looked at Ofer Lurby. I don't like this yacht either. I like a yacht that can be operated by a few people. It's best if it's highly automated. Of course. Smiling, Ofer Lurby said, it's my oversight. The 5 yachts behind can all be operated by one person. They're 80% automated. Bring us to the last yacht, Chen Zhao said. I like the big one. Because the last yacht was the largest of the 6, Chen Zhao was more inclined to it. Of course. Ofer Lurby nodded. But the price of the yacht, it's fine, Chen Zhao said. If I like it, I'll buy it. Ofer Lurby was a bit excited. The last yacht was already a super yacht. Seagate only had one ready-made super yacht right now. It could be considered the company's face. Mr. Chen, this yacht is called Hydra. Huh? Why is it called that? Is it ordered by some evil organization? Huh? Of course not. Ofer Lurby laughed. It's because this yacht uses a 9-cylinder engine. The 9-cylinder engine has the largest and highest power among all the engines of the same specifications. Chapter 1431. Orf Lobier's words were very fancy, but Chen Zhao didn't understand. Not at all. Chen Zhao didn't know much about these things. so he didn't understand these professional terms. Will my custom-made yacht be a 9-cylinder model? No. Orf Lobier shook his head. Mr. Chun, we plan to use a 24-cylinder super engine for your yacht, but we'll have to ask the German IFX company to customize it. It'll cost an estimated $80 million to develop. Chen Zhao was speechless. An engine was worth $80 million. One could imagine how much the entire yacht would cost. An engine costs that much too. We only have the technology right now, and it's in the hands of the German IFX company. We don't have a finished product yet, so we have to turn the technology into a product. At the same time, we have to design and modify it according to our specifications. It's a very big project, so the 24-cylinder engine isn't expensive. To put it bluntly, this engine technology wasn't suitable for most machines. Mass production was impossible. If the IFX company wanted to recover their cost, they could only raise the price and use custom-made services. But the design isn't out yet. Mr. Chun, let's talk about the yacht first. Okay, please continue. This yacht is called Hydra. It's 298 feet long and has a maximum height of 124 feet. It has a top speed of 45 knots per hour and a maximum range of 6,000 nautical miles. It has 21 bedrooms, 2 dining rooms, 1 entertainment room, 1 cinema, 1 30 by 30 swimming pool, and 2 helipads. All right, if Mr. Chen wants to buy this yacht, we'll give you an FB-99 helicopter. How much is the yacht? $88 million. Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. She quite liked the yacht too. Can we go to the restaurant for a bit? Fei Lai asked. On one hand, she felt that the yacht was really nice, but it wasn't cheap. At least, it was much higher than Chen Zhao's budget. However, this yacht was much bigger than their first yacht, Fei Lai. It was also called Hydra. Fei Lai felt that this yacht was fated with their family. Of course, Orf Lobier obviously didn't think that such a big deal could be settled with just a few words. Even if Chen Zhao didn't buy it in the end, he couldn't complain. The yacht was like a castle on the sea. It was between a large yacht and a super yacht. In Chen Zhao's eyes, this yacht was already very luxurious. If it was a super yacht, who knew how luxurious it would be? What's that opening for? That's where the speedboat is stored. As long as the yacht is docked there, the automatic machinery inside will pull the yacht in. Ofer Lerby continued. This yacht has fully automated navigation and navigation capabilities, and it can automatically check for malfunctions. In theory, one person can completely steer this yacht. In addition, the yacht is also equipped with a freshwater processor. In theory, as long as the freshwater processor is still working, the people on the yacht can survive even if they drift at sea for a year. Ofer Lerby's theory meant that the passengers on the yacht could catch fish from the sea to eat. That was why he said it was a theoretical possibility. In reality, it was impossible. Even if they could catch enough fish to fill their stomachs, relying on sea fish alone was not enough to provide all the nutrients the human body needed. Of course, Ofer Lerby was only stating a possibility, and he was also stating the superiority of the yacht. I really like this yacht. Fei Lai, what do you think? If you think it's okay, then buy it. Ofer Lerby's heart almost jumped out. He thought that Chen Zhao would need a few more days to consider. He did not think that Chen Zhao would make the decision so easily. This wasn't a small deal. Dad, why don't you ask me if I like it? Gerlin crossed her 2 short arms in front of her chest, unhappily. Ofer Lerby cursed inwardly. He had almost forgotten about this little girl. He had been talking too much with Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, and had forgotten about this little girl. Gerlin, what do you think about this yacht? I like it too. Gerlin did not need the right to decide. She only wanted to be respected. Even though she was only 1 year old, she still cared about this. Only when she was involved in the family's decisions would she feel important. Okay, then Mr. Ofer, if you can remove the small change, I think I can pay now. Orf Lerby didn't hesitate much. $88 million. Even if it was a fraction, it was within his power to make the decision. Of course, Mr. Chun. I'm glad that you like this yacht. Ofer Lerby suppressed the joy in his heart. How do you plan to pay? Cash in full, Chen Zhao said. Ofer Lerby sucked in a breath of cold air. $80 million in one go. Even the super rich might not be able to take out so much money in such a short time. Then, Chen Zhao had Fei Lai and Gerlin stay on the yacht while he and Ofer Lurby went to sign the contract and pay. Half an hour later, Ofer Lurby shook hands with Chen Zhao. Mr. Chun, Hydra belongs to you now. Thank you. I should be the one saying thank you, Ofer Lurby said. Is there anything else I can do for you? Help me fill up the yacht and send it to my house. Of course. Ofer Lurby also wanted to use this opportunity to visit Chen Zhao at his house and get closer to him. Chen Zhao was a super client of his company. Just Chen Zhao's identity as a super rich was enough for him to rope him in. After all, every super tycoon had a huge network of connections. Stephen was the one who had introduced Chen Zhao to him. This is my address. We'll be leaving now. Okay, goodbye. I'll send the yacht tomorrow. Although they could drive it to Chen Zhao's house right now, it was a big company. They still needed to give the yacht a full checkup before handing it over. Otherwise, if Chen Zhao found some small problems after the delivery, it might affect their future cooperation. Therefore, the checkup was necessary. After Chen Zhao left, Ofer Lurby gathered his engineers and maintenance team to do a thorough inspection of the entire yacht. Even a loose screw had to be replaced. Ofer Lurby did not want any problems to happen here. Chapter 1432. The Hydra slowly docked at the moon pier at the bottom of the cliff. The water here was deep enough, so it was suitable for a pier. Looking at the villa on the cliff, Ofer Lurby exclaimed inwardly. As expected of a rich person, the long, narrow, and high-quality private beach was already very expensive. It was also a very complicated project to build the villa in such a location. It wasn't that Ofer Lurby hadn't met rich people before. In fact, he couldn't even count the number of rich people he'd met. However, the owner of this villa had a rare personality. Actually, not every rich person knew how to enjoy life. For many rich people, their greatest joy wasn't to enjoy life, but to earn money. Earning money was their greatest joy. However, the villa before him was filled with a wild imagination. It had a high-tech appearance and a special location. It didn't seem to be a building of this time and space. This was life. When Ofer was rich, he would definitely buy a piece of land like this and build a house like this. In fact, Ofer Lurby was rich. As an executive of Seagate, he earned at least $3 million a year. This was already an income that most people in this world couldn't reach. However, people always competed and had their own desires. Ofer Lurby got off the boat and walked past the pier. When he arrived at the elevator, the doors opened. When Ofer Lurby and the Hydra arrived, the butler had already reminded Chen Zhao. This was the function of the butler system. Every visitor would be notified to the owner. Hello, Mr. Chun. Ofer Lurby looked around and realized that Fei Lai and their children weren't at home. Only Chen Zhao was sunbathing on a chair in the yard. A huge brown bear lay beside him. Ofer Lurby was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Wasn't it normal for rich people to like to raise strange animals? He'd even seen people raise lions and tigers. Isn't Miss Fei Lai home? Fei Lai and the kids are playing on the beach. Ofer Lurby turned his head and saw a figure on the beach. How did it feel to have such a large beach occupied by one person? Chen Zhao stood up. Please sit. Want some wine? Chen Zhao asked. Chen Zhao asked. Thank you. Ofer Lurby replied politely. Suddenly, he saw that the bottle beside him didn't have a label. Nameless wine? Is this the drink of this super-rich man? Oliver Labil took a sip of the red wine. It was indeed a nameless wine. He had tasted the nameless wine before. The wine's aroma and taste were exactly the same as the one he had tasted before. Of course, Orford Labier knew about the nameless wine. His company also used the nameless wine to entertain VIPs. The last time Chen Zhao went to their company, they had treated him with nameless wine. However, the nameless wine was too expensive, and the key point was that it was difficult to obtain. Therefore, even a powerful company might not be able to use the nameless wine to entertain important guests every time. Mr. Chun, do you need to familiarize yourself with the operation of the yacht? Orf Lurby asked. All right. Chen Zhao nodded. I need to feed my pet too. Princess, bring the beef out. To Ofer Labier's surprise, Princess returned, dragging the wrapped beef into the elevator. Mr. Chun, what kind of pet are you going to feed? You actually want to use beef? Shark. Hee hee. Mr. Chen really likes to joke. With the help of the princess, 2 tons of beef were delivered to the yacht. Chen Zhao and Orflurby also boarded the yacht. Orflurby started to explain the operation of the yacht to Chen Zhao. Yachts nowadays weren't as technologically advanced as 10 years ago. They needed a dozen sailors. Yachts nowadays were all about simplifying the most complicated operations. In other words, it was like an idiot's operation. Of course, the yacht itself also had manual control, but that wasn't part of the teaching. After trying it once, Chen Zhao had already learned most of it. Then, Chen Zhao stopped the boat. Here, Chen Zhao turned and walked out of the cockpit. Mr. Orf, help me lower the lift at the stern. Okay, Mr. Chen. Usually, the stern of a large yacht was very low and had a lift function. Chen Zhao and Princess dragged the 2 tons of beef and opened the foil packaging. Orflurby also came over, wanting to see if he could help. Chen Zhao clapped his hands. Just then, a few fins appeared in the water. Shark, Mr. Chen, it's a shark. Leave the stern. Orflurby yelled in shock. He also ran away from the stern. It's fine. They're my pets, Chen Zhao said casually. Guan Lauda, one of the 5 great generals, was the first to leap onto the back of the boat and land on the deck. Orflurby almost peed his pants. A great white shark. That's a great white shark. Chen Zhao grabbed a large piece of beef and tossed it to Guan Lauda. Go down. Don't be greedy. Zhang Fei, it's your turn. Guan Yu turned around and went into the water. Then Zhang Fei's tiger shark flopped onto the deck. Orflurby didn't find this interesting. He only felt scared. He was afraid that the sharks would bite Chen Zhao and drag him into the water. However, to his surprise, the sharks seemed to be very obedient as they moved up and down. They didn't have any intention to attack either. Chen Zhao and Princess fed the sharks, and they would go into the water after getting their share. Just when Orflurby thought that Chen Zhao had finished feeding, the great white shark suddenly jumped up again. But this time, there was a bluefin tuna in the shark's mouth that had already been bitten to death. The shark loosened its mouth and tossed the bluefin tuna onto the deck. Then, it turned and slid into the water. Orflurby sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this shark too smart? It knew how to please its master. Also, such a big bluefin tuna must be worth at least a few $100,000, right? Bluefin tuna was one of the most expensive ingredients in the world. Due to its huge economic value and human overfishing, it had become rarer and rarer in recent years. The bigger the bluefin tuna, the more valuable it was. With Orflurby's eyesight, this bluefin tuna was at least 650 kilograms. This was basically the maximum size of a bluefin tuna. There might not even be one bluefin tuna of this size caught in a year in the entire world. Mr. Orf, stay and eat raw fish with us later. Of course, it's my honor, Orflurby exclaimed. Chapter 1433. What was enjoyment? Treating luxury goods like daily necessities. Orflurby was truly shocked by Chen Zhao's extravagant lifestyle. Chen Zhao had only given him a few sips of the nameless wine, which cost $300,000 per bottle. This bluefin tuna probably couldn't even be bought for $500,000. After all, a 250-kilogram tuna sold for 70 million yen in Japan 2 years ago, which was about 455 renminbi. Now, Chen Zhao had treated him with such a huge tuna. Chen Zhao had probably spent more than $1 million on treating him for the day. Were all rich people this extravagant? In fact, Chen Zhao didn't even have the intention to treat Orflurby. He was just acting as a normal guest and doing his duty as a host. Fei Lai couldn't eat a lot of food when she was pregnant. This time, Fei Lai didn't have to worry about anything. Of course, the bluefin tuna still had to be specially processed. After all, bluefin tuna meat had a certain amount of excessive heavy metals. In Japan, many people would get brain hemorrhages from eating sashimi every year. It was because they'd eaten too much excessive heavy metals. If the heavy metals were ingested into the human body, it was very difficult to remove them. With current medical technology, there was almost no effective treatment. The body could only remove the heavy metals naturally. However, if it was an unprocessed ingredient, there was a way to remove the heavy metals. Orflurby received the perfect treatment. Other than the bluefin tuna and the nameless wine, Orf Lurby also ate unparalleled food. He didn't know what ingredient it was, but he believed that it was definitely the best. After all, even bluefin tuna sashimi couldn't compare to the taste. Mr. Orf, my eldest daughter Jerlin's birthday is on the 15th of this month. I'll hold a party and welcome you. Of course, it'll be my honor. Under the setting sun, the scenery on the sea was extremely beautiful. There were also girls laughing and running under the setting sun. They were all so enviable. This was life. Only with money could one obtain such a beautiful life. Orf Lurby didn't disturb Chun Zhao too much. After dinner, the car arrived to pick him up. Orf Lurby left reluctantly. Chun Zhao called Guret. Hey, Guret, it's me. Chun, what's up? Guret had a good impression of Chun Zhao. It was mainly because Chun Zhao had kept his word. In their previous 2 collaborations, Chun Zhao had brought her huge benefits. Moreover, he didn't take advantage of Chun Zhao, so Guret was looking forward to working with him again. My daughter's birthday is on the 15th of this month. Do you want to come? Of course. Gulai thought about it. He had nothing to do anyway. Oh, one more thing, Chun Zhao said. What is it? What do you know about Treasure Island? Gulai's eyes widened abruptly. You want to find the legendary Treasure Island? Yes. Before the 15th, I will help you collect all the information about Treasure Island. I guarantee that it will be the most comprehensive information in the world. The premise is that if we can find Treasure Island, I want a share of it. Sure. Since Chun Zhao had called, he was prepared to work with Guret. Chun Zhao had also tried to find information about the island himself. But after trying, he realized that he was too naive. Even professional explorers and pirates might not be able to find information about Treasure Island, let alone a layman like Chun Zhao. Therefore, Chun Zhao had to seek help from a professional. Guret was the professional. Chun Zhao actually didn't have many requirements for this expedition. First, he had to ensure Feilai's safety, not to mention the island. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Since they had an agreement, Guret naturally started moving too. She already had some understanding of Chun Zhao from their previous 2 collaborations. As long as both parties could do their jobs and keep their promises, Chun Zhao would definitely follow them. Tonight, Chun Zhao didn't accompany Feilai. Instead, he entered the river map. Old Turtle, it's my daughter's birthday. Shouldn't you do something? There's still a few decades, Old Turtle said disapprovingly. What's the rush? For Chun Zhao, it was only a dozen days, but for Old Turtle, who was in the river map, there were still decades. Old Turtle, give me another internal alchemy. It'll be Jerlin's birthday present. Do you want it or your daughter? Old Turtle rolled his eyes. Clearly, Chun Zhao wanted it himself. That's what I want. Chun Zhao didn't feel embarrassed at all. Then you can have this. It's Jerlin's birthday. Don't ask me for a birthday present again. We'll talk about it later. There's still a few decades. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Old Turtle's eyes widened. He stared at Chun Zhao in anger. Oh, Old Turtle, do you have a way to make the internal alchemy float in the air? I don't, Old Turtle said immediately. Chun Zhao didn't know if he really didn't have a way or didn't want to help. Old Turtle, don't be so stingy. Teach me. Teach my ass. You can maintain it with a magic array, but you'll need at least 100 years to learn a magic array that can make my internal alchemy float. Do you have that much time? Even in the river map. Is there any other way? Yes. Release the internal alchemy's spiritual chi and let it float on its own. But no matter how worthless my internal alchemy is, you can't waste it like this. I've cultivated for 1,000 years to make each internal alchemy. If you waste it like this, you'll run out of spiritual chi in less than 10 years. If you really want to waste it like this, give it back to me immediately. I won't let you waste it. Fine, fine. Chun Zhao immediately stuffed the internal alchemy Old Turtle had just given him into his spatial ring. He knew that if he just left it there normally, the internal alchemy would form a cycle. It would absorb as much spiritual chi as it emitted. At the same time, it could fill up the surrounding spiritual chi. Basically, as long as it wasn't used too much, the internal alchemy wouldn't be damaged, so Old Turtle didn't mind. But the internal alchemy represented Old Turtle's cultivation. Old Turtle was willing to give it to Chun Zhao because the internal alchemy wouldn't be used up. The cultivation was still his cultivation. But if Chun Zhao used it to waste, no matter how high his cultivation was, it would run out one day. Chun Zhao could only give up on the idea of creating an artificial moon above his Mingyue villa. Back then, Chun Zhao had this idea because of what Jerlin had said. Chapter 1434. Your world seems to have grown a lot bigger. Old Turtle could feel that Chun Zhao's world had grown bigger. However, he didn't feel any other changes. Apart from those that could cause strange phenomena, Chun Zhao's world that couldn't be seen could only be judged by perception. If Chun Zhao hadn't done anything, even the extremely powerful Old Turtle wouldn't have known about the changes in his world. That was why he thought that Chun Zhao's world had changed so much, because he'd been cultivating hard. Chun Zhao didn't know what Old Turtle was thinking. He told Old Turtle what had happened. It meant that he'd absorbed a demon's demon territory. Your ability is very rare. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao. It was similar to the Dark North divine art in wuxia novels. However, there definitely wouldn't be many worlds for Chun Zhao to absorb. After all, how many people in the modern world could reach this state? They could be counted on one hand. Do you remember the simplified version of the clone I taught you? Yes, why? How could Chun Zhao forget? After all, the clone was one of his ultimate skills. Chun Zhao often used it when fighting enemies. With your current cultivation, you can cultivate the regular version of the clone. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. That means I don't have to create 12 naked men every time I use it? Chun Zhao didn't have high requirements for combat power, but the problem was that it was 12 naked men every time he used it. What the hell was that? First, you have to be clear, Old Turtle explained. Old Turtle explained. Using a clone will consume a large amount of your spiritual power, which will greatly decrease your strength. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. He vaguely grasped the key point. You got it. So, unless I can recover my spiritual power quickly, I shouldn't use the clone? That's right. Old Turtle nodded. That's why I didn't teach you, even though you could already use the real avatar. If you use it in an important battle and you run out of energy, then once the avatar is defeated, you'll be a piece of meat on the enemy's chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Then, what's the difference between the real clone and the simplified version I'm using now? First of all, there's the difference in strength. Your avatar can use all the spells and abilities you know. Can I use a doppelganger? Chun Zhao asked. Sure. Old Turtle nodded. If you use your body double to create a clone with the same strength as you, he can also use the same body double. He also has a small world. No, you don't have a pocket world, Old Turtle said. The pocket world was created by your main body, so you can't use it. In that case, apart from a small world, the doppelganger can use any spells, including the external incarnation. In other words, I can be like you and continuously create avatars without limit? That's right in principle, but that's not the case in reality. No one can create an unlimited number of them. Why can't it be infinite? Because spiritual power can appear out of thin air. The spells used by the doppelganger also extract spiritual power from you. When your spiritual power is sent to the doppelganger will be partially consumed. The doppelganger will then send it to its own doppelganger, and the spiritual power will be consumed again. This cycle repeats. Every time a doppelganger is created, the amount of spiritual power you need to consume will increase. How many times do you think you can maintain this? Then how can you create so many doppelganger? Chun Zhao had seen Old Turtle create hundreds of thousands of doppelgangers. Stupid. I can create 100 doppelgangers at once. Then 100 doppelgangers create 100 more doppelgangers, and 100 more doppelgangers create 100 more doppelgangers. That's 1,000,000. If I use all my strength, I can create a few more doppelgangers. That's more than the population of Earth. Chun Zhao was completely speechless. This wasn't just a difference in quality, but also in quantity. If you teach me the real external incarnation chant, I think I can also create tens of thousands of clones. Old Turtle rolled his eyes. I'm guessing you can't have more than 8. That's impossible. I could create 12 doppelgangers before. How can I have fewer practicing the real version? I taught you the simplified version because your cultivation wasn't high enough, so the doppelgangers you created were also 12-week chickens. In reality, the real body double's consumption is many times greater than the simplified version. Let's not talk so much. Teach me first. Chun Zhao was defeated by Old Turtle. It was the same spell, but why was there such a huge difference? Old Turtle could create more doppelgangers than the population of the world, but Chun Zhao couldn't even reach a single digit. Wasn't this too cruel? The real body double mantra was much more complicated than the simplified version. Just memorizing the mantra took Chun Zhao more than 10 days. All he said was cultivation and practice. Transform. Chun Zhao quickly made a hand seal. Whoosh! A figure appeared beside Chun Zhao. It looked exactly like Chun Zhao. No, this body double doesn't even have 10% of your strength. Plus, you used 2 seconds to cast the spell. Old Turtle pointed his finger and killed the clone. Chun Zhao screamed. The body double was a doppelganger, but they shared Chun Zhao's senses. They wouldn't kill Chun Zhao after killing the doppelganger, but they shared pain. Continue. Old Turtle shouted. Transform. Chun Zhao cast again. Old Turtle pointed again. Same problem as before. No improvement. Whoosh, still no change. Still no change. Casting speed is faster, but it's still not enough. No change. No change. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. Finally, Chun Zhao could increase his casting speed to less than 1 second. I'll demonstrate it for you. Watch carefully, Old Turtle shouted. In an instant, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. The entire process took less than 1 second. According to Old Turtle standards, Chun Zhao's speed didn't pass. Continue practicing. Prepare enough spiritual power and release at the moment you cast. Continue. No, continue. No, continue, not bad. This time, this doppelganger has 50% of your strength, but it's not at the same level as your real body. Plus, your casting speed has clearly slowed down. Continue. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1435. 1,695 times. Change, change, change. In an instant, 1 became 2, 2 became 4. But when 2 became 4, Chun Zhao's mana clearly couldn't keep up. When 2 became 4, the 4 clones were much weaker. No, are these 4 just decorations? How weak are they? 1,999 times. Too slow. 6 seconds in total. Speed up. 2,788 times. No, continue. 3,358 times. Change, change, change. Finally, Chun Zhao completed 2 rounds of clones in 1 second. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Including the original, there were 7. Chun Zhao wanted to break through the 8 Old Turtle had mentioned, but he couldn't do anything if he kept changing. If he wanted to double his base of 4, he would need to double his mana value. That was the most he could do right now. However, 6 clones and 1 original were equivalent to 7 complete Chun Zhaos. The 6 clones knew all the spells that the original knew. Of course, if they attacked at the same time, the mana consumption would be 10 times higher. This was because the transfer of mana between the original and the clones would be consumed. This was also why Chun Zhao couldn't clone anymore. Spell returned to 1. The 6 clones were enveloped by the dark lava and fused into Chun Zhao's body. They had 6 times the original's strength and resistance. The original version only had 4 times the original strength when the 12 clones used spell return to 1. The original version, on the other hand, had 6 times the original strength. Chun Zhao canceled spell return to 1, and the 6 clones appeared again. The 6 clones also had their own dark lava. The amount was the same as the original. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. 1,000 swords control. The 6 original bodies and clones controlled 1,000 stone swords at the same time. The difficulty dropped by several times. Each body only had 100 or so stone swords. However, Chun Zhao wasn't satisfied. This meant that the technique of 1,000 sword control had improved, but the power hadn't. Old Turtle, help me forge another 6,000 stone swords. I've already prepared them for you. The 7 bodies used 1,000 swords control at the same time. The 7,000 stone swords were like a flood. Chen Zhao was overjoyed. This was the feeling, this feels great. Chen Zhao felt like he could fight against a modern army. 7,000 stone swords danced in the air, and they could coordinate with each other. The clone had strengthened Chen Zhao's combat ability. Rather, it could be said that his group attacks had reached an unparalleled level. Your fighting style is a little weak. If you knew more magic, you could use the cooperation of a few clones to defeat stronger enemies. Old Turtle, your way of thinking is outdated. Even if your fighting style is simple, the improvement is real. It was just like the famous 5 Fireball God sect in the online game, that he had played in school. Even if it was the simplest fireball technique, multiplied by 5 times, it would still be able to kill anything in its way. If Chen Zhao chose to give up his best fighting style for the sake of the cooperation between his clones and his main body, it would be a little like sacrificing his roots. If he had the time, he might as well train his own strength. Of course, what satisfied him the most was that his clones finally didn't have to run around naked anymore. Chen Zhao used 10,000 spells returned to 1 again and took out the Black Trident. The weight of the Black Trident was just right for Chen Zhao. He hadn't weighed it before, but it felt very comfortable to him. It could even be said that he had never used such a weapon before. Chen Zhao sent his magic into the Black Trident. The water vapor in the air started gathering. Soon, a blue ball of water with a diameter of 1 meter appeared above the Black Trident. This was the ability of Chen Zhao's Pocket World. It could automatically gather the water elements in the air. However, although Chen Zhao could control water elements with the Pocket World before, he couldn't gather them into a ball. Did this mean that the Black Trident had this ability? After thinking about it, it wasn't hard to understand. The Black Trident and the Deep Sea Domain originally belonged to the same master. Thus, it wasn't hard to understand why the Black Trident had this ability. However, if it was in the sea, the power of this move could be dozens of times stronger. Chen Zhao swung the Black Trident forward. The water ball spun at high speed and flew forward. As the water ball spun, it constantly shot out water droplets. Each water droplet was as lethal as a bullet. Chen Zhao had an idea. He jogged to the river. Another water ball was formed. This time, the diameter was many times larger than before. He swung the Black Trident forward and the water ball spun rapidly again. This time, it was even more powerful. The water droplets shot out in all directions. Chen Zhao frowned. This move was powerful, but it could hurt his own people too easily. Chen Zhao couldn't do anything about it. The water droplets shot out completely based on inertia. Their biggest feature was that they were densely packed and couldn't be aimed. It couldn't be like West's field of slowness, which could be controlled by West consciously so that his companions wouldn't be affected. There's a curse on your weapon. Surprise appeared in Old Turtle's eyes. Why didn't you get rid of the curse? What curse? I didn't notice. I feel like it's very smooth. This isn't your weapon, right? No, it's from the previous owner of the Deep Sea Domain. I picked it up for free. Oh, I see. Old Turtle nodded. The previous owner must have left a curse on it before he died. If you don't get rid of the curse, you can't pick up the weapon. Can't pick up the weapon? Chen Zhao was shocked. But why can I pick it up? Nonsense. Even spells have their limits. The so-called being unable to lift, it is only applicable to ordinary people. If ordinary people haven't broken the spell on this weapon, of course, they won't be able to lift it, let alone use it. Chen Zhao was enlightened. So that's why. Chen Zhao had thought that the demon from before was the same type as him, a strength-enhancing demon that needed such a heavy weapon. It turned out that the Black Trident was so heavy because of the spell. Do you want me to get rid of the curse? Old Turtle asked. It's not hard. No, I think it's better like this. What a joke. If he got rid of the curse, the weapon would lose its weight and become useless to Chen Zhao. It would become a magic ritual implement. Although it could amplify water spells to Chen Zhao, it would lose its most important close combat function. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1436. The next day, Chun Zhao went to the headquarters early in the morning. He planned to challenge the 8th level of the Tower of Trials. Last time was Chun Zhao's first failure. But that wasn't a true failure. In fact, it wasn't completely impossible for him to pass the 8th level. The strongest move of the frenzied ocean demons on the 8th level was to combine thousands of them into one move. But this move had a fatal flaw. It was ineffective against people who were flying. After all, the waves that the frenzied ocean demons could create were at most 100 meters in the sky. If Chun Zhao flew directly into the sky, the frenzied ocean demons wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Chun Zhao could totally avoid the first wave of attacks and then counterattack. The reason why he hadn't used other methods was mainly because of his obsession. Some things couldn't be avoided. If he encountered a situation that he had to face, he wouldn't even have the power to escape. For example, if his family was behind the waves, could he still escape? Chun Zhao hoped that no matter what problem he faced, he wouldn't just choose to escape. Chun Zhao greeted the people from the headquarters and entered the Tower of Trials. "President, you're probably here to pass the 8th level, right?" Judging from his expression, he's clearly prepared. "Sai, when can I pass the 1st level?" Patya said in despair. As the successor of the Shaman's Battle Dance, Patya had no combat ability at all, so it was basically impossible for her to pass the 1st level alone. Chun Zhao entered the 8th level and took out his black trident. It was still a boundless ocean. Soon, a black shadow appeared under Chun Zhao's feet. It was the same as the first time Chun Zhao had come to the 8th level. A lone frenzied ocean demon had attacked. Chun Zhao swept down with a black trident. A huge force swept across, and the lone frenzied ocean demon was smashed into pieces. Then, a white wave appeared on the distant horizon. "It's here." Just like last time, thousands of frenzied ocean demons had come. Chun Zhao tapped the black trident lightly on the surface of the sea. He calmly waited for the wave to come. Closer and closer. Closer and closer. He could already see countless frenzied sea demons stirring up waves in the boundless waves. Finally, the huge wave reached Chun Zhao. Just like last time, Chun Zhao was about to be killed instantly. Just inches away, Chun Zhao suddenly lifted the black trident and drew an arc on the surface of the sea. However, this breath was nothing compared to the huge wave. But as the arc was thrown out, it grew larger and larger. It was like a sharp blade cutting through the inner wall of a huge wave. Starting from his feet, the water parted, extending all the way to the top of the huge wave. The huge wave was completely cut apart. The giant waves were raised by the frenzied ocean demons. And when thousands of them raised the giant waves at the same time, there was some kind of connection between them. But now, because of Chun Zhao's interference, this balance had been destroyed. The originally boundless waves collapsed in an instant. Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. Success. Chun Zhao glanced around. Countless frenzied sea monsters were tumbling in the water. It seemed that they were planning to regroup and use the same trick again. He could only do it once. There was no point in doing it again. Chun Zhao didn't plan on giving them another chance. He lifted the black trident and dove into the water. A frenzied ocean demon pounced over. Chun Zhao swung the black trident. There was no seawater resistance. Chun Zhao realized that when he swung the black trident in the water, its power wouldn't be absorbed by the water. This was much more convenient than just swinging his fists. Last time, when Chun Zhao had chased that mutated two-headed shark, his fists actually couldn't kill it. Because of the seawater resistance, the power of Chun Zhao's fists was greatly reduced. But it wouldn't be the case this time. Swinging the black trident in the water was more comfortable than in the air. It was like there was no resistance at all. The individual strength of the frenzied ocean demons wasn't weak, but they weren't that strong either. Their strongest killing move was their combined attack. Their individual damage was too limited. Soon, the entire sea was dyed red. The corpses of the frenzied ocean demons floated on the surface. 1,000. Chun Zhao didn't make a mistake. At most, he could just add a few more. As expected, Chun Zhao received a notification. Level 8 of the Tower of Trials. Score. SS. Chun Zhao didn't know when the frenzied ocean demon had touched him, but there was no SS. But Chun Zhao wasn't a crazy demon for points. Recently, there was a trend in the association. Most people had passed the first level, but were stuck on the second, so they all ran back to the first to farm points. To pass the first level with a better score, Chun Zhao didn't have that obsession. So he went straight to the 9th floor. Hell, the 9th level didn't have a human environment as the background. It was hell. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Chaotic spiritual qi filled the entire world. Chun Zhao was too familiar with hell. To him, this environment wasn't even as difficult as the previous levels. Of course, the environment of each level didn't affect the difficulty too much. What really affected each level were the monsters and demons guarding each level. Just then, a loud dragon roar came from the distance. Yes, it was a dragon roar. A black dot approached from the horizon. Black dragon. It was a black dragon. There was only one. But this black dragon was an enemy Chun Zhao had never seen before. It emitted a powerful dragon's might. Even Chun Zhao was affected by the dragon's might. Chun Zhao felt his magic being suppressed. This was the effect of the dragon's might. Even though Chun Zhao wasn't afraid mentally, his body was still instinctively affected. This black dragon's might was more than 100 times stronger than Gaia's. Of course, its body was even bigger than Gaia's. It was already shocking enough that it was 100 meters long. Human, the black dragon asked. Chun Zhao frowned and stared at the black dragon with full attention. You can talk. This was the first time a self-aware monster had ever existed in the Tower of Trials. Also, wasn't there a boss every 6 levels? He'd already encountered a boss on the 6th level. Why was there another one on the 9th? Would there be a boss every 3 levels? Hearing Chun Zhao's words, the black dragon was instantly enraged. Human, you're asking for death. Instantly, the black dragon spat out dragon breath. A terrifying heat wave attacked Chun Zhao. Danger! Chun Zhao tensed up. He suddenly flipped over and dodged. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor mobile version. Chapter 1437. It wasn't like Chun Zhao had never seen someone stronger than him in hell. However, those that were stronger were basically the type that could crush him with one finger. They looked harmless, but once they started fighting, Chun Zhao wouldn't even know how to write the word death. But the black dragon before him was different. Chun Zhao didn't know why. He just wanted to kill the black dragon, and the black dragon did the same. It wanted to kill the human before him. It wasn't because this was the level of the Tower of Trials, or because the black dragon was the boss here. It just wanted to kill the human. Compatible enemies. The black dragon said an inexplicable technical term. What do you mean? I mean, you're gonna die. The black dragon suddenly swung its huge tail. Boom! Chun Zhao flew out in response. Before Chun Zhao could stand up, the black dragon's breath came again. Chun Zhao rolled to the side and dodged it. At the same time, he quickly took out his black trident and waved it. A water ball condensed with the trident and shot toward the black dragon. The black dragon's head was hit by the water ball. Its head tilted slightly, but it wasn't injured at all. The black dragon turned its head and looked at Chun Zhao again. Chun Zhao didn't dare to be careless at all. Avatar. Change, change, change. Spell return to 1. Chun Zhao stretched his arms and legs. After spell returned to 1, the dragon's pressure on Chun Zhao lessened, but not by much. Originally, it had suppressed at least 20% of Chun Zhao's magic power. Now it was around 15%. Chun Zhao moved again. This time, he was several times faster than before. His strength was also several times greater. The black dragon's head took a solid hit from Chun Zhao's attack. The black trident hit the black dragon's head heavily. With a boom, the black dragon's huge head smashed into the ground. But in that instant, a terrifying pressure burst forth from the black dragon's horns. Chun Zhao's body froze. The black dragon's head went up, and Chun Zhao was sent flying. Neither of them had a good ending this round. The black dragon shook its head. That hit wasn't light. Chun Zhao also felt sore all over, but he was more concerned about the black dragon's counterattack. At that moment, Chun Zhao felt like he was hit by West Slow Field. But it was different. The range of West's slow domain was limited, but against people with much higher magic power than West, the slow field was ineffective. But in that moment, Chun Zhao suddenly felt that he couldn't move. It was only for a short moment, but it posed a great threat to Chun Zhao. If the Black Dragon kept using this move, then what was the point of fighting? He could just lie down. Chun Zhao stared at Black Dragon warily, and Black Dragon stared back at him warily. He was different from those brainless gatekeepers from before. The Black Dragon knew how to think. Chun Zhao secretly assessed Black Dragon's strength. In terms of strength, it was about the same as his 10,000 techniques return to one, but in terms of speed, it was slightly inferior. However, the Black Dragon's huge body gave it an advantage when it came to explosive power. His dragon breath and the spell that could instantly freeze him posed a great threat to him, but he didn't know if he had any other trump cards. Of course, his dragon might was also a great threat to Chun Zhao. This was a weakening halo, and it was permanent. Finally, Black Dragon moved. A huge magic formation appeared above his head. It shone on Chun Zhao like a searchlight. Chun Zhao jumped in fright, but the next moment, he realized that he was completely unharmed. What spell was this? Just as Chun Zhao was confused, Black Dragon spat out dragon breath again. Chun Zhao hurriedly dodged, but this time, Black Dragon's breath seemed to have locked onto him. Wherever Chun Zhao hid, the dragon's breath would follow. Damn, this spell is a tracking spell. By now, Chun Zhao had been through hundreds of battles. He immediately understood the effect of this spell. Unable to dodge, dark lava surged up and blocked in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao hadn't planned on using dark lava so early. But now, Black Dragon had forced him to use dark lava to protect himself. Chun Zhao immediately melted into the lava. The lava stuck to the ground, so Black Dragon couldn't attack him immediately. This was Chun Zhao's ultimate life-saving technique. Black Dragon saw a large patch of dark lava spreading toward him. He didn't know what it was, but he instinctively didn't want to touch it. He immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air. But at this moment, the dark magma formed a straight line and chased after the Black Dragon that had risen into the sky. The moment it caught up to Black Dragon, dark lava turned into a sharp rope and pierced into Black Dragon's claws. Roar! Black Dragon roared in pain. At the same time, he felt something invading his body. A tyrannical power burst forth in an instant, and the dark magma that had already invaded the Black Dragon's dragon claws was directly repelled. Chun Zhao cursed. As expected, it was unrealistic to rely on dark lava's corrosion to deal with an enemy of this level. This guy was stronger and harder to deal with than the self-proclaimed god he'd met in the Amazon rainforest. That so-called god was only supported by the power of his believers. Also, he couldn't expel dark lava's corrosion from his body instantly like Black Dragon. Chun Zhao realized that in this world, those who called themselves gods were basically all amateurs. Whether it was the source of the fallen or the god in the Amazon rainforest, they were all fierce, but their greatest ability was to bewitch others. When it came to a real fight, they were like cowards. The truly powerful ones usually kept quiet. For example, Kong Mosa. Chun Zhao had never heard of him, but that was Chun Zhao's first time meeting someone at his level. It could be said that if he didn't have external help and the handsome guy as support, Chun Zhao might not have been able to get rid of Kong Mosa. The Black Dragon before him was the same. He didn't waste time talking and didn't care about life and death. Chun Zhao suddenly shot out of the dark lava. Holding the black trident with both hands, he attacked from below, wanting to pierce Black Dragon's heart. His heart soared. Alarmed, Black Dragon's pressure exploded again. Chun Zhao, who was in the air, felt awkward. He froze on the spot. But this time, Black Dragon didn't attack Chun Zhao. Instead, it swayed left and right in the air, keeping its body from landing. Chun Zhao couldn't help but frown. This spell was indeed very powerful. As long as it worked, it was almost undefeatable. However, Black Dragon seemed to have a hard time using this move. When he used it, he almost fell from the sky. The Black Dragon recovered, and Chun Zhao also broke free from the solidification. The two, one above and one below, stared at each other in the air. Both were thinking of countermeasures. Please remember the original domain name of this book, Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1438. Black Dragon looked down at Chun Zhao from above. Even though he always spouted arrogant words, he wasn't an idiot. Of course, he could feel that the human before him wasn't the lowly and cowardly human he described. At least, Chun Zhao had the ability to injure or even defeat him. Neither of them had an absolute chance of winning. In fact, both sides had many trump cards, but not all of them were effective against the opponent. For example, Chun Zhao's Imperial Thousand Swords. Its strength lay in group attacks. Against a thick-skinned black dragon, if one sword couldn't pierce through his defense, then the effect of 1,000 swords would be negligible. So, it was better not to use this move. It was useless anyway. Black Dragon was the same. He also had many spells. But after the short exchange earlier, he could already feel that Chun Zhao's defense and resistance were on the same level as his. Using those concealment spells was just a waste of his magic power. This time, it was Chun Zhao who attacked first. Chun Zhao's speed exploded. There was a pop in the air. Like an arrow leaving a bow, Chun Zhao shot toward Black Dragon. Fast. He was as fast as lightning. Even the Black Dragon's scales were standing on end. Chun Zhao's speed was his biggest problem. No, he had to use that move again. In the blink of an eye, Black Dragon unleashed his bloodline pressure once more. This ability was actually a transformation of Dragon Might, but it was even stronger. Dragon Might could suppress the weak both mentally and physically. Even for an expert like Chun Zhao, it still had a strong suppressive force. Bloodline pressure was even scarier than Dragon Might. It was a complete suppression. It could completely freeze the enemy's body. But bloodline pressure wasn't without weaknesses. First, it was too much for Black Dragon to use his bloodline power. If he used all his strength to release bloodline pressure, he would also enter a temporary weakness. It was like a human who used up too much energy and couldn't catch his breath. But the dragon race's recovery speed was insane. Even if he used up all his energy, he could still recover quickly. Chun Zhao smiled. This was what he'd been waiting for. The moment Black Dragon used bloodline pressure, Chun Zhao's black trident also flew out. Whoosh! The black trident pierced through the scales below Black Dragon's abdomen. Just as Chun Zhao had guessed, Black Dragon could stop him, but he couldn't stop the weapon's trajectory. Moreover, judging from the depth of the black trident, the Black Dragon was clearly in a weakened state when he used this move. Roar! The Black Dragon roared. I'll take your life while you're down. Chun Zhao dashed to the dragon's abdomen and pulled out the black trident. Instantly, dragon blood splattered all over Chun Zhao's body. It hurts. Chun Zhao felt as if his body had been splashed by lava. Then, the black dragon's wings slapped down at Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao landed heavily on the ground. The black dragon also fell. Chun Zhao stood up shakily. Gritting his teeth, he endured the burning pain in his body. The black dragon stood up again. Despicable humans. Just then, Chun Zhao felt something surge in his body. It was a strange, yet familiar feeling. Chun Zhao was sure that it existed, but he couldn't find what it was. The burning sensation gradually subsided. Then, Chun Zhao felt a gust of air around him. It was very small and weak, but it blocked the black dragon's draconic aura outside. It was very similar to draconic aura. No, it was draconic aura. Draconic aura? Chun Zhao's heart jumped. Had he obtained draconic aura? How was that possible? He didn't have dragon blood. How could he have draconic aura? Had he touched the black dragon's blood just now? That was even more impossible. In reality, one couldn't have dragon blood just by soaking in dragon blood. If that was the case, the dragon race would have been slaughtered by other races long ago. Only those with dragon blood, like Gaia, could absorb dragon blood to increase the purity of their bloodline. It was like how Gaia had absorbed the three-headed dragon's blood to increase her bloodline. However, the three-headed dragon was a mixed blood, so its bloodline wasn't pure. Gaia's improvement was also limited. Chun Zhao was sure that he didn't have dragon blood. If he wanted to obtain dragon characteristics, he had to go through the mouth of gluttony. Nowadays, Chun Zhao rarely used the mouth of gluttony to devour. This was because the power obtained after devouring might not be what he wanted. Moreover, after devouring, even the host wasn't sure what would happen after fusing with his own power element. It might even make him weaker. Chun Zhao didn't think that he had to change his power element. Even if it was a dragon, Chun Zhao didn't think that it was necessary. Thus, it was very strange that he had obtained draconic aura. Just then, an aura gathered above Chun Zhao's head. Sensing the aura, Chun Zhao looked up. Spiritual key. Ever since Chun Zhao had absorbed the spiritual key, he tried countless times, but he still couldn't figure out its use. Every key had a different way of absorbing energy and had different functions. When he'd absorbed the spiritual key with his primordial spirit, Chun Zhao had almost forgotten about it because he couldn't figure out how to use it. The golden key could allow him to evolve, but he still couldn't figure out how to use the spiritual key. Now, the spiritual key had actually been activated. Could it be that the spiritual key had given him draconic aura? But what was the use of the spiritual key? Even though the spiritual key had been activated, Chun Zhao was still confused. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Did the seniors who'd created the keys have something wrong with their brains? Why did they have to make things so complicated? Couldn't they have created something easier to understand? At the very least, they should have made an instruction manual or something. Had the spiritual key been activated by the black dragon's blood? Or by the dragon's blood? Chun Zhao instinctively felt that his guess wasn't right. It shouldn't be so simple. Although the dragon race was powerful, they were essentially not a special species. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chun Zhao's mind. At first, the black dragon had said that he was a compatible enemy. Could it be because of that? Compatible enemy. Chun Zhao didn't understand, but he felt that it might be because he was the dragon's compatible enemy. Chun Zhao looked at the black dragon. The black dragon still didn't know that he'd obtained draconic aura. Although the range of draconic aura was very small, it blocked the black dragon's draconic aura. This caused the dragon's power, which had been weakened by the draconic aura, to recover to its peak. Chun Zhao gripped the black trident tightly and stared at the black dragon. Chapter 1439. The black dragon suddenly felt that the human in front of it had become stronger. Had he never used his full strength before? The black dragon's gaze sharpened. It suddenly spread its wings and made a strange pose. Chun Zhao was confused. The black dragon's pose was like the dragon in some Western pictures. Its hind legs were on the ground, its wings spread, and its head was facing Chun Zhao. Was the black dragon planning to make a performance art with such a strange pose? Wait, if it wasn't performance art, then it must be using some magic. The black dragon must have sensed something, so it decided to use its trump card. As expected, a magic array with a diameter of 100 meters appeared behind the black dragon. It moved forward and passed through the black dragon's body. The black dragon scales seemed to have been washed and polished. They were black and shiny. With a roar, flames burst out of the black dragon's body and spread in all directions. Destroy! The black dragon pounced at Chun Zhao. Just then, another ring of flames burst out of its body. Another ring of flames. Chun Zhao hurriedly retreated. The black dragon seemed to be able to release these flames endlessly. The closer he got to the black dragon, the hotter the flames became. He couldn't even get close. How could he fight? Chun Zhao had thought that he could use his dragon's might to counter the black dragon's might and not be suppressed. He didn't expect the black dragon's trump card to make Chun Zhao unable to fight back. However, Chun Zhao was furious now. After using its trump card, the black dragon chased after Chun Zhao arrogantly. Chun Zhao smashed the end of the black trident heavily on the ground. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt water under his feet. An underground river. Chun Zhao smashed the ground with the black trident again. Through the echoes, he seemed to be able to identify the water buried underground. The underground water wasn't deep either. It was only a dozen meters under his feet. Just then, the black dragon pounced at him again. This time, Chun Zhao didn't run. Seeing the black dragon pounce at him, Chun Zhao raised the black trident. Boom! Instantly, The ground cracked, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The underground water that soared into the sky directly drenched the defenseless black dragon's heart. Before he could react, Chun Zhao had already charged forward. In this environment where the moisture in the air increased, not only did Chun Zhao's mana recovery speed increase, but his attack power also increased. On the other hand, the power of Black Dragon's Ring of Destruction was greatly reduced. Just like in a tropical rainforest, in a humid environment, a match that was lit would be extinguished in a short period of time. Chun Zhao flew onto the Black Dragon's back, not caring if the Black Dragon was happy or not. The black trident pierced through the Black Dragon's neck. Roar! The Black Dragon rolled on the ground, trying to push Chun Zhao off its back. But Chun Zhao held onto the Black Trident tightly. Seeing that this move was ineffective, the Black Dragon tried another one. Just as Chun Zhao was about to behead Black Dragon, he suddenly lost his footing. The Black Trident missed too. The Black Dragon disappeared? Disappeared? Missing? Where's the Black Dragon? Where did the Black Dragon go? Just a moment ago, he was holding the Black Trident against the back of the Black Dragon's neck. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Are you kidding me? Dragon blood was still dripping from the Black Trident. It wasn't invisibility. If it was, the Black Trident wouldn't have fallen off. Just then, Chun Zhao saw a humanoid figure flying into the distance. What? Is that a black dragon? Chun Zhao was furious. Are you kidding me? A gatekeeper boss can run away? Chun Zhao charged forward and shot the Black Trident at the figure. The Black Trident pierced through the Black Dragon and fell to the ground. Chun Zhao immediately rushed over, but when he arrived, he saw that the Black Trident had been thrown on the ground. There was also a blood-stained broken arm on the Black Trident. It was a broken arm in the shape of a human. Chun Zhao picked up the Black Trident and the broken arm at the same time. The Black Trident had pierced the Black Dragon's arm, but he could have just taken it off. Why did he leave his own arm behind? Was it a greeting gift? Stop joking. That was a black dragon. Chun Zhao suddenly thought of a possibility. After the Black Dragon turned into a human, his physical strength wasn't as strong as when he was in dragon form. That was why he couldn't lift the Black Trident and could only cut off his arm to survive. Chun Zhao couldn't think of any other possibilities. But the gatekeeper boss had escaped. What was going on? Why did it run away? If he wanted to pass, did he have to find and kill the Black Dragon? But the world was so big. How was he supposed to find it? Never mind. He'd ask the handsome guy later. Chun Zhao wiped the blood on his body. The blood didn't burn as much as before, but he didn't activate the undead key either. It seemed that activating the undead key only gave him some dragon's might. Apart from that, it didn't have any practical use. Other than making him immune to the dragon's might, his dragon's might didn't increase his strength at all. Moreover, the range of dragon's might was very small. Gaia could make its dragon's might cover a diameter of 20 meters, but Chun Zhao could only cover a diameter of 1 meter. Thinking about it, Chun Zhao decided not to use dragon's might in case Gaia laughed at him. Chun Zhao looked at the broken arm in his hand. He was about to throw it away when he suddenly paused. He wondered if Gaia could extract dragon blood from it. Let's take it out and see. Chun Zhao glanced around. He was disappointed that the Black Dragon had escaped. The next time they met, he definitely wouldn't let it go. But the next time they met, it would probably be an even more intense battle. After all, Chun Zhao knew the Black Dragon's characteristics. The Black Dragon also knew Chun Zhao's characteristics. It probably wouldn't be as easy as today. Fortunately, he'd broken off one of the Black Dragon's claws. The dragon would definitely be weakened. Just then, Chun Zhao received a notification from the Tower of Trials. Black Dragon escaped. Leave the Tower of Trials or continue searching. Leave the Tower of Trials. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao exited the Tower of Trials. When everyone saw Chun Zhao come out, they immediately surrounded him. President, did you pass the 8th level? West asked. Chun Zhao nodded. Yes. Guild leader, whose arm is that? The big boss of the 9th level. Can the limbs of the monsters inside be taken out? Not the ones before, but the one on the 9th level is special. Not only is it strong, but it can also escape. I fought with it for more than an hour, but it escaped, Chun Zhao said gloomily. Gaia, this is for you. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was understandable to give someone a gift. But what was the meaning of giving away a severed arm? Chapter 1440. Others might not understand, but Gaia understood as soon as she touched the arm. A pure blood dragon. As Gaia's power increased, she understood her bloodline very well. Unlike her, who could transform into a dragon, a pure blood dragon had to be extremely powerful to transform into a human. Can you absorb the dragon blood in this arm? Chun Zhao asked. Yes. Gaia nodded. But I need time. Just then, Jalanash landed from the sky. President, look, I can fly too, Jalanash said proudly. Not many people in the association could fly, even those stronger than her. Gaia had to transform into a fire dragon to fly, while Helith and Norma couldn't. Only Chun Zhao could fly. Jalanash felt that she couldn't catch up to Chun Zhao or Gaia in terms of power, so she had to catch up in other ways. Only Chun Zhao could fly. Jalanash felt that it would be difficult for her to catch up to Chun Zhao or Gaia in terms of power, so she could only catch up in other aspects. Only Chun Zhao could fly. Jalanash felt that she couldn't catch up to Chun Zhao or Gaia in terms of power, so she had to catch up in other ways. Now that Jalanash had mastered it, she immediately came to show off to Chun Zhao. Of course, most people were envious of her showing off. Jalanash was one of the few who could master water, fire, wind, and earth magic at the same time. She could also master 4 branches of elemental magic. Actually, Jalanash wasn't weak. At least in Chun Zhao's eyes, Jalanash and Helith were on the same level. But the difference was that Helith specialized in necromancy, while Jalanash was too mixed. She could basically learn all kinds of magic, but she wasn't proficient in any. If she could specialize in one, she might not be much weaker than Helith. She might even be stronger. Of course, Chun Zhao had no obligation or right to ask Jalanash to specialize in a certain type of magic. Chun Zhao wasn't her teacher or parent. Plus, his elemental magic might not be as good as Jalanash's. In Chun Zhao's opinion, learning magic was first and foremost about interest, not about how awesome one was. On the way home, Chun Zhao called a handsome guy. Handsome, are you busy? I've never experienced what you humans call busy. If possible, I'd like to experience it. Chun Zhao saw that the handsome guy was in the sky above a battlefield. There were countless demons fighting below, which was why Chun Zhao thought that the handsome guy was participating in a war. However, when he looked at the demons fighting, although their numbers were endless, he didn't see any powerful ones. Even Chun Zhao could kill his way in and out. If the handsome guy really joined the battle, he could probably destroy both sides with a finger. What are you doing? He asked curiously. It's a war started by my 2 followers' respective races. Whoever wins will get the chance to advance, and the loser's race will be exterminated. Chun Zhao shivered. This was indeed the style of hell. By the way, my daughter's birthday is on the 15th of this month. It's a pity that you can't come to my daughter's birthday party. Your eldest daughter? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Oh, do you know what a compatible enemy is? Oh, did you encounter a compatible enemy? Yes, but I don't know what it means. I heard it from him. In human terms, it's a fated enemy. Every soul has its own fate. Every soul's fate will resonate with other souls. Friends, enemies, family, a series of relationships are all caused by the resonance between souls. But there's another kind of relationship, which is a compatible enemy, the handsome guy said. A compatible enemy is like a natural enemy. Once they meet, they'll reject each other, hate each other, and kill each other until one of them dies. Is this also a part of the rules? Chun Zhao asked. Rather than a part of the rules, it's more like a part of fate, the handsome guy said. You humans have a game called jigsaw puzzles, right? What does this have to do with puzzles? Fate is like a jigsaw. A compatible enemy is a jigsaw that perfectly matches your fate. Since it's a jigsaw that perfectly matches my fate, it should be something like the closest relationship, right? How did it become an enemy? This is the magic of fate. Because it's a perfect match, they'll kill each other. Maybe it's called fate instinct. I don't know much about fate, but I've done research on compatibility. I've captured many compatible enemies for research. The most direct observation is that after killing a compatible enemy, the winner's talent increases. It's not an increase in power, but his future power or achievement will be higher. Chen Zhao sank into deep thought. Then the dead key shouldn't be called the dead key, but the destiny key. Compatible enemies would kill each other and steal each other's luck. The destiny key would steal the other's ability or something else. Where did you encounter a compatible enemy? If it's in hell, I can help you. In the Tower of Trials, level 9, a black dragon. Oh, you've reached level 9 already? Yes. Did you kill that black dragon? No, he escaped, Chen Zhao said. You're too careless. Next time, you need to be more careful. Originally, there shouldn't be any danger to your life in the Tower of Trials, but since it's a compatible enemy, then it could really threaten your life. Furthermore, every level after the 9th level is different from the previous ones. The 1st to 8th levels of the Tower of Trials are just monsters created by consciousness, but from the 9th level onwards, there are real enemies. The handsome guy was a bit anxious. Maybe you should bring the Tower of Trials back to hell. I'll help you deal with this. No, since it's my enemy, I'll do it myself, Chen Zhao said. Are you that proud? The handsome guy teased. No, I just feel that I should at least respect my fate and my enemy. You won the first fight, right? Yes. He's injured? Yes. Then you should go in while he's still recovering. He escaped, and the 9th level seems to be very big. I couldn't find him. Your enemies? Fate will let you meet. Even if you want to avoid each other, it's impossible. Fate will tie you together until one of you dies. He lost an arm. I don't think he'll be a threat to me. I said, don't be careless. As long as your enemy isn't dead, you can't be careless. Your enemy can threaten you at any time. Chapter 1441. On the way home, Chen Zhao's words kept echoing in his head. Even if he had lost an arm, would he still be a threat to him? Chen Zhao had been a bit arrogant, thinking that the next time they met would be Black Dragon's death. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. The next time they fought, it wouldn't be so easy. He really did not have the means to completely restrain the Black Dragon, even if it had lost one of its claws. Suddenly, a figure passed before Chen Zhao's car. SSSS. Chen Zhao quickly stepped on the brakes, but the person in front still fell to the ground. He didn't touch it. Could it be a scam? Chen Zhao got out of the car and went forward to check. Miss Shara? Chen Zhao did not expect Shara to be the one trying to blackmail him. Of course, Xiaola wasn't trying to cheat. She was just frightened. Chen Zhao pulled Shara up. Miss Shara, are you okay? Charla's expression didn't look too good, but Chen Zhao wouldn't agree that it was because she was scared by his car. I'm fine. Do I need to take you to the hospital? At the same time, he checked on Charla. She didn't seem to have any physical injuries, but her mental state was rather poor. No, thank you. I'm fine. Xiaola shook her head. Then, can I trouble you to send me home? No matter what, Shara had helped a lot when little Larissa was born. Chen Zhao was still very grateful to the people who stayed to help. It wasn't just she was family. He was very grateful for Shara, Daily Moore, and Navat Singer's help. Miss Shara, if you encounter any trouble, you can tell me. Maybe I can help. No, I'm fine. Shara's smile was a little forced. This is my phone number. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. Okay, thank you. It seemed like Chen Zhao was plotting something against Xiaola, but Xiaola didn't think too much about it. After all, she knew how pretty Fei Lai was. She wouldn't have any bad thoughts about her. Xiaola's house was not small. It was a detached villa in a high-class neighborhood. Miss Xiaola, is this your home? Yes, Mr. Chen. Would you like to come in for some water? No, I have to hurry home. Chen Zhao felt like he'd been staying at home for the past year. To be precise, he had become an otaku ever since he had little Jerlin, and he became even more otaku after he had little Larissa. As soon as he was done with his work, he wanted to go home and hug his daughter. Shayla stood in front of her door and did not enter. Her hands were trembling and her eyes were unfocused. She had an instinctive fear and resistance towards this family. Suddenly, the phone rang, pulling Shara back to reality. Hey, are you Miss Shara? Yes, I am. Who are you? You called me this morning. Did you forget? Are you Mr. Punkat? Yes, when can we meet? The sooner the better, Shayla said impatiently. Okay, where shall we meet? If it's convenient for you, come to my house. Half an hour later, a car stopped in front of Shara's house. Shara stood at the door, watching the people alighting from the car. "Are you Mr. Punkat?" "Yes." "Are you Miss Shara?" "Yes. Let's get straight to the point." Shara nodded. Punkat nodded and followed Shara into the house. "I bought this house a month ago," Shara said. Siala said, "But ever since I moved in, I feel that something is wrong. I often have hallucinations, and I can't sleep well at night. My mental state is getting worse and worse, and I even have hallucinations. Just today, I almost ran onto the road because of my hallucinations and was hit by a speeding car." "Have you seen a psychiatrist?" Punkat asked, frowning. As an experienced spiritualist, Punkat had handled many supernatural cases. Many of them were actually due to the client's mental problems. "I've already." The psychiatrist said that I'm under too much pressure from work and suggested that I take a few days off. I accepted her suggestion, but in the few days I've been resting at home, my mental state has gotten worse and worse, especially in this house. I keep feeling a bit. As Shara spoke, she subconsciously looked around. "I keep feeling like something is watching me." The more Shara spoke, the more frightened she became. Punkat nodded and stood up. But for the time being, he didn't find anything special about the house. Of course, this didn't mean that there was nothing wrong with the house. "Can I walk around the house?" "Of course, no problem. I hope you can help me solve the problem." "I'll try my best." Punkat nodded and got up to walk around the house. Siala, on the other hand, was following Punkat. "Did you investigate the background of this house before you bought it?" "The house agent sold me the house. I didn't see the seller." "The seller left the house in the hands of the agent," Shara said. Punkat walked around every room in the house and didn't find anything wrong. "Miss Shara, I didn't find anything unclean in this house." "Punkat, I'm not lying. Please believe me." "I'm not saying that you're lying. There are many reasons for supernatural incidents. It might not be the house itself," Punkat said. "Wait a minute. Let me get a tool." Punkat took out a palm-sized compass from his bag. The moment Punkat pointed the compass at Shara, the needle of the compass immediately jumped and became very unstable. Punkat raised his eyebrows. Shara had indeed encountered a supernatural incident. And from the reaction of the compass needle, the supernatural incident that Shara had encountered was of a high level. "Miss Shara, have you encountered similar incidents in your past life?" Punkat asked. Some people were spiritualists, so it was normal for them to encounter such incidents. Others had a spiritual physique, so it was easy for them to provoke such things. "No." Shara shook her head. However, Punkat checked the house. There should be no problem with the house, and the compass was reacting to Shara, which meant that Shara had encountered problem. "Then, did you get anything strange? Like ancient coins, paintings, mirrors, or something like that?" "After I moved, I bought a lot of things." "I'm not sure if there's anything you're talking about," Shara said. "Looks like I'll have to check it again." Punkat took the compass and walked around the house again. Suddenly, when the compass in Punkat's hand was aimed at Shara's dresser, the needle jumped again. Was there a problem with the dresser? Punkat turned to look at Shara. "Where did you get this dresser?" "I bought it from the supermarket. It's brand new." "Is there a problem?" Chapter 1442. Bought from a supermarket? Then it shouldn't be a problem with the dresser. If it was an antique found in a second-hand store, it was very possible. Many of the supernatural incidents that Punkat received were because the employer found something strange in a second-hand store, and then the supernatural incident happened. That was something placed on the dresser. It had to be said that any woman's dresser would have a lot of cosmetics. It wasn't easy to find something unusual among so many cosmetics. Finally, Punkat discovered that among the cosmetics, there was a wooden comb that did not fit in with the rest of the cosmetics. When Punkat picked up the wooden comb, he immediately felt a strange aura. The needle of the compass in his hand was also jumping wildly. Sure enough, there's something wrong with this comb. Punkat looked at Shara. "Where did you get this comb?" "I bought it from a handicraft shop," Shara said. "What kind of handicraft shop?" Punkat asked. "It's on Downey Street, 558? Punkat continued. "Huh? Mr. Punkat, do you know that shop?" Punkat was even more puzzled. "How did you find that shop?" "What do you mean, how?" "I just went shopping and saw that shop, so I wanted to take a look. It's hard to imagine that such a special shop would exist in such a busy area." Is there something wrong with that shop? That shop belongs to a spiritualist. Only a spiritualist like me can find that place. But you don't have any magic on you, so it's impossible for you to find that shop. 558 Downey Street is very famous among spiritualists. But I found it. That's the strange part. Pancat looked at the wooden comb in his hand. How much is this comb? $300. Pancat looked at Shara. She's really rich. Even as a spiritualist, I can't spend $300 on a magic comb. However, 558 Downey Street shouldn't sell items that brought bad luck. Pancat's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood. It wasn't that the people in that shop deliberately sold items that brought bad luck. It was because the magic item itself had magic, which attracted unclean things. If the buyer was a spiritualist, of course, this wouldn't be a problem. After all, no evil spirit would take the initiative to find trouble with a spiritualist. But Xiala was just an ordinary person, which became the biggest problem. Pancat examined Shayla a few times and confirmed that she was indeed an ordinary person without any magic. That was strange. It was impossible for an ordinary person without magic power to see 558 Downey Street. After all, the shop had a long history, and no ordinary person had ever been able to find it. Of course, as long as he could enter the store, the people inside wouldn't reject him. This wooden comb was a magic tool, but it was not the cause of the supernatural incident. The wooden comb itself would not harm its owner. However, the thing that was attracted by the wooden comb obviously harbored ill intentions towards Xiala. Even if he destroyed the wooden comb, it would not solve the problem. If he wanted to solve the problem, he still needed to get rid of the thing that was harassing Xiala. Miss Xiala, if it's convenient, I might need to stay here tonight. Punkat looked at Xiala. Shara hesitated for a moment. After all, she was a man and a woman in the same room, and the other party was not an acquaintance, so it was inevitable that she would be in a difficult position. However, Shara really did not dare to stay at home alone. If there was someone with her, she would feel more at ease. Mr. Punkat, you can solve my problem, right? Don't worry. I'll protect you. Feilai, where are little Jerlin and Larissa? When Chun Zhao returned, he saw Feilai lying on the chair with a mask on her face. Chen, you're back just in time. Help me apply sunscreen, Feilai said. There's still too much sunlight by the sea. Chun, do you have any whitening products? Feilai asked. Actually, Feilai was not pale at all in the past. After all, she was a member of the coastal rescue team. How could she be pale? However, ever since she got pregnant, she rarely went out. The 10 months of pregnancy had whitened her skin a lot. Now, she didn't want to tan anymore. I'll make some tonight, Chun Zhao said. Your 2 daughters are at the beach below, Feilai said. Although she was sunbathing on the chair, she could still see the entire beach. There were also many pets on the beach. Jerlin and Larissa would not be in danger. In the sea, the 5 tiger generals were the gangsters of this coastline. Apart from the 5 of them, there were no other sharks wandering around. The only things that could threaten the 2 children on this beach were poisonous creatures like sea snakes and conchs. However, they always had anti-venoms at home. Also, Walter, Black Ma, and White Ma often patrolled the beach. Their sense of smell could distinguish conchs. However, they did not appear often in Los Angeles. Injuries only happened once every decade. Chen Zhao could not stop his 2 daughters from playing on the beach because of this. As for sea snakes, they were easier to find, so they were not much of a threat. Little Larissa could already move on the beach with her limbs. At the moment, she was sitting on the beach. Beside her was a small bucket filled with seashells. Little Jerlin was carrying a small giant clam shell as she ran towards little Larissa with a face full of joy. Little Larissa, look, isn't it big? Hee hee. Yeah. Little Larissa laughed happily and clapped her hands with all her might. Only in the evening did little Jerlin and Larissa reluctantly be carried back to the villa by Black Ma and White Ma. Dad, Mom, we haven't had dinner yet. Why can't you let us play for a while? Little Jerlin crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking unhappy. However, her arms were not long enough. Because she was hung in the air by Black Ma, she looked funny. There's chicken soup tonight. If you don't come back soon, Princess will drink it all. The so-called chicken soup was stewed with undying birds. There was no such thing as confinement overseas, but Chun Zhao still wanted to help Fei Lai recover. However, Fei Lai could only drink 2 bowls of chicken soup at most. The rest would be taken by the 2 kids and their pets. Little Jerlin aside, little Larissa also knew how to drink chicken soup, and she liked it very much. Chun Zhao was now considering if he should go underground again. He wanted to see if he could hunt more undying birds. After all, the last one was almost finished. Chapter 1443. Chun Zhao decided to organize an underground expedition. He would find the participants from the association. It would be a test. He would also see if he could catch another immortal bird. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't have high hopes for this. After all, even if he could find one, it would be very deep underground. Other than Gaia, no one else could withstand that kind of temperature. Also, Gaia was immune to fire, but that didn't mean she could withstand endless heat. In fact, Gaia's heat resistance wasn't even as high as Chun Zhao's. Hey, West, tell the people in the association that we'll be training on temperature resistance. I plan to organize a group activity, an underground exploration. Those who don't have any resistance to temperature don't need to participate. At the same time, get Padaloo and Jolig to study heat-resistant suits. Ever since the gale, Los Angeles had been too quiet. Even some of the commissions were halved compared to usual. The association was very free, so Chun Zhao wanted to use this opportunity to give them something to do. Of course, giving them something to do wasn't asking them to die. Chun Zhao couldn't let a bunch of weaklings go deep underground. However, West didn't know if he misunderstood Chun Zhao's meaning. He called the underground expedition an underground treasure hunt. Then, everyone's enthusiasm soared, including Klaus and the Lightning team. They all started training for heat resistance. All of them belonged to the physical strengthening category. Therefore, their heat resistance was also very high. Plus, they weren't going to crawl into a hole half naked. When the time came, he would definitely have to wear protective clothing and cast protective spells. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't know that his sudden idea had caused the entire association to boil. President, you're targeting me this time, right? Helis called Chun Zhao, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. What? How am I targeting you? You know that I can't stand heat, and you still want to go underground to search for treasure? Helis wanted to go. No matter how aloof and unapproachable she usually was, she was still a young girl. Actually, on normal days, if there were any activities in the association, or if anyone needed help, Hallies would help them. She was a warm-hearted girl, but even Chun Zhao couldn't help but feel that Helis was a bit antisocial. Wait, treasure hunt? What treasure hunt? You don't have to hide it. Mr. West told me everything. What did West say? When did I say I was going on a treasure hunt? Chun Zhao was speechless. What would happen then? If they said there were no treasures now, it would be too much of a blow to their enthusiasm. Forget it. I'll just hide it for now. At that time, he would just say that they were not strong enough to enter the depths. That would be great. Ah! Punkat heard a scream coming from Shayla's room. Punkat immediately jumped up and rushed into Shayla's bedroom. Miss Shara, what's wrong? Punkat hastily hugged Xiala, who was scratching her messy hair, and patted her back to soothe her. At this moment, Pankat suddenly felt that Xiala's strength seemed to have increased a little. She hugged herself a little too tightly. Miss Shala? Miss Shala? Suddenly, Panka realized the problem. Suddenly, Pankat's palm was covered in a layer of silver radiance as he chanted an incantation. A heavy slap landed on Shayla's back. Ah, this scream was definitely not something a woman could make. Pankat broke free from the passionate hug and saw a pitch-black spirit crawl out of Xiala's body. Evil spirit of burning fire. Pankat's expression changed slightly. Evil spirits of burning fire were evil spirits formed by people who had been burned to death by flames. There are many types of evil spirits. Among them, those killed by the 4 elements were the most difficult to deal with. Of course, their numbers were also the rarest. The 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, under most circumstances, would directly wipe out a person's soul when they killed them. Therefore, there were very few who could retain their soul, and even fewer who could become evil spirits. The evil spirit of burning fire was like charcoal. Its spirit body was covered in cracks, and there was a faint glow of fire under the cracks. The evil spirit of burning fire suddenly pounced at Pancat. Pancat hurriedly raised his fist and punched the evil spirit's face, causing a splash of ashes and ashes. The evil spirit of burning fire screamed again. It landed on the wall, and its body melted into it. However, a patch of black immediately appeared on the wall. As the evil spirit of burning fire moved inside the wall, the blackness on the wall kept spreading. A moment later, the entire wall turned black. However, the evil spirit of burning fire did not continue to attack Pancat. The blackness spread out of the bedroom and disappeared. Pancat, Mr. Pancat, just now what was that? Did you see it? Pancat asked. On the wall. The blackness on the wall can move, Xiala said with a pale face. Pancat thought that Xiala had seen the evil spirit of burning fire, but it turned out that she had seen the path of the evil spirit of burning fire spreading inside the wall. Although it was his first time seeing the evil spirit of burning fire, he had read some records about it in magic books. The evil spirit of burning fire was an evil spirit that was formed after being burned to death. It would attach itself to a dead object and leave behind traces of ashes. If it attached itself to a living thing, the soul of the living thing would slowly be burned away and eventually dissipate like charcoal. However, the evil spirit of burning fire was an earthbound spirit. It would not move around and would only guard the place where it died. In other words, this evil spirit of burning fire had originally died here. However, he had checked the entire house today and did not find the existence of an evil spirit. So where did this evil spirit of burning fire come from? Mr. Pancat, what's the situation now? The situation is a bit tricky, Pancat said. How is it tricky? The evil spirit just now was very powerful and very troublesome. Can't you do anything? If it was an ordinary evil spirit, I could still do something, but this kind of evil spirit, I can only ask my teacher for help. Your teacher? You have a teacher? Of course, I'm a spiritualist. Of course I have a teacher, Pancat said matter-of-factly. But before that, let's leave this house first, Pancat said matter-of-factly. Pancat felt that something was wrong. Xiala had said that she had been disturbed by illusions before. However, the evil spirit of burning fire did not seem to have the ability to use illusions on the living. The evil spirit of burning fire was an evil spirit with astonishing destructive power, and it was cruel and crazy. They did not like to beat around the bush, and they were very straightforward when it came to killing and arson. However, the evil spirit of burning fire in the house really did not make people feel safe. They should leave this place first. Chapter 1444. Early the next morning, Pancat and Shara went straight to Pancat's teacher's house. Mr. Sean, are you there? Pancat stood in front of his teacher's house and shouted. Shara looked at the building in front of her. Does your teacher live in a place like this? Yes. Is there a problem? Don't you think this house is too old? The life of a spiritualist isn't as good as you think, Pancat said. Pancat still had his main job. Exorcism was only his side job. However, most of the older generation of spiritualists treated exorcism as their main job. However, for spiritualists, unless they were famous spiritualists who had appeared on TV, there were very few who could earn a lot of money. Occasionally, they would meet a big client and be lucky enough to make tens of thousands of dollars. Most of the time, however, they only made a few $1,000s or less. Is your teacher very powerful? Shara asked. More powerful than me, Pancat said, and he solved the same problem as you in the past. Just then, the door opened. When Pancat saw Sean open the door, he was stunned. Pancat, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? What are you waiting for? You, Mr. Sean? What's the matter? Sean looked at Pancat impatiently. Punkart stared blankly at Sean. Sean was less than 40 years old this year. Usually, Sean wore an old and outdated black suit. But today, Sean was dressed neatly and had even changed into a brand new suit. Moreover, the messy beard on his face had been shaved clean. This made Punkart think that he had mistaken Sean for someone else. The current Shaolin was a far cry from his impression of his teacher. Teacher, Are you going out? No, I'm just going to class, Sean said. Class? What class? At Nosilla Church. Is it a class from the church? No, it's a magic training course organized by the Supernatural Organization. It's a public course, Sean said. What supernatural organization? Why don't I know anything about it? Is it a newly formed supernatural organization? Idiot, they've been around longer than you, but they usually keep a low profile. Sean rolled his eyes. And everyone in the organization is very powerful. No matter how powerful I am. Can I be more powerful than you, teacher? I'm nothing in their eyes. Shouten rolled his eyes. All right. Do you want to attend the class together? Can I go too? That's an open class. Xiaola looked at the conversation between the teacher and student, who seemed to have forgotten about her. She immediately pulled Punkat. Is this your girlfriend? She's pretty. What's her name? No. Teacher, this is my client. Her name is Shayla. We are here to seek your help. Asking for my help? A burning fire, evil spirit has appeared in Miss Xia La's house. I can't solve it, so I can only ask for your help, teacher. I see. Sean nodded. How much is the reward? $20,000. I want half. Sure. Pang Cat nodded. In any case, Sean would be the main force, and he would be the assistant. He had no objections to this arrangement. Let's go to the class first. I don't want to miss this public class, Shouten said. Teacher, do you come to this class every day? No, it's only one class a month, so I can't miss it. Then can I go? Shayla asked. Of course, Shouten said. Let's go. Nosilla Church isn't far from here. Teacher, will we be chased out by the supernatural organization if we dress so casually? I don't have any requirements for clothes. Then why are you dressed so formally? I want to leave a good impression. If there's a chance in the future, I might be able to become a member. When the three of them arrived at Nosilla Church, they found that there were already more than 20 people there. Pangcat recognized some of them. They were all spiritualists. A few more people came one after another, and there were about 30 people in the church listening to the lecture. After a while, the people from the supernatural organization finally arrived. Xiaola saw that the person on the stage was actually a young girl. From her appearance, he couldn't tell if she was over 20 years old. That's the supernatural organization? Shayla whispered. She looks very young. Shayla wasn't the only one who had doubts. Many people in the church had the same question. Jalanash stood on the makeshift podium and held a microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm a member of the supernatural organization, Jalanash. At the same time, she raised her right hand with her back facing the crowd. Maybe some of you have doubts about my power. This golden ring should be enough to explain it. A few people in the church exclaimed in surprise, but more people did not know what was going on. Mr. Shaoan, what's the meaning of the golden ring on the girl's hand? Shayla asked. Does it mean she's married? Pang Cat teased. Even he thought it was a joke. That's one of the supernatural organization's magic power levels, Xiao-In said solemnly. Oh, then is the gold a symbol of a certain level? Pang Cat's tone was still frivolous. Yes, it's the symbol of the highest level. Then the organization's levels must not be strict. A little girl actually got the highest level. Previously, Magic Shell went to do the magic power level assessment. She got a blue ring. She's only ranked second. What? How is that possible? Magic Shell is such a powerful spiritualist. Does the supernatural organization's magic power level only have high, middle, and low levels? No, there are 5 levels, Xiao-In said. Does their magic power level assessment have any authority? Back then, Magic Shell also questioned it. He even used his past achievements as proof and asked the supernatural organization to give him a higher level. Of course, the supernatural organization wasn't happy, so Magic Shell fought them and was thrown out. He was surrounded by the supernatural organization? No, Magic Shell said he was thrown out by a girl in black. Magic Shell has a lot of battle experience. How could he lose? Magic Shell said it himself. He said that the girl who stopped him seemed to be an extremely rare necromancer. That girl only used 10 seconds to defeat him. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1445. In an instant, the entire church fell silent. Shara was surprised to find that she couldn't make a sound. It wasn't just her. Sean and Punkat beside her couldn't make a sound either. At this time, Jalanash, who was on the podium, spoke. All right, I hope everyone can be quiet. After all, I don't want to waste time here. Jalanash didn't want to give these spiritualists any lessons. It was a complete waste of time. She might as well go back and study a spell. One morning was enough for her to study a small spell. Jalanash then removed the silence spell. Although the silence spell wasn't an elemental spell, but a spiritual spell, Jalanash still studied it. It was mainly used to deal with spiritualists who were large in number and slightly weaker. For example, most of the spiritualists in front of her needed to use incantations to cast spells. Once they were hit by the silence spell, they wouldn't be able to cast spells. However, they were really weak. Most of them only had rank in magic power. There was only one person present who was rank D. Jalanash removed the silence spell. There was a small buzz from below. Some people couldn't help but discuss it. However, this didn't affect Jalanash's speech. Mr. Punkat, Mr. Sean, what happened just now? Why can't I make a sound? Shara couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Silence spell. Simply put, it's a spell that prevents you from making sound. Punkat's understanding of the silence spell was limited to this. But this girl is really scary. There are more than 30 spiritualists here, but she actually muted us all. A level 70 main character using an area of effect skill and hitting dozens of level 10 newbies within a range wasn't really anything to be proud of. However, for these newbies who thought that there were only level 10 or level 20 characters in this world, suddenly encountering one, it was only natural for a main account of this level to be shocked. After all, most of the people they encountered were at the same level as them, or just slightly stronger. Jalanash appeared quite confident on the podium. She didn't just talk about magic, but also exorcism and exorcism. After all, she was talking to a bunch of newbies. Jalanash was qualified to be their teacher, whether it was in terms of strength or experience. These people weren't just low-leveled. They had never been to high-level maps, let alone encountered high-level monsters. Pancat and Sean were listening with great interest. To them, Jalanash's lecture was like a holy scripture. Every content was enlightening, allowing them to see the light. Miss Jalanash, do the monsters you speak of really exist? I don't think a fused spirit is a monster. I believe at least a quarter of you have seen one before. Of course, the fused spirit you've seen shouldn't be too strong. I bet it has only devoured a dozen of its kind, Jalanash said. So you have, Miss Jalanash? I've seen stronger gathered spirits, but even I don't have the confidence to deal with those twisted monsters. Jalanash said, also, if you encounter something like this, you must destroy it, so I can't show you. But there's a lady with me today. She should be the strongest spirit. If you're interested, I can ask her to give you a lesson. Everyone below had disapproving looks on their faces. Spiritual body? They had indeed seen powerful spirit bodies before, and some of them had also seen or heard of aggregated spirits. In their eyes, the converged spirit was already the most powerful and terrifying spirit body. But now, Jalanash said that a spirit had come with her. Since they were able to walk with her, they were either spirit bodies that she summoned or spirit bodies that were content with their lot. How scary was a spirit like that? Then Miss Jalanash, please open our eyes. Jalanash's lips curled up. She had been waiting for these people to say that. Miss Pamela, it's time for you to go. A chill spread into the church, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. It's a shiver from the soul. Sean's expression became serious. Is it a frost demon? Pancat asked in surprise. At this moment, a spirit body descended from the old and cracked ceiling. Only Shayla, who was an ordinary person, couldn't see it. Everyone else saw Pamela's arrival. What kind of spirit is that? I've never seen it before. Is it an evil spirit formed from a frozen person? Miss Jalanash, do you want us to fight this spirit? A spiritualist asked. We can go to the empty space outside. Then what if we accidentally hurt or kill this lady? After all, spirits are weak. This spiritualist was clearly very confident in his abilities. Of course, there was a hint of malice in his tone. He had been unwilling to be muted by a little girl like Jalanash. But he had to admit that Jalanash was strong. He didn't think he could beat her. But he felt that this spirit was easy to bully. At least, that was what he thought. If he couldn't beat Jolanash herself, then he would get back at her contract spirit. He didn't know that Pamela wasn't Jolanash's contract spirit. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration for Jolanash to call Pamela teacher. After all, Jolanash had learned the muting spell from Pamela. And Pamela wasn't a spirit body, at least not now. She was a banshee, the only banshee in the world right now. Of course, after the second batch of 30 or so banshees finished their transformation, she wouldn't be alone anymore. Pamela floated to the empty space outside the church. The spiritualist stood before her. Miss Jolanash, is there anything I can pay attention to? If there's a need, I can retract the powerful spells to prevent serious injuries. Of course, the spiritualist wasn't that kind. He didn't plan on stopping. Even though he said that to Jolanash, he could also say that the spells he just used were normal spells. No, do whatever you want, Jolanash said coolly. Miss Pamela, please be careful too. Pamela had a faint smile. Of course I understand. I'll be careful. Careful. They weren't here to kill, so they couldn't kill here. Even though they weren't very patient with these stupid and ignorant spiritualists, they still suppressed their impulses. Then I'll attack that. Miss Pamela. Chapter 1446. This spiritualist was clearly very confident in his own abilities. Spirit ring. The spiritualist spun his finger, and a ring of light appeared above Pamela's head. The ring of light descended, trapping him with all his might. The spiritualist's lips curved. This spirit ring couldn't be avoided. Moreover, it would even cause the spirit body to burn. Struggle. The more you struggled, the tighter the ring would be. Bang! Pamela spread her arms and broke the spirit ring. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Was this even possible? It was formed by magic. For spirits, it was like putting a laser on a human's body. But Pamela broke the spirit ring directly. Pamela's face was calm. It's my turn, right? The spiritualist on the other side instantly exploded. Danger! 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 It was an unprecedented sense of danger. Although most spiritualists weren't prophetic, there were quite a number of spiritualists who had the ability to predict danger. It was created when their magic awakened. Pamela pointed with her finger, and a wave of cold air exploded. Even though they weren't facing Pamela, the surrounding spiritualists still felt the bone-chilling coldness. The spiritualist facing Pamela had cast a defensive spell on himself, but he was instantly frozen into a block of ice. What? Someone died? Damn, the evil spirit from the supernatural organization killed someone. That's too much. Jolanash's face twitched. She walked to Pamela. Lady Pamela, did you kill him? No, Pamela said calmly. I just froze his soul. He's not dead. He's not dead. I can't feel his aura or magic at all. Is he really not dead? The other spiritualists were suspicious. After all, he had been frozen into a lump of ice. How could he still be alive? Who were they kidding? He'll be fine after a few hours in the sun, Pamela said. On the other hand, Xiaola had been watching the entire battle, but she only saw the spiritualist's one-man show. She couldn't see Pamela. However, she still saw the spiritualist frozen into an ice cube. What happened? Shara asked in a low voice. Punkat briefly recounted what had happened just now. That spirit is terrifying, Pankat gulped. It's even more terrifying than the evil spirit of scorching fire. They aren't even on the same level. Sean said, if that lady Pamela really makes a move, I'm afraid none of us here will survive. That's scary. Is this spirit a contract evil spirit of someone from the supernatural organization? Everyone's fear and curiosity towards the supernatural organization increased. Miss Jolanash, Lady Pamela, may I ask if you know anything about the evil spirit of fire? Sean asked. He had fought against the burning fire evil spirit a few years ago, but it was more or less luck that he was able to destroy the burning fire evil spirit. On one hand, they had made ample preparations. When the evil spirit of the burning flame was unconscious, they had 2 helpers, which was why they were able to successfully destroy the evil spirit of the burning flame. But this time, Pang Carter had invited him, so he didn't have much confidence. So he wanted to see if Jolene Nash and Pamela had something special to say. Evil spirit of scorching fire. Jolene didn't have much experience with spirits. She was an elemental witch, so she was better at high-level battles. Of course, this didn't mean that she didn't know how to deal with evil spirits. It was just that when she dealt with evil spirits, she would use her ultimate skills to kill them instantly. There are a few evil spirits of scorching fire in the evil spirit organization, Pamela mumbled. What? Sean didn't hear clearly. Nothing. It's not hard to deal with the evil spirit of scorching fire with water spells. What if they don't know water spells? Sean asked. China's Taoist charms are very effective against evil spirits of scorching fire. There are many Taoist charms for sale at 558 Downey Street. I recommend the charms from the Maoshan sect or Dragon Tiger Mountain sect. As for charms from other unknown sects, the quality and effects might not be as good as expected, Pamela said. Among them, the Clear Water Charm and Demon Suppression Charm are the best choices, but these two charms are expensive and require a lot of magic power to activate. Based on your magic power level, you can only activate 2 charms at most. If you miss, you'll be in danger. Of course, there are also the Breaking Thunder Charm and the 9 Pure Heart Charm. These charms are also quite effective. The price is moderate, and they don't use a lot of magic power. They're the most cost-effective. There are also some. Pamela's explanation was very detailed, but the method she talked about was using external forces to get rid of the evil spirit of scorching fire instead of using one's own power. If the spiritualist really had the power to get rid of the evil spirit, he wouldn't have asked her this question. Also, Pamela couldn't teach him magic here. Pamela didn't know what magic he was or how much combat experience he had. So Pamela could only tell him the most appropriate method. While Pamela was explaining, many spiritualists were taking notes. Lady Pamela, I have a mission recently and encountered a corpse dog. I major in elemental thunder magic, but I can only use the most basic spells. Is there a safer way to get rid of this corpse dog? The biggest threat of the corpse dog is its mutated body. It's close to the strength of a lion or tiger, and it has a disease causing corpse poison. At the same time, it's immune to voodoo and curses, as well as high resistance to spirits and fire. So it's very difficult for you to fight a corpse dog with your current power. But it's not absolute. The nature of a corpse dog is actually similar to that of a dog. After all, they were dogs when they were alive, so you could try to get rid of them with some traps. Also, remember to bring some glutinous rice. If you're scratched or bitten by a corpse dog, you can use the glutinous rice to detoxify and suppress the effects of the corpse poison. If the poison is too deep, you'll need the church's holy water or holy light magic to purify you. Just then, the others started to check their temperatures. Some asked Pamela, and some asked Jolanash. There were all kinds of questions, and the two of them tried their best to answer them. That's amazing, Sean said in shock. They seem to have encountered many scary things that we've heard about before, and they all know how to deal with them. The supernatural organization in Los Angeles was the organization, so most of the supernatural incidents in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas were handled by them. Many incidents were reported to them directly by the government. And most of the incidents reported to them by the government were dangerous supernatural incidents. It was completely different from the commissions ordinary people received. Naturally, the supernatural organization had a lot more experience. Missions that seemed difficult to ordinary people were just normal to the supernatural organization. Chapter 1447. The morning classes were over. Pancat and Xiao En were reluctant to leave. They'd learned a lot of things, including some monsters they'd only heard of in legends. But Jolanash and Pamela could explain how to deal with them. Of course, some monsters couldn't be defeated just because they knew how to deal with them. Jolanash and Pamela could only provide them with a possibility and a plan. They weren't guaranteed to win, and because they were in different positions, they saw things differently. With their strength, no matter how meticulous they were, it was something that only they could do. Others might not be able to do it. Pancat and Xiao En left with Shara. Then Pancat began to explain the situation to Xiao En. Are you sure that house hasn't been on fire before? Xiao En asked, confused. That house should have been built a long time ago, Shara said. There shouldn't have been a fire in the last 20 years. When I bought it, the contract didn't say that the house had been on fire before. America's real estate sales were relatively strict. At least, the laws in this area were more complete. When a house was sold, the contract would state the construction of the house, the use of the land, when the house was built, how many times it had been repaired, and whether it had been attacked by fire or water. Once the buyer found out about something wrong with the house, the buyer could ask the agent or the seller for a refund unconditionally. Cher's new house had been bought from an agent, and, as the agent, it was impossible for them not to investigate. Shara also trusted the agent when she bought the house. After all, it was a relatively well-known company. That was why she didn't suspect anything. After all, the agent was the most concerned about the use of the house. If something went wrong, they'd be the ones with the biggest headache. So it was impossible for Shara not to know that someone had been burned in the house. Also, the evil spirit of burning fire can't control people, nor can it use illusions on the living. Is there a second evil spirit in that house? Pancat wondered. He'd had his suspicions before, and now Xiao En had the same suspicions. Is it possible that the evil spirit of burning fire was controlled by someone? Xiao En raised a new point of view. The evil spirit of burning fire had either died in the house, but from what Shara said, it didn't seem like the house had burned anyone. Then it was possible that someone had controlled the evil spirit of burning fire and deliberately placed it in the house. If that was the case, then it would be even more troublesome. After all, if a spiritualist had really placed the scorching fire evil spirit in that house, then not only would they have to deal with the scorching fire evil spirit, but they would also have to deal with an unknown spiritualist. There was one more thing that puzzled Pancat and Sean. Why would Shara enter 558 Downey Street? It was impossible for ordinary people to find that place, unless a spiritualist brought her in, but Shara had said that she had found 558 Downey Street by herself while shopping. This ruled out the possibility of someone bringing her in. Furthermore, both of them confirmed that Shara was indeed an ordinary person and not a witch. In this world, there was no such thing as coincidence, finding a certain mysterious area, or being blessed by the heavens with outstanding talent. 0 was 0, and 1 was 1. There was no ambiguity in it. While it's still early, let's go to 558 Downey Street. What they wanted to confirm now was whether Shala could really find 558 Downey Street. The three of them drove to Downey Street and let Shara walk in front. Miss Shara, please lead the way. Find 558 Downey Street. When Shara heard the two say that ordinary people couldn't find 558 Downey Street, she didn't really believe it, because she had found it and even bought something. She had a good memory, and she could recognize the numbers of all the shops. She didn't believe that she would go the wrong way this time. But that was the truth. When she searched for 558 Downey Street again, she realized that she couldn't find the number no matter how hard she tried. Damn, what went wrong? Shara walked back and forth on Downey Street 3 or 4 times, but still couldn't find it. She couldn't find it? How is that possible? Did the shop move away? Shara asked, confused. No, it's still there. Pancat shook his head. Just then, Shara suddenly saw a few familiar figures. Wasn't that Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and their 2 children? It seemed that they were also shopping here. Hi, Mr. Chun, Miss Fei Lai. Chun Zhao looked up and saw Shara. Then he looked at Pancat and Xiao and behind her. There seemed to be magic waves on them, but they weren't strong. Miss Shara, are you in trouble? They're my friends. Real friends? Chun Zhao hugged Jerlin, but he still looked at Pancat and Xiao warily. He thought that the two had threatened Shara and wanted to do something to her. Shara was forced to tell the truth. Real friends. Shara understood what Chun Zhao was trying to say. Shara, why don't you come to my house? Chun Zhao and I moved. Thank you for saving me from more pain last time. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly, Fei Lai said. I still have something to do. Shara turned her head hesitantly and looked at Pancat and Xiao. Miss Fei Lai, why don't you go stay at a friend's house for a few days? Pancat asked. We'll take care of the rest. Call me. Is that okay? No problem. Don't worry. Mr. Chun, Ms. Fei Lai, is it convenient for me to stay there for a few days? No problem. You can stay as long as you want. Aunt Shara, Jerlin's birthday is coming up. Can you wait for Jerlin's birthday party before you leave? Jerlin looked at Shara with watery eyes. Jerlin, when's your birthday? Shara liked Jerlin the moment she saw her. She wanted to give birth to such a cute princess in the future. Chen Zhao was relieved that she wasn't being threatened. It seemed that he'd thought too much. If she was being threatened, Shara wouldn't be walking on the street like this. Shara followed Chen Zhao's family to Mingyue Villa. Shara already knew that Chen Zhao was rich. After all, Chen Zhao had paid her $200,000 for less than 48 hours of work. However, when she saw Mingyue Villa and Mingyue Beach, as well as the yacht parked at the pier, she was still shocked. Mingyue Villa was too beautiful, and its scale was beyond her imagination. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version. Chapter 1448. She thought that Mirror Lake Villa was good enough. When Mirror Lake Villa had been destroyed by the witch's tropical storm, Shara had felt it was a pity. However, her imagination had been limited by poverty. Living here was really a top-notch enjoyment. It wasn't physical. For a normal person, 3 meals a day and a bed were enough to satisfy a person's physical needs. What she truly enjoyed was mental. Walking to the courtyard, she could see the surging waves. She only needed to take the elevator to the beach. Sunlight, sand, and waves all belonged to her family. Shara held a goblet of red wine and leaned against the railing with Fei Lai. They enjoyed the wine and chatted. Shara had never tasted such delicious red wine before. She hadn't heard of the nameless wine, but she knew that it was definitely expensive. In the shallow waters, Shara saw Chen Zhao with little Jerlin and Larissa. Jerlin could swim, but she wasn't completely used to the waves. Seawater was more buoyant than fresh water, but because of the changing tides, the waves were uneven, so little Jerlin would still choke. Of course, she still swam with all her might. Chen Zhao stood beside Jerlin and didn't interfere with her practice. Larissa's belly was being dragged by Chen Zhao. Her limbs were paddling randomly in the water. However, she clearly hadn't mastered swimming yet. In this aspect, little Larissa couldn't compare to little Jerlin. Back then, Chen Zhao hadn't taught little Jerlin at all. It was as if she was born to swim. Larissa, on the other hand, couldn't. As soon as Chen Zhao let go, she would sink. Of course, the environment in Mirror Lake was different from the waves. Larissa was like her sister. She also liked to play in the water. Dad, look! Jerlin suddenly cried out in excitement and pointed not far away. Chen Zhao looked in Jerlin's direction and saw a few bottlenose dolphins leaping into the waves ahead. There were 6 of them. 2 of them were bigger, around 2 meters long. 4 of them were young dolphins. This should be a small dolphin family. The 2 bigger dolphins were probably the children of the other 4. Most dolphins were very curious and friendly to humans. Killer whales belonged to the dolphin category, not the whales that everyone thought. Moreover, they had a very high IQ. People's impression of dolphins was that they were naughty and occasionally helped shipwreck victims. The dolphins had clearly noticed Chen Zhao and his 2 kids too. They immediately surrounded them. The 2 leading dolphins, the father and mother, let out childlike cries and swam toward Chen Zhao, little Jerlin, and little Larissa without any explanation. When it reached the 3, it slowed down. Chen Zhao didn't sense any malice, but he was still careful. However, Chen Zhao's worries were unnecessary. He could hear their voices saying, "Come on my back, come on my back." They kept repeating the same words. Little Jerlin, hold their dorsal fins. Just then, Chen Zhao grabbed a dolphin's dorsal fin and it started swimming towards the shore. Little Jerlin was also pulled to the shore by the dolphin. The dolphin father and mother had obviously misunderstood. They thought that Chen Zhao, little Jerlin, and little Larissa were refugees. Chen Zhao was touched. Inexplicably, he was moved by her words. The 4 little dolphins behind also followed their father and mother. Just then, Chen Zhao felt the 5 tiger generals approach. Chen Zhao's eyes hardened. He immediately sent a warning to the 5 tiger generals with Little World. Go away. Don't hurt this family. The 5 tiger generals didn't even have time to show themselves before they were chased away. Actually, they didn't plan to hurt the dolphin family. Their intelligence wasn't low now. They could tell good from bad. They just wanted to come and play with Qin Zhao. Fine, Qin Zhao had misunderstood them. But the dolphin family would inevitably be frightened. Qin Zhao didn't want to chase this kind family away. The father and mother sent Qin Zhao and little Jerlin to the beach directly. Then they moved their bodies with difficulty, trying to return to the sea. Just then, a wave came and pushed them a few more meters onto the beach. They seemed to be struggling. Qin Zhao immediately went up and pulled the father's tail, trying to pull it back into the sea. Little Jerlin also came up and helped pull the mother back into the sea. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly. He was carrying little Larissa, so he couldn't pull both of them at the same time. Little Jerlin clearly couldn't move. Qin Zhao secretly cast a spell and used countless threads to wrap around the mother's tail. Then, the mother and daughter pulled the father and mother back into the sea together. Just then, Feilai and Shera each came down with a bucket. Qin Zhao was stunned. Then he realized that their buckets were filled with fish. "Chun, tell them to come back," Feilai called. Qin Zhao didn't leave when he saw the parents return to the sea. He walked to the shallow area and clapped his hands. "Thank you for saving us. This is our gift." Shera's expression was strange. Could the dolphins understand? However, she did not expect that the dolphins would really come over. They weren't afraid at all and swam to Qin Zhao's side. Feilai and Shera came over too. Then they started taking the fish out of the buckets. The water was just right, not even up to Qin Zhao's waist. The dolphins wouldn't be stranded at this level. Little Jerlin also came over to help split the fish. "Hee, Daddy, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. What's a kiss?" Did they name the dolphin so soon? Little Jerlin was playing with a little dolphin about 80 centimeters long. The little dolphin seemed to like Jerlin's hug too. Shera looked at the family with indescribable envy. After all, not everyone had such an experience. Suddenly, Shera saw a huge fin appear in the sea. Shera's expression changed drastically. "Shark, shark, run, shark." The dolphin family was frightened too. They also noticed the shark's fin and hurriedly ran toward the beach. At the same time, they cried out as if to warn Qin Zhao's family. Old Wan was here. He was here to fight for Qin Zhao's favor. Shera realized that Qin Zhao's family didn't plan to run at all. Then she saw a great white shark rush into the shallow water. Its huge body made people's scalps go numb. It was too big, frighteningly big. Its bloody mouth was less than 2 meters away from them. Chapter 1449. In Shera's eyes, the great white shark could swallow Jerlin whole with just a twist. But the shark didn't. Half of its body was stuck in the water, and its tail kept swinging. Qin Zhao also looked at Guan Laoda in annoyance. "You came here to fight for attention and got yourself stranded. Are you stupid?" Qin Zhao threw a few fish into Guan Laoda's mouth. They weren't even enough to fill his teeth. Then he walked behind Guan Laoda and dragged him back to the deep water. The dolphin family was still a little frightened. Shera was dumbfounded. That great white shark was their family's pet? "You're not afraid of sharks?" "That's a great white shark," Shera asked. "Why should we be afraid of sharks?" Jerlin asked, confused. In her eyes, any family pet could be trusted. Why should they be afraid? "I'm a beast tamer," Qin Zhao said casually. Shera really believed him. After all, great white sharks were infamous. If such an existence could be tamed, what else couldn't be tamed? Soon, the dolphin family swam over and started playing with Qin Zhao's family again. Soon, Jerlin could already ride on the dolphins and let them play with her. Under the night sky, Punkat and Sean entered Shera's house. The lights were off in the entire house. Both of them had rich experience in exorcism. Evil spirits usually liked to wander in the dark. If there was light in the house, they would actively hide or destroy the light source. Suddenly, the two heard movement. It came from Shera's bedroom. Coming. The two stood up at the same time. Cautiously arriving outside Shera's bedroom, Punkat gently pushed open the door. There was a woman sitting at the dresser. "Miss Shera." Seeing the figure, Punkat subconsciously thought it was Shera. "No, it's not Miss Shera." Sean shook his head. He was more rational now. Punkat also came back to his senses. Right? Shera had gone to a friend's house. Why would she be here? Isn't that an evil spirit of fire? As expected, there's more than one evil spirit of fire pestering Miss Shera, Punkat whispered. Pancat said in a low voice. Then the one who created the illusion should be this evil spirit. The figure was slowly combing his long hair with a comb. Pancat held a handful of magic phosphor in his hand, while Sean took out a talisman. The charm was bought at 558 Downey Street today. This charm could be activated with just a little bit of magic power, and it had decent lethality. Sean gestured to Pancat and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The two of them rushed in at the same time. Carter shouted loudly and scattered the magic phosphor in his hand. Crash! The magic phosphorescence burst into flames. But when the flames disappeared, so did the ghostly figure. Where's the evil spirit? Pancat asked curiously. He didn't believe that a handful of magic phosphor could destroy that evil spirit. At this time, Pancat noticed that a comb had appeared in Shaoan's hand. He was slowly combing his hair. Carter's hair stood on end as he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he quickly took out a handful of magic phosphor and sprayed at Sean. Crash! Sean screamed in pain. Although magical phosphor was mainly used to attack spirits and cast some spells, it still had a certain lethality to humans. Teacher Sean, Pancat didn't see any spirit fly out of Sean's body, and the scream he heard just now was Sean's. Just as Pancat stepped forward to help Sean up, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Pancat, what are you doing? Sean's voice came from behind. Pancat froze for a moment and turned around to find Sean standing behind him. He looked down and saw that Sean, who should have been accidentally injured by his magic phosphor, had disappeared, and Sean, who was standing behind him, was unharmed. Pancat immediately retreated and looked at Sean in horror. You, Pancat, what are you doing? Sean asked in confusion. Are you really Sean? Of course I am. What the hell are you doing? Pancat's eyes flickered. What was going on? Did he fall for an illusion? Or was Sean possessed by an evil spirit? It should be known that spiritualists would almost never be possessed. If a spiritualist was possessed by an evil spirit, the evil spirit would be extremely powerful. Furthermore, a spiritualist who was possessed by an evil spirit would become extremely terrifying. Suddenly, Sean saw that there was a comb in Pancat's hair. During the day, Pancat had told him that this comb had traces of magic on it. Sean saw that Pancat's expression was a little strange. Evil spirit, retreat. Sean immediately cast out a talisman. Pancat's expression was very strange. The talisman landed on Pancat's forehead. Pancat's body went limp and he fell to the ground. Sean heaved a sigh of relief. He walked over to Pancat and flipped him over. Suddenly, Sean saw a figure on the ground. He turned around and saw Pancat. Pancat was holding a baseball bat high in his hands. You. Sean looked back again and saw Pancat, who should have been killed by the talisman. Pancat's figure was nowhere to be seen. The talisman was stuck on the wall. Oh no! Duong. Pancat's baseball bat was already swinging at Sean's head. Sean covered his head and fell to the ground, but his consciousness was still very clear. Sean kicked Pancat's calf with both feet, causing Pancat to fall heavily to the ground. Pancat's head hit the ground, and he immediately woke up. Sean? You? What happened to you? You hit me, bastard. Sean's face was pale. At this moment, his head and face were covered in blood. Me? I hit you? Pancat looked at Sean in surprise. No, you've been possessed by an evil spirit. No, you've been possessed by an evil spirit. I haven't. You've been possessed by an evil spirit. Impossible. My consciousness is very clear. You're the one who's been controlled. The two of them were blaming each other, but after arguing for a while, they realized that perhaps both of them had been blinded by an illusion, causing them to kill each other. Pancat's injuries were still fine, but Sean's head had been hit by the baseball bat. Call an ambulance. If we don't call an ambulance, I'll die, Sean said weakly. At this moment, Sean's injuries were very serious. Pancat picked up the phone and dialed the emergency number. But a strange laughter came from the phone. Pancat was startled and quickly threw the phone away. What's wrong? Damn it. The illusion still hasn't disappeared. Pancat's face was solemn. Sean's expression also changed slightly. No matter what appears in front of you, no matter what I become, don't make a move. Maybe we're still in an illusion. Chapter 1450. Damn it. What did I go wrong? Panket's expression was grave. Sean also did not understand when he had fallen for the illusion. Both of them were at a loss. Illusions were not something that could be easily used, and it was even more impossible to trick the other party without them realizing it. The terrifying thing about illusions was that it was very difficult to distinguish between real and fake. It was like seeing a person brandishing a knife at you in an illusion. You knew that it was fake. But how could you completely ignore this kind of attack? Sean held his head and leaned against the corner in pain. Pancat suddenly saw a strange smile appear on Sean's face. Sean's body was fusing into the wall. Illusion. Illusion. This is an illusion. Pancat kept telling himself that it was an illusion. Do you still think that it's an illusion? My stupid disciple. Sean's smile suddenly became strange. I wanted to kill you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now, the chance has finally come. Kill me? Why? Pancat suddenly lost control of his emotions. Why? Because I'm your teacher, but you're even more outstanding than me. I hate people who are more outstanding than me, especially when they're my disciple. It's fake, it's fake. Pancat kept telling himself that in his heart, but his consciousness was becoming chaotic. At the same time, Sean, who had been leaning against the wall and panting, suddenly looked at Pancat with a strange expression on his face. That sinister and strange smile made his disciple feel strange and terrifying. Teacher, do you really think it's because I fell for an illusion? That's just an excuse. I deliberately attacked you and then blamed it on an illusion. A smile appeared on Panket's face. Why? You? No, this is an illusion. Damn it. Sean immediately closed his eyes. Illusion? Do you really think that someone could cast an illusion on them without them knowing? Pancat sneered at Sean. Why did you do that? Because you've been hiding something from me. Every time you teach me magic, you'd asterisk MN bastard. And every time I ask for your help, you always ask for a cut. You greedy bastard. This time, I finally don't have to give you a cut anymore, Pancat said with a smile. Sean hid his hands behind his back and quietly took out an enchanted dagger. Reason told Sean that this was all fake, all an illusion. However, Shaoan's thoughts were already in a state of chaos. It seemed as if Pancat really was going to kill him. Puncarter pounced at Sean, who pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into Puncarter's chest. Punket's eyes widened as he looked down at his own chest, then looked up at Sean in shock. Finally, Pankat's body slumped to the ground. Shaoan stood up unsteadily, but in the next moment, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Suddenly, Pankart, who should have been dead, pulled out his dagger and purposely splashed his blood. Along with the blood, the last bit of his magic phosphor was also splattered. The moment the magic phosphor exploded, Pancat slashed the wooden comb on the dressing table with his dagger. The wooden comb was split in half. Everything had returned to its original calm. Pancat picked up the phone with much difficulty. Here. We need an ambulance here. Address. Address is, after all, his teacher was his teacher. He had found a reason so quickly. The moment Sean stabbed the dagger into Pancat, he told him the reason. It was all because of the wooden comb. It was also the most suspicious thing they had come into contact with today. It was not the work of an evil spirit, but the wooden comb was a magic tool. They had made a mistake when they investigated the wooden comb before. They had discovered that the wooden comb had the aura of magic, but there was no trace of an evil spirit, so they should have noticed it. The wooden comb would cause illusions to those who came into contact with it. There was no evil spirit in this house. The so-called burning evil spirit was just their imagination. When Sean stabbed the dagger into Punket's chest, he deliberately missed it and said something about the comb. Sean realized that there was something wrong with the comb, but he was trapped in an illusion at the time, so it was impossible for him to destroy the comb. Only by waking Pancat up from the illusion could they destroy the wooden comb. It had to be said that this was a very risky move. Fortunately, they succeeded. Sean, teacher, are you okay? Pancat sat on the ground with difficulty. Sean closed his eyes and lay on the ground. I'm fine, but I don't dare open my eyes. I'm afraid of falling into an illusion again. I've already destroyed the comb, Pancat said. What's the deal with this comb? The ringing of the phone woke Sherry up. She looked at the time and saw that it was past 2 in the morning. Shara reluctantly picked up the phone. Hello, are you Miss Shara? Yes, I am. Do you know Punkat and Sean? I do. They're in the hospital now. Hospital? What happened? Xiao La was startled, and her drowsiness had receded quite a bit. They were in your house and then attacked each other. What's going on? That's what the police want to know. Where are you now? Do you have time to talk? I'm not in downtown Los Angeles. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until tomorrow to return to Los Angeles. Well, I hope you can come to the police station tomorrow. Shara's thoughts were a little chaotic. She vaguely sensed that it was likely that Punkat and Sean were hallucinating like her, and then they killed each other. The next day, Shara hurried to the police station and communicated with the police. Of course, it was just a simple statement. After all, she was not at the scene at the time, so there was no suspicion. In the statement, she claimed that she was only temporarily lending the house to Punkat and Sean for them to stay in her house. Although the police were puzzled by the fight between Punkat and Sean, they did not make things too difficult for Shara. Shara went to the hospital to see Punkat and Sean. Mr. Punkat, what's going on? We miscalculated. It's your comb. It's an evil magic tool. Punkat was very weak now because he had been stabbed in the chest. Although it did not hit a vital point, he had lost a lot of blood. Although he was saved, he was still very weak. Both Sean and I were under an illusion, and then we fought each other. That comb? I'm going to destroy that comb now. Mobile version. Chapter 1451. Then, Xiaola came to Xiaolan's ward, and he said the same thing. Xiaola quickly returned to her home. But no matter how she searched, she couldn't find the comb. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiaola came to the door and saw two policemen outside. Hello. Xiaola realized they were the two policemen who had taken her statement at the police station. Hello, Miss Xiaola. This morning, we took some things from your house for inspection and fingerprints. I'm sorry we didn't tell you beforehand. Now, the things have been returned to the owner, one of the policemen said. Xiaola saw a small cardboard box behind the two policemen. If there's anything missing, please contact us. If we confirm that it was lost due to our negligence, we will compensate you according to the price. Thank you. Do you need us to help you move the box in? No, thank you. After the two policemen left, Xiaola moved the box back to her house. The moment she opened the box, Xiaola's expression changed, because Punkat and Sean had told her that the wooden comb should have been broken. But now, the comb was placed perfectly in the box, wrapped in a plastic bag. Xiaola was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. Suddenly, Xiaola felt something behind her. She turned around and saw the two policemen standing at the door. They had a strange smile on their faces. Why are you here? The two policemen slowly raised their heads. Their pupils rolled up, and they still had that strange smile on their faces. Xiaola realized something was wrong. The two policemen had also touched the comb. Then, the two policemen pulled out their guns. But they didn't aim at Xiaola. Instead, they aimed at their own temples. Bang! Blood and brain matter splattered in front of Xiaola. Xiaola was so scared that she lost her mind. She sat on the ground and screamed in fear. But the next moment, Xiaola raised her head again and realized the two policemen's bodies were gone. There wasn't even a trace of blood at the door. Illusion. The hallucination came again. Xiaola was about to collapse. She ran out of the house. She didn't know where she was going or where she should hide. She just wanted to escape this place, escape this nightmarish home. Xiaola fled in all directions in a panic. But in the community, everything was peaceful and peaceful. It was completely out of place with the terrified and uneasy Shara. Shara also calmed down a little. At this moment, a ball rolled past Shayla and onto the sidewalk. Shayla turned around and saw a little girl standing there. Sister, can you help me pick it up? Just as Xiaola was about to walk over to pick up the ball, she suddenly heard the sound of a car braking. Xiaola turned her head and saw a car coming towards her. Hey Chun, did you know? Sherlock's in the hospital. Chun Zhao was stunned when he received Four's call. Shara had just left his house today. What happened to her? Car accident. The culprit said that Xiaola suddenly ran into the motorway, and the car behind her couldn't stop in time. What's the situation now? He just came out of the emergency room. He's still alive for now, For said. Then I'll go see her, Chun Zhao said after some thought. Although he did not have a deep friendship with Xiaola, they were at least friends. Plus, Shara had helped when Fei Lai was in labor. Chun Zhao told Fei Lai. Failai also wanted to go see Shara. After all, she was closer to Shara. Shara had been at their house yesterday, and Failai had a good conversation with her. Chun Zhao had no objections. He brought Failai and the two kids to the hospital. 4. Failai and I are at the hospital. Which room is Shara in? Room 309, for said over the phone. Chun Zhao's family went to room 309, but they did not see Shara. There were traces of someone lying on the bed, but Shara was nowhere to be seen. Where did Shara go? I don't know. Maybe she went to the toilet. Chun Zhao shrugged. Let's wait. He thought that Shara would be back soon, but after 10 minutes, she still did not come back. Chun Zhao could only call 4 again. 4. Shara isn't in the room. We've waited for 10 minutes, but she's still not back. Did she go for a checkup? Let me check. 4 was also confused. A few minutes later, she replied, No, I checked. Shara didn't go for any checkup. She should be in the room getting in 4. Chun Zhao looked. The 4 stand was still there, and so was the 4 bottle. However, Shara was not there. No, wait, I'll come. A while later, 4 arrived. Seeing the empty room, she was also confused. That's weird. Shara is so badly injured. Where did she go? 4 took out her phone and called Shara. Shara, what's wrong? Where are you? I'm discharged. It's urgent. With that, Shara hung up. 4 looked at the phone. What's wrong with her? She's so impatient. She hung up right away. Is she in some trouble? Chun Zhao asked. No, what trouble can she have? She's the best anesthesiologist in our hospital. Her income is even higher than mine. In America, doctors were high-income people. Among doctors, anesthesiologists, and dentists had the highest average income. An extremely skilled anesthesiologist like Shara could earn close to $300,000 a year. In 4's opinion, Shara had a proper job, a stable income, no bad habits, and a high EQ. She probably wouldn't cause any trouble. But her leg injury is really serious, 4 said. She can't leave the hospital alone. Let's go check the surveillance, Chun Zhao said. Not everyone could see the surveillance, but Chun Zhao still had some privileges in Chantilly Hospital. So, they quickly saw the surveillance. 2 patients had come to Shara's room. One had gauze wrapped around his head, while the other had gauze wrapped around his chest. Not long after entering the room, they pushed Shara out in a wheelchair. Was Shayla kidnapped? 4 guessed. They're Shara's friends. I've seen them before, Chun Zhao said. I'm still worried. I think we should call the police. Do you know where Shara's house is? I'll go take a look, Chun Zhao said. 4. Send Failai and my 2 babies home today. Chun Zhao remembered that the 2 people with Shara had magical waves on them. So, he suspected that Shara had encountered some supernatural event. Chapter 1452. We have to go back as soon as possible. We have to destroy the comb as soon as possible, Sean said anxiously. Teacher Sean, what's going on? Pancat and Xia La were originally in the hospital, preparing to recuperate. However, Sean anxiously pulled the 2 of them out of the hospital. I know what's going on, Sean said. That wooden comb is not a magic tool. It's an evil channel. What do you mean? I don't understand. Pancat tilted his head and looked at Sean. I made a phone call today and asked my friend, Sean said anxiously. That comb is not a magic tool, but a medium. Anyone who comes into contact with the comb will be marked, and then killed by evil illusions. Our souls will also be drawn to that evil existence through the medium, Sean said hurriedly. Evil existence? What is that? Maybe it's the legendary demon. Sean's expression was very ugly. Does that mean we just need to destroy the comb? Maybe. Sean was not very sure. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. All the information he had now came from his friend. The more people died, the greater the effect of the medium. Sean and Pancat had already found it difficult to resist yesterday. They had experienced the illusion produced by the evil power and knew very well how terrible it was. If they could not solve the problem as soon as possible, then they would be tortured by the evil power and eventually have no choice but to commit suicide. At least that was what his friend said. When they arrived at Xia La's house, a trace of fear appeared on the faces of the 3. All 3 of them had been tortured by the illusion. If possible, they really did not want to face that terrible illusion again. But they had no choice. They could only muster up their courage. Can you walk? Sean turned to look at Shayla. I can, Xiaola said with a cane. She had just been in a car accident today, and her injuries were still very serious. But they could not do without her, because she was the owner of the wooden comb. As the owner of the medium, she had the right to destroy the comb. Pancat mustered up the courage to open the door. The room was completely dark, without any light. The three of them looked at each other and finally stepped into the room. However, the moment they stepped into the room, they were plunged into darkness. Damn it, why is it so dark? Shayla immediately took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The surroundings immediately lit up. However, when they looked around, they realized that it wasn't Shayla's house. Instead, it was a wilderness surrounded by knee-high weeds. There was still a dark forest ahead. What's going on? Where's this place? Why are we here? Both Punkat and Shayla were stunned by the scene before them. They didn't understand. They had just stepped into the house a moment ago, and the next moment, they were in this strange place. All of this was too strange. Sean's expression was solemn. That friend of mine once said that if an evil existence obtains a soul through a medium, then its power will greatly increase, and it is possible to pull people into a different space. In that space, we will face that evil existence directly. What? That's impossible. All three of us who came into contact with the wooden comb are still alive. How could the evil existence you mentioned obtain a soul? We weren't the only ones who came into contact with the wooden comb. Today, the wooden comb was taken away by the police. There should be many police officers who came into contact with the wooden comb. You're saying that evil existence killed the police officers. It's very likely that there's more than one. Sean's expression became even more solemn. He didn't have much hope for this operation, not to mention that they were all in poor condition. Even if they were in good condition, it would be very difficult for them to win. Well, what do we do now? Shayla looked at the two of them in fear. Stall for time. Sean said, time in the different space is slower than the outside world, but time will still pass. When the sun rises in the outside world, the evil existence probably won't be able to maintain this space, and we will have a chance to escape. However, the owner of this place clearly didn't intend to stall for time. Something began to appear in the dark forest. It was a group of humanoid creatures with brown fur on their bodies. Their heads looked like goats, and their feet looked like goat hooves. However, their hands had 4 fingers. Stillborn monsters. Sean's body trembled. What? Shayla clearly hadn't heard of them. Satan's fanatics, stillborn monsters. Punkat also had a look of horror on his face. It is said that Satan's fanatics will rape women and make them pregnant. When the women give birth, they will leave behind a stillborn child, and then sacrifice the stillborn child to Satan. Eventually, they will awaken in hell and become Satan's evil servant. When Shayla heard this disgusting process, her whole body trembled. Among the group of stillborn monsters, there was a particularly tall, stillborn monster. It was nearly 6 meters tall, and the 2 horns on its head were like a spiral. It held a large machete in both hands. Prey. I have already smelled the prey. The prey has fallen into our trap. Children, find the prey and offer it to our master, the great Mikadas. The 3 of them wished they could grow another leg, but they were powerless. They were all injured and couldn't move easily. Soon they were found. These stillborn monsters' vision in the dark was much better than that of humans. Punkat and Sean immediately used their special skills. A stillborn monster pounced at Punkat, and Sean threw out a handful of magic phosphor. The magic phosphor instantly covered the stillborn monster. But how could these filthy creatures be killed by a mere magic phosphor? There were some burns on the stillborn monster's body, but they weren't serious. Punkat took out a talisman and shot it at the stillborn monster. The talisman landed on the stillborn monster's body, and it immediately howled. The other stillborn monsters surrounded them, but they didn't attack. Instead, they watched Sean and Punkat fight with their companions. No, one talisman can't kill it. Then use more talismans. I don't believe we can't kill it. This time, they weren't unprepared. They had bought a large number of talismans. Punkat threw out another 3 talismans, which landed on the stillborn monster's body. The stillborn monster finally fell to the ground, its body constantly twitching. The other stillborn monsters didn't rescue it. Instead, they surrounded it and ate its companions. Please remember this book's domain name. Nine Heavens Godly Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 1453. Seeing these stillbirth monsters devouring their own kind. Punkat, Sean, and Shayla's faces were pale. They were already doing their best to deal with a single stillbirth monster. What's more, there were thousands of them here. In the wilderness outside the forest, there were terrifying eyes everywhere. This was a hopeless situation. There was no chance of winning. Ong. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the dark forest. A huge shadow swept across the forest and appeared above the wilderness with a roar. The leader of the huge stillbirth monsters and the rest of the army all knelt on the ground when they saw this figure. Great Lord Mikadas, your servant Dagon Byros pays his sincere respects to you. The leader of the stillbirth monster shouted. The other stillbirth monsters seemed to be unable to speak, so they made strange noises. Mikadas descended from the sky, his huge body making a roaring sound. The three of them were already frightened. This monster, called Mikadas, was over 100 meters long and had two heads. It looked like a dragon and a snake. Its neck was slender and took up almost half the length of its body. Humans, I like them, whether it's their flesh and soul. Mikadas stretched out his slender neck and went in front of Shayla, Punkat, and Sean. The three of them felt cold, as if they felt the call of death. I feel your fear and despair. Makata's other head stretched out. More fear, more despair. Only then can you become more delicious food. Sean gathered his courage and threw a bag of magic phosphorus at Mikadas, detonating it at the same time. But after the explosion, Mikadas was unscathed. Not only was Mikadas not angry, he laughed instead. His voice was filled with joy. Yes, Joy. Did you come up with this to make me happy? Very good. Very interesting little trick. Mikadas laughed and said, However, this stupid behavior offends me. Suddenly, Mikadas opened his mouth and wrapped his huge tongue around Sean. Teacher Sean. Punkat was shocked and anxious, but also full of powerlessness. They had no chance of winning, no hope. Sean had already been swallowed by Mikadas, and Shara and Punkat could vaguely hear Sean's screams. But his screams were too short. Which one of you wants to be next? I will bestow upon you the glory of becoming food. Only a ghost would want to be your food. Of course, Mikadas obviously wouldn't consider their inner thoughts. Two huge heads stretched out. Don't worry, I ate too quickly just now, so I didn't get to taste it. But this time, I will taste it slowly and let you fully experience the process of death and the pain. Xiala was so frightened that she sat paralyzed on the ground. Pankat's condition was not much better than Xiala's. Looking at the ferocious mouth that was about to envelop them, the two of them no longer had any hope. But at that moment, Makata's movements suddenly paused, and two pairs of eyes stared at the darkness behind Shara and Punkat. Sorry, did I disturb you? An abrupt voice sounded. Xiala's pupils constricted. Why was this voice so familiar? Then a figure walked out of the fog. Xiala cried out in alarm. How could it be him? Chun Zhao strolled over. This place looks very lively. Did I miss something? Food. Another food? Mikadas grinned. How come it's you? Chun? Xiala was also confused. She didn't understand why Chun Zhao would appear here. I got your address from 4. I thought you might be in some trouble, so I came to your house. Seeing that your door was open, I came in directly. But somehow, I ended up here. By the way, what is this place? Xiala sighed. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to come here. To be honest, she had a good impression of Chun Zhao. She didn't want to drag Chun Zhao down with her. After all, Chun Zhao had 2 cute children. She didn't want them to lose their father. Human, this is my territory, and you'll also be my food. Mikadas stretched his head over. Xiala and Punkat realized that Chun Zhao actually didn't feel any fear when facing this monster. A bastard. Chun Zhao looked at Mikadas in surprise. You have the aura of a dragon and another aura. Roar. Mikadas was furious. What did you just say? Just then, Dagon Byros walked over. Human, I didn't think we'd meet again. Dagon, you know this human? The great Mikados, Dagon Byros said. This is the human who destroyed my reflection medium last time. It's because of him that your plan to descend to the human world failed. So smelly. Chen Zhao covered his nose and took a few steps back. Who are you? Do we know each other? Human, your forgetfulness can't save your life. The one you defeated last time was just a clone of mine, Dagon Byros said. Dagon Byros said, Great Makardas, please give your servant a chance to wash away the shame of the past. Go, but I want his soul. Yes, Mikados. Dagon Byros's eyes glowed green. Human, if you can defeat my servant, I'll let you leave, Mikados said in a mocking tone. I see. Chen Zhao rubbed his chin. Should I be grateful for your gift now? Shara and Pancat were both excited, but they were soon disappointed. The difference between Chen Zhao and Dagon Byros was too great. Dagon Byros was 6 meters tall. Compared to Chen Zhao, it was like comparing a giant to a baby. Such a difference in height couldn't be made up for. Even though Dagon Byros had said that Chen Zhao had defeated his clone. However, it was clear that Chen Zhao had only defeated a fraction of Dagon Byros' power. Right now, Chen Zhao was facing a demon at its peak. For example, Pancat and Sean had tried their best, but they could only subdue an ordinary stillbirth monster. Dagon Byros clearly wasn't someone ordinary stillbirth monsters could compare to. Thus, the two didn't have any hope that Chen Zhao could win. Chen Zhao walked forward and faced Dagon Byros. Human, are you ready to die? I'm ready. Come, use your greatest power to kill me. Chen Zhao spread his arms. Chapter 1454. Dagon Byros spread his arms. Black clouds of air began to gather in his palms. Just then, another pair of arms stretched out from under his armpits. He also spread his arms, and 2 more black clouds appeared. After a few seconds, the 4 arms were raised high above his head. The 4 clouds of air began to close. Even Shara and Pancat could feel the terrifying aura. Dagon Byros shouted, Human, let the darkness devour you. A stone sword suddenly appeared in Chen Zhao's hand. He threw it with all his might. Whoosh! The stone sword pierced through Dagon Byros' head. Dagon Byros' expression instantly froze, and his body fell backwards. The black clouds of air gradually dissipated. Everyone's expressions froze. They stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. It was over? Just like that? Where was the battle? Ravage? No, not at all. In Shara and Pankit's eyes, the terrifying Dagon Byros had been killed so easily. He died under a sword, and just like that, he was casually tossed to the side. Or could it be that this was simply an accident? Chen Zhao's victory was just a coincidence. Anyone would be able to do it, right? I won. Chen Zhao looked at Shara and Pancat with a smile. Let's go. Huh? Shara and Pancat still couldn't believe it. They turned around and looked at Mikados in shock. Makadas's eyes glowed fiercely, but he didn't say anything. Chen Zhao still had a smile on his face. Shara and Pancat hurried to Chen Zhao's side and followed him closely. Shara and Pancat kept staring at Chen Zhao. Stop. I've changed my mind. Of course, Mikados wouldn't let them go. He'd never considered this matter from the beginning. Shara and Pancat were shocked. Was that really the case? They all looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also stopped and turned to Mikados, as if he'd known this would happen. Me too. I've decided to kill all of you. Shara and Pancat were stunned. They were also filled with terror. Kill all of them? Kill all of these demons? Kill these countless stillbirth monsters and the master of these stillbirth monsters, Mikados? This gigantic monster? If you can kill all my servants, I'll let you go, Mikados said in a mocking tone. This time, Shara and Pancat didn't take it seriously. Even if Chen Zhao could kill them all, Mikados probably wouldn't keep his promise, let alone whether Chen Zhao could kill all of them. Chen Zhao shook his head. No, not just them. You my prey too. Roar, prey? Are you treating me as prey? Ignorant and pathetic human. How dare you call me prey? Bastard, who do you think you are? Kill, 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 kill them all. Mikados roared and ordered his army of stillbirth monsters. Shera and Punkat felt that Chun Zhao was too impulsive. There was no benefit in angering Mikados at this point. Looking at the suffocating army of dead fetus monsters pressing forward, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Once again, Shera and Punkat felt the approach of death. Doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao turned into 7. Cloning technique? Pankat's eyes lit up, but soon his eyes dimmed. Even though Chun Zhao knew how to clone himself, even if he became 7, it was still disproportionate to the thousands of stillbirth monsters. When the stillbirth monsters approached, the 7 Chun Zhao raised their arms at the same time. 1,000 sword control. Gray light bloomed in an instant. Shera and Punkat's jaws dropped. They watched in shock as the thousands of swords flashed across the night sky, tearing apart the darkness. Even Mikados had a look of disbelief on his face. The stillbirth monsters were decapitated in droves. In the blink of an eye, half of them were dead. To Shera and Punkat, this was an unprecedented shock, especially Punkat. He and Sean had barely killed a stillbirth monster together. However, the man in front of him had easily killed thousands of stillbirth monsters. After the stillbirth monsters were killed, the dark lava started spreading and devouring their corpses. Chun Zhao realized that the dark aura on these stillbirth monsters was the same as the dark lava. 1 or 2 stillbirth monsters didn't have much dark aura, but if it devoured all the dark aura here, the dark lava would at least double in size. There was also the big guy in front of him, Mikados, although he was a mixed blood dragon. He had a very dense dark aura. Roar, roar, Mikados exploded. He was furious. Even though he said that Chun Zhao would let the 3 of them go as long as he killed all the stillbirth monsters. But he had never planned to do that. He didn't think that Chun Zhao could really kill all the stillbirth monsters. He didn't care about Dagon Byro's death. Dagon Byro's was just a dispensable existence. On the surface, Dagon Byro's was the leader of the stillbirth monsters, but he was actually just managing them. Now that Dagon Byro's was dead, he could choose another stillbirth monster to bestow power on. Before long, there would be a 2nd and 3rd leader. The army of stillbirth monsters was the foundation. But now, the dead fetus army had suffered such a huge loss. How could he tolerate this? Mikada's 2 heads opened their mouths at the same time. One spat out turbid flames, while the other spat out green, corrosive liquid. Shera and Pankat's scalps went numb. Had the monster finally attacked? But the next moment, the dark lava blocked Mikada's spit. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way soon. Chun Zhao pointed, and the dark lava pounced at Mikados. Frightened, Mikados hurriedly spread his wings and soared into the sky. Chun Zhao was still slaughtering the stillbirth monsters without restraint. These stillbirth monsters were loyal to Mikados, but it didn't mean that they were fearless. Soon, they were afraid of being killed. Soon, they scattered and ran for their lives. Because of the decrease in numbers, the scene became sparse. The 7,000 Imperial Thousand Swords weren't as effective anymore. Chun Zhao put away the Imperial Thousand Swords. All techniques returned to 1. The 6 clones and the main body merged into 1. Chun Zhao looked at Mikados in the air. It's your turn, bastard. Chun Zhao was still smiling. But in Shera's, Pankat's, and even Mikada's eyes, this smile was filled with malice. Are you ready to welcome death now? Mikados was about the same size as the black dragon, but the difference in strength wasn't small. The 2 heads looked quite impressive. In reality, whether it was strength, speed, or dragon aura, they were all much weaker than the black dragon. Chapter 1455. Shera and Pankat were already dumbfounded. Chun Zhao's figure flashed. Shera and Pankat felt the wind pressure from the intense flow of air. Just the wind pressure alone almost made them lose their footing. They looked for Chun Zhao again, but he was nowhere to be found. Just as they were looking for Chun Zhao, there was a loud bang in the distance. Then they saw Makaraz's huge body fall from the sky. If the black dragon had been struck by this attack, it might not even have been injured, let alone causing it to fall from the sky. But Mikaras couldn't even take a blow with 30% of Chun Zhao's strength. Just then, the dark lava surged toward Mikaras like a tide. At this moment, the dark magma had doubled in volume. Mikaras struggled wildly, shaking off the dark lava around him and on his body. But the next moment, the dark lava turned into countless blades of different sizes. Mikaras was covered in wounds in an instant. Who knew how much flesh had been cut off from his body? Roar, Shara and Pancat were so shocked by the battle that they couldn't close their mouths. Was this man still human? Mikaras wanted to flap his wings and fly, but Chun Zhao was right above him. Mikaras was less than 10 meters in the air. Chun Zhao pressed down on Mikaras' head again. Mikaras fell into the mountain of blades formed from the dark lava again. Roar, Father, save me! Mikaras howled. At this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed on Mikaras' body, fusing into one with him. Chun Zhao was surprised. This aura? It was the Black Dragon's aura. Mikaras' aura had recovered. It was even stronger than before. But this power was external, after all. It didn't belong to him. Chun Zhao didn't give him much chance. A black trident appeared in his hand. The next moment, Chun Zhao fell from the sky like a falling meteor. The black trident stabbed into the intersection between Mikaras' two necks. Roar, Mikadas shrieked. Chun Zhao twisted the black trident in his hand and tore open the intersection of its neck. Just then, Chun Zhao had an idea. He gave up on killing Mikaras. Instead, he flew and landed in front of Mikadas. Now, it's my turn to give you a chance. Chun Zhao looked at the dying Mikadas. Mikadas tried his best to lift both of his heads. His wounds were healing rapidly. However, his powerful recovery did not mean that he was completely unscathed. Both Shala and Pancat were shocked to the extreme. He thought that this was a situation where he would definitely die. Unexpectedly, Chun Zhao was the real monster. Mikadas was scary enough. But before Chun Zhao, he was like a child. Attack or defend. 3 chances. If you're still alive after 3 tries, I'll let you go. The dark lava was shrinking. Ever since its volume doubled, Chun Zhao felt that it seemed to have changed. So, Chun Zhao wanted to experiment with Mikadas. Mikadas knew that he was in big trouble this time, so he didn't dare to be careless. He did not dare to hold back. If he did not use his full strength, he would definitely die. Chun Zhao silently felt the changes in the dark lava. If the dark lava had been a part of Chun Zhao's body before, it was now his limbs. All this time, Chun Zhao's control and practice of the dark lava or the dark serum had been through Samuel. Samuel's control of the dark lava had reached a level where he could do whatever he wanted. He could also take away Chun Zhao's dark lava directly. Of course, as a projection, Samuel could not control too much or take away too much time. However, Samuel's control of the dark lava and the dark serum had reached an amazing level. Samuel could control the dark lava to simulate part of his attacks. He could even use the dark lava to simulate certain forms to release magic. Of course, what Chun Zhao could do now was only mimicry. For example, Samuel could make the dark magma imitate the posture of an animal or a human, and make the attacks of an animal or a human. However, Chun Zhao was still at the level of making the dark lava mimic objects such as blades. This was the difference in essence. Chun Zhao still could not mimic right now. However, he could feel the changes brought about by the dark lava. The increase in his own power could bring about changes. The dark lava could also bring about changes. If Chun Zhao and the dark lava were compared, it would be like a soldier and a weapon. If the soldier's power increased, the weapon in his hand would naturally be more powerful too. And if the weapon's power increased, the damage it could bring would naturally increase too. Chun Zhao started to gather the dark lava, completely fusing it into his body and the black trident in his hand. Both Chun Zhao and the trident in his hand turned red and black. Mikadas exploded with all his power. Ring of destruction. Rings of flames exploded around him. Chun Zhao was familiar with this move. It was the same as Black Dragon's. If it was Black Dragon, Chun Zhao would still be a bit worried. But with Mikadas' Ring of Destruction, Chun Zhao couldn't feel any pain even if he stood still. Of course, this was also because he had assimilated with the dark lava, which greatly increased his resistance to heat. Chun Zhao moved and charged through the ring of destruction. He swept the trident horizontally, and the black trident instantly grew dozens of meters long. Rumble! A ravine was left on the ground, and Makata's 2 heads were smashed into pieces. Oh no! He was too heavy-handed. He didn't even last 3 moves. Chun Zhao had originally planned to keep Mikados alive to test his moves, but he had underestimated the power of his attack. In the end, he killed Mikados in 1 move. An incorporeal figure floated out of the huge corpse. Despicable human, you said you'd give me 3 chances. Makata's soul cursed. Chun Zhao raised his arm. Sorry, you're more fragile than I thought. Boom. The white light flashed, and Makata's soul was also shattered by the white light, leaving nothing behind. Chun Zhao twisted his neck. It seemed like he could only test his moves on Old Turtle. Chun Zhao put away Makata's body. He couldn't let his family eat it. Usually, Chun Zhao would have an estimate of whether or not it could be eaten. Mikados was a hybrid. Hybrids usually had very heavy, chaotic power. Humans or animals could mutate if they ate it. At least, if they didn't have enough resistance, they couldn't be eaten. But if family pets could be eaten, they were either demons or hybrids. Please remember this book's domain name, mobile version. Chapter 1456. The alternate dimension started collapsing. In less than 10 minutes, it would completely collapse. Chun Zhao frowned. Dark lava immediately rushed out from under his feet and spread in all directions. In just a few seconds, a stillbirth monster was caught. Then a second, a third, and a third. Chun, why did you catch these things? I'm so poor that I can't even cook, Chun Zhao said. I caught some game for my pets. As soon as these stillbirth monsters were dragged back by the dark lava, they would immediately be enveloped by it. As for their lives, that wasn't within Chun Zhao's consideration. It was fine as long as their dark power didn't leak out. Time was of the essence. Once the alternate dimension completely disappeared, the 3 would be expelled from this place, and the stillbirth monsters would be banished to some corner of hell. The alternate dimension wasn't big. It was probably less than 2 square kilometers. Chun Zhao's dark lava covered an area of about 1 square kilometer. After it stretched out in strips, basically no creature could escape from Chun Zhao's control. The stillbirth monsters were dragged out one by one, and then enveloped by the dark lava, turning them into black cocoons. Seeing that the stillbirth monsters were gone, Chun Zhao put away the dark lava. By then, the alternate dimension had already collapsed in front of them. The next moment, the 3 were back in Shara's house. It was like a dream. At least for Shara and Pancat, it was a dream. Crack! Chun Zhao turned on the light. Shara and Pancat immediately felt the light. The bright light made them feel safe and comfortable. Suddenly, Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. Your troubles don't seem to be limited to the thing hiding in the alternate dimension. Shara was stunned. Pancat didn't just admire Chun Zhao now. He even feared him. This person was so powerful that it surpassed his knowledge and understanding. After hearing Chun Zhao's words, Pancat immediately realized that he and Sean seemed to have missed something in this house. Chun Zhao walked to the stairs. Shara and Pancat immediately followed him. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at the floor beside the stairs. Chun, what are you looking at? Under the floor, Chun Zhao said. How long have you lived here? Less than 2 months, Shara said. Xiao La said, it was your payment last time that allowed me to have enough money to buy this house. No wonder, Chun Zhao said. If you stay here for too long, you'll probably die a horrible death. What exactly is here? Chun Zhao flicked his finger. The wooden boards on the ground were lifted one by one, revealing the basement below. However, Xiao La and Pancat couldn't see anything. It was too dark down there. Is there anything down there? Shayla's face was filled with fear. You'll know soon enough. At this moment, the lights in the living room dimmed without warning. The whole room was plunged into darkness once more. However, the darkness did not last long. Suddenly, a fire appeared in the dark basement. In the next instant, a twisted ball of flame crawled out of the basement. Evil scorching flame spirit. Pancat was shocked. No, It wasn't the burning fire evil spirit, but a twisted monster made up of dozens of burning fire evil spirits. He had never seen such an ugly, disgusting monster. However, before he could react, Chen Zhao had already swung his fist and smashed the twisted monster into pieces. Sparks and ashes scattered everywhere. Chen Zhao raised his right arm. The mouth of gluttony absorbed. Delicious. The mouth of gluttony sensed it. Panket's face was filled with shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Compared to the countless stillbirth monsters and Mikados, this twisted evil spirit did not seem that scary. Since Chen Zhao could easily deal with Mikados and the army of stillbirth monsters, it was not surprising that he could destroy this twisted evil spirit. The lights in the room lit up again. "Mr. Chen, what's going on?" "I believe you don't want to know what's going on down there," Chen Zhao said. "You better call the police now." "Call the police?" Xiao La was still confused. "And sue the person who sold you the house." Xiao La could not help but be curious, but she soon regretted it. Even Pancat regretted his curiosity when he shone his flashlight at the situation below. It was too scary. There were dozens of charred corpses down there. These corpses were all stuck together like charcoal, forming a hellish scene. This house could not be lived in anymore. Xiao La was really unlucky. Even if Chen Zhao solved the problem, it was still uninhabitable. Imagine having dozens of charred corpses buried in the basement of your house. Even Chen Zhao could not tolerate it, let alone Xiao La. It was not fear but disgust. It was human instinct. Then Xiao La called the police. When the police arrived, they were also shocked. After checking, they discovered that there were 66 charred corpses in the basement. The oldest among them was at least 30 years old. Almost all of them had become mummies. Xiao La wanted to cry, but had no tears. She had no choice but to ask the real estate agency for compensation. Of course, she had just bought the house. Now that there was a problem with the house, it was easy to ask for compensation. Chen Zhao agreed to let Xiao La stay for a few days until she found a new house and settled down. She did not want to step foot in that house anymore. It was too scary. She shuddered at the thought that she had lived in that house for more than a month. There were also dozens of corpses and their twisted souls that had fallen asleep with her. The three left after giving their statements to the police. Chen Zhao brought Xiao La to his house. Of course, Chen Zhao did not welcome Pancat, even though Pankat's tone implied that he wanted to get to know Chen Zhao better. Chen Zhao ignored Pancat. They were not familiar with each other and did not interact much. Enjoying the night sea breeze on the highway, Xiao La asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, are there many people like you?" "I have quite a lot of friends like you," Chen Zhao said. "How about compared to the supernatural organization in Los Angeles?" "Huh? You know about the supernatural organization? I once attended a class under Pancat and Sean's guidance. You don't know Sean, right? He also fell into that space and was eaten by that monster. I'm the president of the supernatural organization." Xiao La was stunned, but she quickly understood. This did not surprise her too much. A powerful existence like Chen Zhao was completely different from a wild spiritualist like Pancat. Therefore, it was not strange that Chen Zhao could lead the supernatural organization.